America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526. Time is on my side. In the afternoon, Bruce got the news that Porsche had delivered a Panamera to his home. Martin simply went home early and signed a check to the account manager who came with the car. The account manager took the check and handed over his business card with both hands. "Mr. Davis, if you need any car, you can call me, and I will be there at any time." Martin took it. "Okay." Bruce opened the trunk of a car next to him, took out 2 boxes of gun oil, and carried them to the villa. "It's time to maintain the gun." Bruce has always been the one who maintains the guns at home. Martin arrived at the villa, dragged out 2 abandoned boxes from the basement, picked up the garbage that Leobu had picked up, and went out through the side door to throw away the garbage. There is an alley between his house and Charlize Theron's house next door, and the garbage can is placed in the alley. Martin threw away the garbage and found that his trash can was slightly deformed, as if it was kicked. He couldn't help but wonder who is so bored that he kicked the trash can for fun. The servants in the house are all women, so they normally wouldn't have such a lot of strength. He just looked at it for a few more times and was about to leave when the side door next door opened. Stuart Townsend came out with 2 garbage bags. He was stunned when he saw Martin. Martin greeted him. "Hello, Stu. I haven't seen you and Sally for a long time." Hearing Charlize's name pop out of Martin's mouth, Stuart felt annoyed, and the scenes during the Cannes Film Festival came to his mind again. He said directly, "Sally is not in Los Angeles. She has been out filming for a long time." Martin patted his head. "Yes, I seem to have heard her say that in Cannes. Look at my bad memory. Sorry." Stuart's eyes fell on the 2 garbage bags in his hand, and he wanted to throw them on Martin's head. But in the end, he only dared to think about it. He had watched the videos of Burbank Middle School and Santa Monica Pier and knew that the man across the street was a cruel and violent bastard who would kill people if he disagreed with him. Stuart suspected that, as long as he threw the garbage bag over and gave Martin Davis a reason for self-defense, the other party might pull out a gun. Such a neighbor is simply the ultimate nightmare of men. Handsome, famous, rich, and good at fighting. Stuart didn't dare to give the other party a reason for self-defense. He walked forward quickly and passed by Martin. After all, he couldn't help but said, "Stay away from Sally in the future. She is my girlfriend." Martin looked at Stuart in surprise. "Is this man crazy?" Stuart said sternly, "If you dare to pester Sally again, I will." The first half of the sentence was full of momentum, but the second half of the sentence automatically weakened. "I will expose it to the media and ruin your reputation. You misunderstood. Sally and I are just friends." Martin has never done anything to Charlize Theron, and he said this with dignity and confidence. Stuart looked at Martin coldly. "Don't quibble. Do you dare to do it, but not take responsibility for it?" Martin pushed the blame on the other party, suspecting that the other party was trying to sell news or make up black material, but still said, "It's really nothing. You can ask Sally to come over and we can confront each other face to face." Stuart didn't believe it at all and threw the garbage bag into the trash can. Maybe he used too much force. The mouth of the garbage bag opened, revealing a used condom. Martin looked at the trash can, then at Stuart, frowned and asked, "You just said that Sally has been out filming for a long time." Stuart panicked at this moment because Charlize Theron cheated on him and he had to endure it if he wanted to maintain his current luxurious life. But if he cheated on her, wouldn't that give Charlize Theron a legitimate reason to break up? Absolutely not. Stuart is also an actor. He was panicking inside, but he looked calm as an old dog. He said loudly, "I was masturbating while watching a sanguine movie by myself. It was the sanguine version of Limitless." As he spoke, he turned around and kicked Martin's trash can out of habit, making a muffled sound. The trash can dented slightly. Martin finally understood why his trash can was deformed. It turned out that it was Stuart who kicked it. After Stuart kicked it, he saw Martin's cold eyes and said nothing. He hurried to the side door. After entering the door, He dared to say, "If you get close to Sally again, I will expose your information to TMZ." Martin turned around and looked at him. "Do you know the consequences of framing me?" He suddenly laughed. "I will make your accusation true." Stuart pointed at Martin. "You." Martin ignored him and opened the door to go home. Of course, it was just a joke to scare Stuart, but if Stuart really wanted to frame him, Martin didn't mind making it real. It's really hard to be a neighbor to a man who lives off his girlfriend who is a beautiful woman. Martin felt that he was very particular about neighborly friendship and had never done anything inappropriate to Cherylize Theron, but he was framed. It's so frustrating. This is not how people should be. Martin returned to the villa to help old Boo maintain his guns. Before dinner, a Porsche drove back. Martin went to the garage, waited for Elizabeth to get out of the car, and pressed the remote control for the garage lift door. As the shutter door rose, the brand new Porsche appeared in front of Elizabeth. Elizabeth covered her mouth with both hands, her face full of surprise. The car was her favorite Porsche, the color was her favorite red, and the teardrop-shaped design was quite fashionable. "It's so beautiful." She put down her hands and smiled sweetly that could disperse a storm and bring out the sun. Martin handed her the car key. "You can try it." Elizabeth pulled Martin into the car. "Let's go for a ride in the park on the top of the mountain." The two got in the car, drove out of the manor gate and headed towards the mountain. Elizabeth asked curiously, "Is it a special day today that gave me such a gift?" Martin was like an ordinary worker, "Because I got my salary, so I bought a gift for my girlfriend." Elizabeth shouted loudly, "I like it very much." She was very excited, but she didn't drive fast. She drove around the top of the mountain and returned home. After getting off the car, Martin asked, "Where is Lily?" "Busy in the exhibition." Elizabeth said roughly, "Lily stole the show in the exhibition and has become an outstanding artist in the media." She didn't forget to take credit for Martin. "I asked Mariah to support Lily, and the effect was very good." Martin smiled. "You have a lot of ideas." Elizabeth said, "Lily thinks more." After dinner, Martin, Bruce and Elizabeth went to Kane's Angel Shooting Club together. Chad Stahelski and Marcus were designing some gun battles here. 10 minutes later, producers Akiva Goldsman and Louise Mayer also came here. Everyone discussed the adaptation of Marcus' memoir Lone Survivor. The funds from South Korea have been in place, the script has been completed, and the important position currently absent is the director. Akiva Goldsman previously recommended his long-term director Peter Berg. Louise and Marcus have talked to the director and think he is a suitable candidate. Martin also voted in favor. This film uses all Korean funds. Even if it loses money in the end, Davis Studio can still extract a large amount of management fees. The normal operating model of Hollywood is legal and reasonable. Martin does not intend to intervene in the actors and leaves it to the crew to select them. Marcus has become seriously fat and can't act, so he must not be allowed to play himself. After discussing these matters, the group went to the shooting range to practice shooting. Elizabeth was not interested in shooting and stayed. Louise didn't leave either. The two ordered some drinks and sat together to chat. They have been neighbors for many years and are familiar with each other. "I remember when I first moved to Sherman Oaks, you were still a little kid." Louise has known the Olsen sisters for more than 10 years. She looked at Elizabeth's chest. "You have grown up so big in the blink of an eye." Elizabeth smiled and said, "Sometimes when I go home from school, there is no one at home, and I often go to your house for food and drinks. It was also at your house that I first met Martin." Louise suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect that fate would be so wonderful that you would become Martin's girlfriend." Elizabeth said, "Love is very wonderful. After Martin and I went through the test of life and death at Burbank Middle School, I fell in love with him." She emphasized, "My parents gave me the first life, and Martin gave me the second life. Yes, things always develop in a very wonderful way." The little bartender and little dancer in Atlanta back then actually became a big star in Hollywood. Louise's words were meaningful. "When I brought him to Hollywood, I never thought he could do this." Elizabeth still smiled sweetly. "I'm still young, just 20 years old, and I can witness Martin achieve more achievements with my own eyes." Louise smiled and shook her head. "I always thought you were a sweet, cute and simple girl." Elizabeth knew that time was on her side. She put away her sweet smile and said seriously, Sister Louise, I have known you since I was very young. I have always regarded you as a role model and always respected you. You are indeed a good girl, and Martin is a real bastard. Louise admitted, don't worry, time is on your side. Elizabeth smiled sweetly again. There was a faint sound of gunfire, and someone cheered loudly. Elizabeth had seen many guns at home, and sometimes she would accompany Martin to practice shooting, so she was used to it. After Louise left, she gradually became absent-minded, planning what kind of surprise tonight to empty the bullets in Martin's gun. Elizabeth discussed this matter with her two sisters, and they suggested that it should be developed step by step, always maintaining a certain degree of freshness. It is not a good thing to complete all the development too early. After nearly an hour and a half, Martin came out of the shooting range and asked Elizabeth to go home together. On the way, he received a call from Narlan. Narlan asked him to report to the crew early tomorrow to prepare for the location shooting in Los Angeles. Chapter 527. Don't miss any opportunity. In downtown Los Angeles, near City Hall Plaza, the crew blocked an entire road. Martin got off the Mack-Ute trailer and went straight into the set. The road was full of cars, and the summer sun was particularly hot on the asphalt. Narlan was dispatching the entire crew, asking the stunt team to slowly drive the train over. Mean came over and stood next to Martin, saying, wow, the crew built a train without rails. Martin looked down and saw the wheels and said, it should be converted from a truck. Ellen Page entered the set at this time and came over to greet Martin first. Ken Watanabe, Abe, Cillian Murphy and Tom Hardy also arrived later. Narlan came back from the crane and reminded loudly, be sure to pay attention to safety. If the main actors were injured, all the subsequent scenes would have to be postponed. He said, as planned, divided into two parts, to cars. Everyone nodded. Narlan was worried and said, many of our props are disposable. We can't shoot a second time. We need to show them in their best condition. This is the disadvantage of real life shooting. If a model made with a lot of money is broken, it is broken. Martin got on a red Cadillac. The shooting of this scene must follow the script sequence. He drove to the roadside and stopped outside the camera. Mean and Ken Watanabe got on a yellow taxi in Los Angeles. As Narlan's voice came from the loudspeaker, 3 sprinklers mounted on cranes sprayed a large amount of water, creating a small-scale artificial rainfall. But there was still bright sunshine in the sky. This scene is a dream. Narlan required that there must be a sun shower. In order to make the scene have both light entering and partial darkness, the crew specially marked the movement path of the sun and hung baffles between the buildings to cover it. Mean drove a taxi to pick up Cillian Murphy, and Martin drove to pick up Ellen Page. Then came the highlight of the Los Angeles scene. The dream train suddenly broke in and squeezed out the vehicles blocking the street. The originally neat streets became chaotic. The filming was carried out in a messy environment, with the roar of motors, the sound of brakes and the friction of tires. Martin began to shoot a lot of short shots, some of which were even cut after just a few seconds before Nolan called out. However, his scenes were all in the Cadillac, and he never got out of the car. The limited lines were also dialogues with Ellen Page. The drifting rain outside the car never stopped. Emma Thomas sent her assistant Amanda to accompany Mariah, who was wearing a one-piece raincoat, to work on the street. Mariah Guanhay took the DV given by Elizabeth and recorded some busy scenes of the crew when the crew stopped filming. All these can prove that she has been here and that she has participated in an extremely important social practice. Amanda reminded loudly, we will shoot a gunfight and a car crash next. Let's stay away. Mariah nodded and followed her to the absolutely safe high stairs. Amanda pointed to the other side of the set and said, look over there. Martin is going to shoot the gunfight scene himself. Mariah quickly picked up the DV and turned the camera over there. She saw Martin holding a pistol and communicating with director Narlan. A few actors came behind him and practiced the movements with Martin twice. Seeing that the shooting was about to begin, she quickly turned off the DV camera. The sound of gunshots soon rang out. After shooting a few scenes, Mariah found that Martin and Narlan started to communicate again. The two seemed to talk a lot and would chat together from time to time. The rain became sparse, and the artificial rainmaker needed to be refilled with water, so the crew took a break temporarily. Nolan found Martin and said, "I just had an idea. Can you listen to it and see if it works?" Martin was very confused. Nolan always had the final say in shooting, so why did he ask for his opinion? He nodded immediately. "Go ahead." Nolan pointed his eyes in the direction of the city hall. "Does the first daughter have any contact with you? Can we invite her to make a cameo in front of the camera, even if it's just a background board that flashes by?" He is the kind of director who will not miss any publicity and marketing opportunities. The other party came to the crew and left nothing. How could Nolan let her go for nothing? When it comes to publicity and promotion, this will be a very good gimmick. Martin thought for a while and said, "You can try it. Let someone communicate with her. It doesn't matter. Just say it directly." Nolan called Emma Thomas and had a brief communication with her. Emma Thomas called her assistant Amanda. Not long after, Amanda came over and said that Mariah agreed to leave the country. Nolan added a scene temporarily. The scene was very simple. With Mariah as the background, Martin drove a Cadillac past. Mariah wanted a practical experience that could become capital so that it could better prove that she had been there. In addition, her tutor called Michelle Guanhay, and the White House did not object. Nolan slightly adjusted the shooting plan for the afternoon. After lunch, the news that the crew started filming in downtown Los Angeles spread, and more people gathered, from fans to entertainment reporters and paparazzi. Assistant Anderson looked at Mariah Guanhay, who was in makeup, and wrote in the reel behind-the-scenes notebook, "The first daughter Mariah regards director Nolan as her first idol and repeatedly requested to join the crew for filming, even if it was just to appear as a background board." Director Nolan decided to give her a chance, and wrote a scene for her alone. Nolan passed by, glanced at the reel behind-the-scenes notebook, and nodded with satisfaction. Anderson laughed happily. Encouraged by his immediate boss, inspiration suddenly burst out. Just in time, he saw Martin getting on the red Cadillac used for filming, and immediately wrote another reel behind the scenes. When Martin Davis first heard that Nolan had such an idea and creativity, he decided to star in this film, and asked director Nolan to agree to let him play the leading role no matter what. Even at that time he didn't know what the subject and content of the film would be. Anderson knew very well that his future prospects depended on Nolan, so the behind the scenes he wrote naturally promoted Nolan. The sun gradually turned to the west, the crew members left one after another, and a professional cleaning company entered the set, carefully photographed and drew the location of each prop car and decoration. Preparing to clear the set, Martin and Mean walked towards the trailer together. The latter said, "Paris is the last stop of the filming. I will stay in Paris temporarily after the filming of this movie. Boss, if you have anything you want me to do, just call me, and I will rush back to Los Angeles immediately." Martin patted Mene and said, "Just focus on acting with your goddess. Try to win a Cannes next year. It may be too late for Cannes, so try to win a Venice Golden Lion Award for Best Actor." Mene smiled with 2 rows of white teeth. "Isabelle Huppert must be given priority for the award." He mentioned one thing. "When I talked to Huppert on the phone yesterday, I suggested that she organize the actresses in the French acting circle to have a social party with the crew. I think it should be a good idea." Bruce came over from the other side and answered, "Don't invite all the goddesses who are in their 40s or 50s. Mene said seriously, "Huppert promised me that she would invite many new generation of French literary goddesses, such as Audrey Tautou, who will endorse Channel Number 5 with Boss Martin, and the heroine in The Dreamers." Martin had seen this film more than once, and was deeply impressed. The Venus de Milo was so classic. He asked, "Eva Green?" Mean said, "It should be her. Huppert has a strong appeal among French actresses. She is definitely the best at the moment." Ellen Page ran over from the other side and asked, "Martin, I heard that you are going to be the spokesperson for Channel Number 5. We are still discussing it. It has not been finalized." Martin gave a clear answer. "The news release now is to test the market's reaction. Other sponsors have no objection, but it is hard to say what the fans and the public think. In general, the reaction is relatively normal, and there is no inexplicable attack. WMA is still collecting various feedback data. If it is really to be negotiated, it will take until the end of the year at the earliest. Ellen Page was probably very interested in this for her own reasons. It's a great initiative for a man to endorse women's perfume. Carol Lagerfeld and Chanel are very brave. Martin smiled and said, but it gives me a difficult problem. Ellen Page looked like a good brother, clenched her fist and bumped fists with Martin to encourage him. I think among all the male stars in Hollywood, except Leonardo, only you can suppress channel number 5. Seeing that she was about to bump fists like a man, Martin raised his hand and bumped her fist and said, thank you for your encouragement. Ellen Page said, before you arrived at Astra Studios in Morocco, Tom Hardy wanted to bully me. Later, you took the initiative to accept me, and he never dared to mess around again. Mean asked curiously, what did he do? Ellen Page had more contact with Mean, and knew that he was well intentioned. She shrugged and said, at Astra Studios, Tom Hardy pointed to a local woman in her 40s, who was applying for a job, and said that I should go over and fuck her. She spread her hands helplessly. At that time, the crew members around were all British. They either laughed or kept silent. Mean said, some British people deserve to be treated like mortars. Martin now understood why Ellen Page took the initiative to approach him, and stretched out his right hand and said, Ellen, welcome to join the temporary American helper of the Inception crew. Ellen Page shook his hand vigorously. Thank you for accepting me. Martin had a good impression of her and added, you have chosen a very difficult path. I know that once it is made public, many roles will automatically stay away from me. Ellen Page was very determined. No matter how difficult it is, I will go on. Martin nodded. Good luck to you. The 3 actors went back to their trailers to remove their makeup. When Martin left work, Elizabeth drove a brand new Porsche to pick him up and asked Mariah to go to dinner together. The latter stayed in the crew for a few days. The novelty wore off, and she got the practical experience she wanted. The crew filmed half of the scenes in Los Angeles and left. Chapter 528 Real and Fake Bullets. In Los Angeles, the crew filmed almost all action scenes, from car chases to gunfights. The 3 blocks near City Hall were bustling every day. On the crowded streets of the temporary studio, Martin drove the Cadillac through the traffic, rushed into the square, turned the steering wheel and braked, and the car stopped with a beautiful tailspin. He shouted to Ellen Page in the passenger seat, keep your head down. Ellen Page squatted down with her head in her arms. Gunshots rang out, and the 2 actors on the opposite side fell down with their heads raised. Nolan pursued the authenticity of the shooting. When shooting at long distances, the actors used blank bullets that could trigger muzzle flames. The shooting paused, and the cameraman in the back seat got out of the car, quickly took the water bottle, and drank several sips of water in a row to suppress the urge to vomit. Martin got out of the car and handed the gun to Bruce. This was not a prop gun, but a real gun. Nolan and action director Tom came over together to discuss the next action scene with Martin. In the shooting of action scenes, the 2 valued Martin's opinions very much. In the distance, Ben Affleck and Cassie Affleck, brothers with thick beards, were sitting in a car and observing the town square. Because of the artificial rainfall, only Martin and Nolan could be vaguely seen. Cassie took out a telescope and looked over there. A bunch of people are surrounding him. He is like the center of the earth. Big Ben said, go and investigate Lily Carter. Did you find anything special? No. Cassie shook her head repeatedly. A young artist who came out of the slums. Exposing her resume will only increase her reputation. Big Ben still can't figure it out. Martin Davis has never forced, coerced, or lured any woman. It's incredible. Cassie shrugged. He has no shortage of women. Big Ben automatically replied, neither do Pete and I. Cassie was a little embarrassed and continued, there are many rumors in the modeling circle. I asked someone to inquire carefully. It was Leonardo who first introduced Martin and Nicholson to the supermodel circle. Later, those supermodels began to take the initiative to invite Martin. He smiled helplessly. Do you know what's going on in the Victoria's Secret supermodel circle? It is said that, because of the 2 pre-wedding parties of Heidi Klum and Alessandra Ambrosio, they have caused a huge impact in their circle. Now there is a saying that, if the angel supermodels can't invite Martin to their pre-wedding bachelorette parties, it will be a failed party. Ben was envious. I didn't get this kind of treatment when I was at my best. Cassie said, maybe you don't have as much money and skills as Martin? Ben glanced out the window and suddenly stretched out his hand. "Give me the telescope. Who do you want to spy on?" Cassie handed the telescope over. Ben raised the telescope and looked at an intersection outside the temporary studio. In a sparsely populated area, he found a familiar woman. Although she was wearing a hat and her figure was out of shape, her big belly made it easy for him to tell that this was Toni, a pregnant woman who lived in the same apartment building. Since helping in the hospital, they occasionally met in and out of the same apartment building, and sometimes they would chat for a few words. Ben always remembered Toni's husband or boyfriend who attended the Independence Day celebration at the White House and wanted to get to know him through Toni. As a result, after so much time, he still didn't see the shadow of that person. Ben once suspected that Toni was bragging, but after observing carefully for a while, he found that it was not the case. Toni was full of confidence every day and looked forward to the birth of her child. When discussing the father of the child, she was even more proud. Cassie noticed that Ben was not looking at Martin and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "Toni, it's the pregnant woman who lives in the same building as me. You've met her twice." Ben gave him the telescope and pointed over there. "She cares a lot about the baby in her belly. The city center is so chaotic. What is she doing here?" Cassie picked up the telescope and saw the pregnant woman and said, "She seems to be watching the crew filming." Yes, she is watching the crew filming very seriously. Could it be that her husband or boyfriend works in the crew? Ben asked casually, "Who from this crew has participated in the Independence Day celebration at the White House?" Cassie put down the telescope and said, "It seems like there are only 2 people. He pondered for a moment and gave the answer, "Martin and his manager and bodyguard Bruce." Ben was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Impossible?" Cassie said, "Try it when you see her again. If so." Ben suddenly laughed. "Maybe this is the breakthrough we have been looking for." He pondered, "I have helped her and have a good relationship with her. I will find an opportunity." Toni lived in the same apartment building as him, so the opportunity was easy to find. A few dozen meters away, a group of girls in scantily clad clothes suddenly ran out. These girls rushed into the artificial rain created by the crew, twisting their sexy and enchanting bodies and dancing passionately. Elsa, the leader, shouted loudly, "Martin, I love you." The other girls shouted together, "Martin, I love you." Then, they all took off their tops. On the highest white skin, there was a line of large words in cola color, "Martin, I love you." The entertainment reporters and paparazzi in Los Angeles were not surprised. Since last year, they have seen these crazy female fans of Martin on many occasions. But this kind of news is also valuable. Many people's cameras were aimed at the girls' chests. They had no other intentions, just wanted to take pictures of the words written on them. Toni saw Elsa and others, secretly cursed them as bitches, lowered the brim of her sun hat, and walked towards the parking lot. When these bitches came over, Toni didn't dare to stay for long, for fear of being recognized by them. The beauty of the future cannot be ruined by these bitches. Toni came here and looked back at her former sisters. They were destined to be people from 2 different worlds. The crew's security personnel came over and persuaded Elsa and the sisters to leave. In order to appease them, they gave them some concept posters of the film and Martin's character. It was a typical case of appeasing whoever can make a fuss. Elsa and the others picked up their clothes and put them on. Although they didn't see Martin himself, they were quite satisfied with the gifts. Under the persuasion of the crew, they left the artificial rain area. Not far away, a car drove away. The quick-talking girl pulled Elsa and said, "Acting leader, I think I saw the leader." Elsa's nose was almost crooked by her. "How many times do you want me to say it? I'm the leader, not the acting leader." Another girl next to her, "Just now there was a woman. The back does look a bit like Toni." She then denied, "No, that woman is a fat woman. Toni hates fat women the most." The quick-talking girl scratched her head and said, "That's right. Toni can't make herself a fat person. She has only been away for a few months. She is not a rubber man who can get fat just by saying so." Elsa found that she hated Toni more and more. Although she was not in the sisterhood, her name was still affecting the sisterhood. "Now Toni has lost contact with us. She may have returned to her hometown, found a boyfriend and got married, and became a traitor to the sisterhood. Don't mention her in the future." Tony likes Martin so much, it's impossible for her to marry someone else. But someone replied without any tact. She said that, if she can't marry Martin, she will marry Martin's posters and photos. Elsa was depressed, tidied her clothes, and said, let's go, let's go. A dozen girls broke through the paparazzi, got into several cars, and quickly left the neighborhood. On the other side, Ben Affleck found that Tony had disappeared and started the car. Cassie was still observing through the telescope. In her depressed head, some strange thoughts always came out. If I had such a large group of beautiful female fans, I would definitely reward them well. Big Ben asked, what do you want to reward with? Cassie was an actor full of literary style and still did not learn from experience and said, of course, I will use my guns and bullets. Big Ben had a much bigger brain capacity than his brother and said, then they will sue you and ask you to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for compensation. A dozen people together, maybe tens of millions. Cassie looked at her brother. This is how her brother was messed up. His reputation was ruined, his assets were severely reduced, and no one in Hollywood cared about him. Big Ben reminded, be careful, don't let us mess up others, before you finish first. Cassie nodded, I know. The two walked back and drove out of the downtown area. Cassie thought of someone. Where's Pete? Didn't they say Pete was coming too? Pete wants to act alone. He has more old connections in the circle than us. Ben saw the red light ahead and stepped on the brakes. To be honest, he hates Martin more than we do. He almost went to the Holy Valley to develop. When the car stopped, he said again, Pitt's house was robbed by Martin, his wife and girlfriend were robbed by Martin, and even his endorsements were robbed by Martin. The few times I met him, he was very radical. Maybe without us doing anything more, Pete would drag Martin to death together. I hope so. Cassie thought carefully. Brad Pitt's life has been ruined by Martin Davis. In Coreytown, in a very ordinary restaurant. Pete, wearing a boonie hat, came in from the back. The restaurant owner, who used to be in Hollywood, nodded at him and took him to the second floor through the employee food delivery channel and into a separate private room. In the private room, there was an ordinary middle-aged man. Clayson, long time no see. Pete greeted him and pulled out a chair to sit opposite him. The restaurant owner took the initiative to leave the room and close the door. Clayson smiled at Pete. I'm so happy to see you still in Los Angeles. When his child was seriously ill, Pete helped him. He always remembered, Brad, if you need any help, just tell me. Pete smiled. I do need your help. He opened the bag he brought with him, took out a black bag, put it on the table, and pushed it to Clayson. I heard that you are working in Nolan's crew. Help me do something. Clayson opened the bag, and there were several neatly bundled US dollars in various denominations. In addition, there were several bullets, not blank bullets used by the crew, but bullets with metal bullets. Clayson said, Brad, I'm always very grateful for what you did back then, but I have a wife and children. Pitt waved his hand. I'm not asking you to kill anyone. Nolan's crew is filming on the streets, and there is a lot of personnel movement. There is no surveillance in this area of the city center. If you have the right opportunity, just change it quietly. If not, just wait until later. Clayson guessed his intention, and after a long while, he said, if Martin encounters an accident, the investigation will be very intense. You misunderstood me. Pitt said, you have been shooting all gun battles these days, and Martin may also cause accidents to other people. He has fallen to this situation now, and he is not afraid of losing anything again. Chapter 529 An accident happened. The chaotic gunfire subsided, and the crew finished filming another gunfight scene. Martin handed the pistol to Bruce. After waiting for a while, they joined Mean and prepared to have lunch. Nolan came over and said, let's go together. Martin followed him to a nearby restaurant and asked, I just saw the latest filming plan. My scenes are all over today. Nolan emphasized, it's the scenes in Los Angeles. He asked Martin, do you have other schedules? Martin received another invitation yesterday. Tom Cruise asked me to talk about something. Nolan didn't ask again and turned the topic back to the action scenes being filmed. The scenes in Canada are all shot on snowy mountains. Can you ski? Martin nodded. Yes, I have practiced before, but I can't say I'm proficient. He once worked as a stuntman in a red themed movie, and there were many skiing scenes in it. Bruce followed behind, and when Nolan walked away, he deliberately muttered to Mean, "Our boss is a typical example of a simple-minded and strong-limbed person." The group went into the restaurant to eat. The crew booked the entire restaurant, and lunch and dinner were all taken here during the filming. Martin and Nolan came in, attracting a lot of attention. Clayson, who worked as an assistant set designer, finished lunch quickly as usual, and left the restaurant with 2 colleagues. The 2 colleagues with big bellies found a place to rest in the shade. Clayson would take a walk near the street, blocked by the crew after lunch these days. There were many people in the crew who did this, and he was not noticeable at all. Clayson put his hands in his trouser pockets and strolled to the alley where the props team was located. Because the crew used real guns for filming, the props team would leave someone to guard even during meals. But the person guarding would sit on a chair and take a nap at this time every day. Clayson had seen it several times. This time was no exception. Between the 2 vans of the props team, the guy on duty sat on a recliner with sunglasses on his eyes. He seemed to be fulfilling his duties, but in fact he was already sleeping soundly. Many Hollywood crews do not have particularly strict management of each department, and many accidents caused by carelessness and negligence have occurred. Clayson passed by as he did a few days ago. Everyone nearby had gone to eat, and there was no one else here. His eyes fell on a cabinet and he coughed softly a few times. The guy on duty didn't react at all. He might go to the nightclub every night to party. Clayson took out a pair of gloves and put them on. He flashed to the back of the van, folded the workbench beside the car, opened half of the rear door, and revealed the container inside. The prop team still had the most basic professional ethics. The guns, magazines, and blank bullet boxes were all put into the container instead of being placed on the workbench. But the safety lock of the container was not locked at all. After this door was locked, it would be a bit troublesome to open it again with a password. The Hollywood crew that Clayson had been in basically opened it all day long as it was opened in the morning. He was a set designer with dexterous and quick hands. He gently opened the cabinet door and saw the guns used by the main characters. The guns and magazines were all disassembled, and each magazine was pressed with blank bullets. The 5 pistols placed here were all M9, and Clayson was not sure which one was the gun used by Martin. He was just an assistant set designer, and it was difficult for him to get in touch with the main actors on the set. Time did not allow him to stay for long, so he took a magazine and pushed out the 6 hollow bullets inside, took out the 3 bullets he brought and loaded them, and then put 3 hollow bullets on the top, carefully put the magazine back, and the cabinet returned to its original state. Clayson quickly looked around and made sure that there was no one around, then walked through the long alley and turned into the street on the other side that was not blocked by the crew. After walking a distance, he carefully took off his gloves. The facilities in the city center were old, and some roadside sewer entrance fences were damaged. The gloves and blank bullets were thrown into different sewers. Clayson was sure that no one saw what he did. He put his hands in his pockets and walked leisurely, like he did at noon in the past few days, returning to the area where the set group was. The crew's lunch break was over, and the shooting was about to begin. In Martin's crew, Bruce always had a nominal position in the prop group. Before other actors came over, Bruce turned into the alley where the prop group was and checked the guns used for filming. "Don't you find it troublesome? Or do you not trust us?" a famous prop master complained. "We have been guarding these guns, and there will be no problems." Bruce said, "It is a duty, please understand." The prop master wearing sunglasses said, "We understand you, who will understand us?" He couldn't help but say one more sentence. "Old Bruce, do you have paranoid delusions?" "Don't say it, these 2 bastards really do." Bruce deliberately explained, "Don't you remember that we killed a Russian spy last time? Think about it, that is the existence second only to the United States. You are still working hard in Hollywood. Have you forgotten the great reputation of the KGB?" The 2 complaining prop masters immediately stopped talking. Polar bears are too scary. It is never too careful. Bruce checked the rifle first, ejected all the blank bullets in the magazine, and then pushed them in to make sure that every bullet was fine. Because the actors who use these guns will shoot against Martin in the filming later. Then, he checked the pistol. Bruce just picked up the M9 used by Martin, and British actor Tom Hardy came over to get the weapon. All the pistols were the same, and he picked up an M9 at random. Bruce reminded him, "Wait until I finish checking." Tom Hardy didn't dare to confront Martin, but he didn't care about Martin's followers. He sneered and said, "Don't take yourself too seriously. No one wants to kill you, and your master all day long." Bruce turned his head and looked at him. Tom Hardy had a ruffian air, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Am I wrong?" Bruce was the one who had just defeated the British with a mortar, and said, "Watch your stinky mouth." Haha. Tom Hardy also knew that the other party was not easy to mess with, so he restrained himself a little, grabbed a magazine from the cabinet, and unloaded the bullets. Look, prop bullets, and prop bullets. He unloaded 3 bullets in a row, and put them in front of Bruce. "Did you see it clearly?" The prop master wearing sunglasses quickly stopped between the two and said, "The crew will start shooting soon. Don't waste time." Tom Hardy pressed the blank bullet back into the magazine, stuffed it into the pistol, and turned around, and left without looking at Bruce. The other party would not shoot the same scene with Martin today, so Bruce didn't say anything more and carefully checked other guns and magazines. Other actors came to get guns one after another. Bruce gave Mina a pistol, took Martin's, and went back to the set together. Mina asked, "Did you have a conflict with Tom Hardy?" Bruce was surprised. "Did it spread so quickly?" Mina said, "That guy is telling people that you and I are slaves, and Martin is our slave owner." Bruce frowned slightly and said, "I remember that Nicholson's homemade bazooka is still there. It is necessary to bring the crew here tomorrow." Mina's eyes lit up, "Then light the fuse and the rocket will follow the bazooka." Bruce nodded. "This is the civilized way. To deal with British gentlemen, you have to use civilized ways." Mina said, "Be sure to call me." When they arrived at the filming site, Bruce handed the gun to Martin. Action director Tom came over and talked to Martin about the play and the precautions for the next action scene. The dream scenes shot in Los Angeles were divided into 2 parts. Martin and Ellen Page were one group, and Mina and others were another group. The first scene shot in the afternoon was a part of the gunfight with the Dream Guards after Mina, Ken Watanabe and Tom Hardy kidnapped Cillian Murphy. Martin had nothing to do at the moment, so he simply warmed up. Ellen Page, wearing a hood, came over and said that Tom Hardy is just like a troublemaker, spreading rumors everywhere. Martin nodded. "I heard it. Don't worry about him." The script supervisor went to the camera to hit the board, and the crew members kept quiet. Martin and Ellen Page stopped talking. As the shooting began, the sound of semi-automatic rifle shooting was heard first, and a camera assistant in the crew set up a Steadicam to shoot handheld. In the scarred taxi, Tom Hardy opened the door, jumped out of the car, held the gun with both hands, and pulled the trigger with the cover of the taxi. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots, and a gunman fell down as planned. Tom Hardy immediately turned the gun and fired again. Many gun battle shots need to be completed in post-production editing, and the actors don't need to aim. Tom Hardy turned a little too much, and pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang. The camera assistant who was shooting with the Steadicam saw the camera in front of him explode, and black fragments flew up. At this time, he heard the 3rd gunshot, and suddenly his right hand lost strength, followed by a sharp pain in his shoulder. The camera could not hold up, and fell to the ground. The assistant photographer fell down, and a flower of blood exploded on his shoulder. Nolan realized something was wrong and shouted, "Stop, stop, stop it." The set was in chaos, but Nolan's control and appeal were good. He picked up the megaphone and shouted, "Tom, don't move. Put down the gun. Don't move. Doctor, where is the doctor?" Emma called 911. "Everyone, don't move. This is just an accident." As Nolan shouted at the top of his lungs, there was no real chaos on the set. In the waiting area, Bruce had already stood in front of Martin and asked, "How many shots did Tom Hardy fire?" Martin was an old hand with guns and heard clearly. 3 shots were fired in the front, and 3 more in the back, but there was no problem with the first 3 shots, blanks, and the back. Bruce remembered clearly that the first 3 shots Tom Hardy unloaded were indeed blanks. Tom Hardy put his pistol on the back of the taxi, holding his head with both hands, not knowing what happened. The same as everyone else. Some of the senior members of the crew suddenly remembered the crow. This kind of thing is not the first time in Hollywood, and it will not be the last. Tom Hardy knew very well that it was the bullet from his gun that injured the photography assistant. He regretted it very much at this moment. Why didn't he let Bruce, that bastard, check the gun and magazine carefully? Chapter 530, The Aftermath of Trouble. Although no one died, the LAPD still rushed over as quickly as possible. McLean, who had dealt with Martin in the Burbank High School incident and was involved in Hollywood's top production, also appeared on the set. McLean first looked for Martin, an acquaintance. What exactly happened? Martin didn't understand. I was waiting for the scene in the rest area. When shooting a gunfight on the set, an actor's pistol fired the fourth time, and the blank bullet turned into a live bullet. He pointed to his ear. You know, I'm good with guns, and can hear the difference. McLean lowered his voice and asked, isn't it a Russian spy? Martin thought for a moment and said, it shouldn't be. He pointed to the props group. My manager Bruce, you know him. Old Bruce knows some of the situation, and he is taking a statement over there. Let's go over there and take a look. McLean walked over there first. Martin followed. When they arrived at the entrance of the alley where the props group was, they could see a detective from the detective bureau asking Bruce something. Facing the chief detective's question, Bruce told the truth. You all know Martin's situation. So when Martin plays the leading role, his agent will list me as the deputy director of the props group as a necessary condition for negotiation. His words are facts, but they can also make people understand them in other ways. Before the shooting started in the afternoon, I routinely checked the firearms. The gun used by Tom Hardy was also among those I checked, but he refused and just unloaded the first 3 bullets in his magazine and asked me to confirm that they were blanks. A detective was taking notes. When Bruce finished speaking, the female police officer next to him whispered, what he said is consistent with the prop master. The 2 detectives went to ask another prop master wearing sunglasses. The prop master swore, after finishing work in the morning, I have been here all the time, without leaving for a moment. No one has touched the bullets. I swear to God. And I pressed the prop bullets into the magazine with the other 2 people. This is also the rule of the crew. We must supervise each other. He looked serious and responsible. My professional ethics do not allow me to do anything irresponsible. The 2 detectives have already questioned the other 2 prop masters separately. Combined with Bruce's reaction, they asked, do you think the problem is not with you? What about Bruce? The prop master with sunglasses said, old Bruce was checking the gun bullets. I and another person were right next to him. He didn't do anything, but Tom Hardy refused old Bruce to check his gun and magazine. He would never tell anyone about the nap at noon, otherwise the responsibility would fall on him, and he would not be able to mix in this circle in the future. Even if he changed his industry, he would be excluded. The detective asked, British actor Tom Hardy? Speaking of Tom Hardy, the prop master with sunglasses suddenly had an idea. Tom Hardy didn't let Bruce check the gun he was holding, and he walked with the gun alone. The problem may be on the road after he left. After the detectives finished their questioning, a brief meeting was held on the scene. The prop masters supervised each other. Bruce checked it every day, and it seemed that there was no problem, and his words were also consistent. Tom Hardy refused to check the gun, which was a bit strange. There are not too many cases like self-directed and self-acted, not to mention that the other party is a star-level actor and a good actor. These people went to find Tom Hardy. In the set group, Clayson and his colleagues curiously acted as qualified spectators. He did not show any abnormality. He followed what his colleagues in the same group did. It was just a pity that it was not Martin Davis who caused the accidental shooting, but Tom Hardy, the unlucky guy. If it was Martin, with his many violent goon-using methods, it would be very likely to attract public backlash. But he had tried everything he could to help. Clayson would not try it a second time. He had paid off the favor he owed Brad Pitt. Martin waited outside for a while. Bruce went to check and came back. There is good news. Old Bruce whispered, Tom Hardy will be taken to the police station. Martin said, this is not good news. If the main actor gets into trouble, the crew will be shut down. Director Nolan will definitely be unhappy. The representatives of the Actors Guild, Directors Guild, Photographers Guild, and third-party insurance companies have all come. The crew will definitely be suspended for a few days. Bruce said, "You just need to take a break. Aren't you going to have a meeting with the leader?" "There is no time now." Martin walked to a deserted place, and when Bruce caught up, he whispered, "Are there any signs of targeting us?" This is what he really cares about. Bruce thought carefully. "It's hard to say now. I have checked all the guns, bullets and magazines, except the one in Tom Hardy's hand. The other party put the bullet in his pistol magazine, not yours." He thought about it back and forth. "I have learned about the situation from McClane. Combined with everyone's feedback so far, either someone is lying, or something went wrong after Tom Hardy got the gun." Martin asked, "Did the prop team find anything special?" "Not yet." Bruce also asked, "Even at noon, the prop team will leave someone to guard the props." The man said that he never left after work in the morning, and other people have also confirmed this. Martin was somewhat uneasy. "You and the bodyguards should pay more attention. I always feel that something is wrong. It should not be an illusion." Bruce said something that couldn't be more true. "This is the sequel of messing with too many people. We have messed with too many people, and we can't throw them into the Pacific Ocean to feed the fish." This is so reasonable that Martin didn't want to refute it. Not to mention coming to Los Angeles and entering Hollywood. He stepped on other people's heads to get to the top all the way. Even when he was in Atlanta, he made a name for himself by recruiting talents. Since he came to America, he has either been recruiting people or on the way to recruit people. He can't even remember the names of the first few people he recruited in Los Angeles, such as the idiot bitten by a rattlesnake. And the road he took couldn't humanely destroy all the scumbags he recruited. There must be some who would jump out and make trouble for him. Martin suddenly felt tired, but when he thought of wealth, beauty and status, he was instantly full of fighting spirit. Fighting with others is endless fun. Martin said, "You should pay more attention to the private movements of the crew. In terms of investigation, 10 of him and old Bruce combined can't compare with the LAPD, the largest force in Los Angeles. The only thing they can really compare with the LAPD is the speed of emptying the magazine." Bruce replied, "I will. Life must go on." Martin walked forward. "Let's go and comfort director Nolan." Before the two approached the director's group, they found that Nolan was full of energy and high morale. The great director didn't seem to be affected. Nolan had just sent away the representative of the Directors Guild and called his right-hand man Anderson, saying, "Record the real tidbits. A shooting occurred during the filming of The Crew. A photographer was accidentally injured by a bullet. He still endured the pain and finished the shot before asking for help." Anderson wrote quickly, "The real tidbits pursue truth." Nolan was still thinking. The shooting happened, and the negative impact was generated. These are inevitable. But the same thing can still be used in publicity and hype to let more people know about this movie. After experiencing the baptism of countless events, the marketing master Nolan gradually took shape. He said again, "Continue to record." Director Nolan remained calm in the face of danger and commanded calmly to avoid confusion in the crew and cause greater harm. After Anderson finished writing, he looked at his boss again. Nolan thought for a while and said, "Let's stop here for the time being. Let's wait for the police to give the results of the investigation before talking about other things." He had a new idea and saw Martin come over and talk. Martin came over. "Chris." Nolan attached great importance to Martin's opinion on marketing hype and asked, "Can we edit some of the footage shot at that time and sell it to TMZ or other entertainment media to build momentum for the film?" Compared with Nolan, Martin is actually relatively cautious. "We must do a good job of guiding public opinion." "I know." Nolan wanted to make a big thing. Since The Crew was filming in Morocco, he finally encountered a kidnapping case and was complained by those damn Jews all day long, which made him almost explode. Those bastards are stingy and even unwilling to spend money to cover up. They only know how to use their power to pressure people and make them compromise. As for the promised conditions, Nolan didn't believe a word of it. Now, the big event has finally happened again, and Nolan wants to turn a bad thing into a good thing. "I believe that the professionals at Warner Brothers can handle these. That's not a big problem." Martin has worked with Warner Brothers for several years, and Warner led by Barry Meir is more reliable. Nolan still has some ideas, but he dare not tell others. He suspects that this incident may be related to the Moroccan kidnapping case. Those bastards, what dare not do? But considering the influence of Jews in Hollywood, he can only hold back his ideas. Turning his head, he saw Bruce gave him a look, and looked at his face not far away. Tom Hardy was temporarily invited by the LAPD to have coffee and question him. Nolan was busy again. With such an incident in the crew, the filming had to be suspended. The project was also temporarily suspended. When the crew was disbanded that day, Emma Thomas came to inform Martin, and asked him to wait for notification. Martin and Bruce went home directly. The information that LAPD learned from all aspects of the crew was not good for Tom Hardy. At that time, Bruce and the prop master saw that he unloaded 3 blank bullets, but the 4th one had problems. During the shooting, he was supposed to shoot near the stuntman, but he turned a little more and pointed the gun at the photography assistant. There were even several detectives who believed that Tom Hardy was suspected of premeditated murder. The British actor did not come out from the LAPD until late at night after much communication with the crew. In Burbank, in a car on the side of the road, Cassie saw Tony's car turning over and called her brother Ben's cell phone. She's back from the supermarket. Ben moved the car as if he had just come back from outside and was parking. Tony drove over and parked in the parking space in front. Ben got out of the car and Tony got out of the car at the same time. Seeing her taking the purchased items from the back seat, Ben walked over quickly and said, "I'll help you." Tony saw that it was him, stepped aside, held her stomach, and said without hesitation, "Thank you, Ben." Ben brought down 2 shopping bags. "We are all friends. We just happened to meet." The 2 of them went into the building together and took the elevator to the floor where Tony's apartment was located. Ben delivered the things to Tony's door. Tony opened the door and took the initiative to invite her. "Come in and sit for a while." Ben acted very gentlemanly. "Can I?" Tony smiled. "Ben, we are friends." Ben followed her into the apartment and found Martin Davis everywhere as soon as he entered the door. It was as if he was in a store dedicated to Martin Davis products. Chapter 531 The easiest way to dispel rumors. Standing at the entrance of the apartment, Ben Affleck looked towards the living room, and all he could see was Martin Davis. On the wall, there was a poster of Martin Davis as the leader of the Coke cult. On the shelf, there was a photo of Tony wearing a white wedding dress and taking a photo with Martin, but the background was a little strange, as if it was in a DVD store. On the coffee table in front of the sofa, there was also a handmade statue of the Joker. There were too many others to count. Tony is an outsider in Hollywood and has no idea about things like foot and face gangs that are rarely seen in the media. Seeing Ben in a trance, she said, "I'm a fan of Martin, a rather fanatical one. I've been chasing him madly." Ben pointed to the photo frame and said, "You can see that she even wore a wedding dress." Tony took out a bottle of water and gave it to Ben, smiling. "I was very fanatical at that time. There was nothing else in my mind except Martin. Maybe because she hadn't communicated with people for a long time and she finally had a good friend, she couldn't help but say a few more words. I wanted to marry Martin at that time and I felt that he was everything to me." Ben replied, "I also had such a stage. When I was young, I liked Warren Beatty very much. He was my idol. Martin is more than just my idol." Speaking of the person she was thinking about, Tony talked endlessly. "He is also my hero, my spiritual harbor, and my future support." Ben looked surprised. "Future support?" Tony's hand subconsciously rested on her belly and stroked it gently. "No way." Ben saw another photo frame on the TV cabinet, in which was a photo of Martin wearing a large medal on the south lawn of the White House. This was the poster of Martin receiving the Distinguished Presidential Medal of Freedom. The photo didn't look particularly clear, as if it was made of a poster, but he didn't seem to see it, and pointed at the photo frame in shock. "Tony, last time you told me in the hospital that the father of your child participated in the Independence Day celebration." He asked, "Are you talking about Martin Davis?" Tony hesitated for a moment, smiled happily, and nodded gently. "It's him, Martin." Although Ben had some guesses, he was still very excited when he heard this answer. It was not the excitement of shock, but the excitement of excitement. Tony said again, "Ben, please keep this secret for now, so that I can give birth to the baby quietly. We are friends, Tony." Ben sat on the sofa beside her and said, I swear to God that I will keep it a secret for you. He certainly couldn't let other people know such valuable and explosive news. You'd better not tell anyone else about this. Martin is now a national hero of the United States and a top star in Hollywood. Once the paparazzi and entertainment reporters know, they will chase you every day. Tony nodded. No one knows except you. These words suddenly reminded Ben of something, and he asked tentatively, Martin doesn't know either? Tony didn't answer, but was a little alert. Ben noticed this and said, don't get me wrong, I'm also a father of 2 children, and I especially like children. Although I'm not in a very good situation now, I'm also a Hollywood star. I know a lot about Hollywood, and may be able to help you. Tony had seen Ben bring the 2 children to the apartment building. She hesitated for a moment and said, I haven't told Martin about this yet, and he doesn't know about it for the time being. I have a few words to say, don't get me wrong, I'm just speaking from the perspective of Hollywood, to help you preview possible problems in the future. Ben had to be sure of something. Are you sure this child is Martin's? Because she had been vaccinated. Tony was not excited, and said, absolutely sure. Since the release of The Dark Knight last year, I fell madly in love with the Joker and Martin, and I haven't had sex with any other men, and I haven't accepted genetic material from others. She fell into memories. In the early morning of that day, his stuff was filled up, and then I left quietly, and then he was born. He belongs to me and Martin, and DNA can prove it all. Hearing Tony talking about DNA, Ben felt that he was right, and said, you're a good girl, and Martin should be lucky to have a girl like you. Tony liked to hear this. Ben began to lead people to his own thoughts, but there is one thing, as a friend, I must remind you. He said very seriously, many big stars in Hollywood have illegitimate children, such as Martin's best friend Jack Nicholson. Tony, you can check it out. Nicholson's illegitimate child incident caused a lot of uproar in the city, but he refused to admit it. Even now, his attitude has not changed at all. Tony's smile gradually faded. Ben continued, have you ever thought about what you would do if Martin refuses to acknowledge the baby in your belly? No. This was the first time Tony had fallen from fantasy to reality after she became pregnant. The gap made her feel uncomfortable, and she didn't want to face it. The Martin I know is sunny, handsome, and responsible. He is a hero, not this kind of person. Ben reminded, don't forget that Jack Nicholson is his best friend. Tony was silent. After a while, she said, no matter what, I will give birth to the child. Ben encouraged her, this is your child. Of course you have to give birth to it. A father has responsibilities to his child, both morally and legally. Tony put her hands on her belly. I don't care what I look like, but my child should have a father, and should grow up in an atmosphere full of fatherly and motherly love. You are right. Ben showed a nostalgic look. I'm also a father. I have had a family and I have children. He is a star with average acting skills in Hollywood, but he is more than enough to deal with Tony. As a father, I will not watch my friend's child without a father. Tony, I will help you. Tony also realized that the problem might not be as simple as she thought. It would be a good thing to have someone who knows Hollywood to help her out. She said, Ben, I will go to you for advice when I need it. Ben smiled and nodded. You can call me anytime. Tony was encouraged and felt that she could solve any difficult problems. Ben quickly said goodbye and left. When he left Tony's house and came to the elevator, he couldn't help but clench his fist and waved it vigorously a few times. After spending so much time, he finally found Martin's weakness. Back to his apartment, Cassie Affleck was waiting for him and asked, are you sure? Ben couldn't suppress his excitement on his face. Yes, it's the illegitimate child of Martin Davis. I thought he was really an alternative among Hollywood stars. Cassie smiled disdainfully. It turns out that he is no different from others. Ben said, this is Hollywood. How can there be no cheating, no affair, no forcing women, no illegitimate children, and no fans of KO? Cassie laughed happily. Ben added, it will be some time before Tony gives birth. During this time, our mission is to protect Tony and let her give birth to the baby smoothly. Only with this child can we truly seek justice. Cassie nodded. I will protect her in secret, and you will take care of her in the open. These two people are more concerned than when Jennifer Garner was pregnant. Now all they have to do is to make sure Tony gives birth to the baby. In Beverly Hills, Bruce drove the Escalade into the community not far away, and Martin found a car parked in front. Two people were standing next to the car and arguing. They were his neighbors, Charlize Theron and Stuart Townsend. Martin didn't want to care at first, but when he saw Stuart's face, he suddenly remembered what happened when he threw away the garbage a few days ago. "Bruce, stop the car," Martin said. Escalade stopped behind the sedan. Bruce heard Martin talk about the trash can being kicked. "You don't really want to make his slander review come true, do you?" Martin covered his chest and said, "It's very uncomfortable to be slandered out of thin air. Do you know how it feels? I hate rumors the most." He opened the car door and got out of the car and asked back, "Old Bruce, do you know what is the easiest way to dispel rumors in this world?" Bruce knew the scumbag best and murmured, "Turn rumors into reality and rumors will fall apart on their own." Martin got out of the car and heard the two people arguing fiercely. He didn't care who was right or wrong. At this moment, appearance represented justice. Martin shouted over there, "Sally, do you need me to call the police?" Stuart, who was furious, turned his head when he heard this and saw Martin at a glance and shouted angrily, "Oh, there is nothing between you? I'm arguing with you and you asked him to come over to help?" Charlize was so angry that she didn't want to talk. Martin stood on the other side of the car and asked again, "Are you okay?" Stuart shouted, "It's none of your business." Martin ignored him and asked Charlize, "There are so many people coming and going here, shall I take you home first?" Charlize didn't want to argue outside, so she said, "Thank you for your help." She ignored Stuart and walked around to Martin's Escalade. Martin went over to help her open the door, and neither of them paid any attention to Stuart, and they got into the Escalade one after another. Bruce immediately drove away. Stuart was almost mad and kicked the wheel of the car viciously. In the car, Charlize said, "I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself." Martin comforted her. "Elizabeth and I also had quarrels sometimes." Charlize shook her head. "He is simply unreasonable. He quarreled with me on the road when I just came back from the location shooting." She glanced at Martin. "He actually slandered me that I had an affair with you. This is my fault." Martin specifically mentioned what happened a few days ago. "I came out to throw away the garbage that day and happened to meet Stu. He asked me face to face if I was with you. You know, I denied and refuted him, but he got even angrier and kicked my trash can out of shape. He was helpless. If I hadn't argued with him that day, maybe he wouldn't have quarreled with you today." Charlize didn't expect all this. Nothing had happened between her and Martin, so she had a clear conscience and was even more dissatisfied with Stuart. "Sorry, Martin, I didn't expect that my private affairs would implicate you." Martin smiled. "It doesn't matter. We are neighbors and friends, and we help each other." The Escalade stopped in front of Charlize's house, and Charlize got out of the car and went home. After Martin went back, he put the matter aside for the time being, and Tom Cruise invited him to a party tomorrow night. Chapter 532, Bewitching People and Purifying Souls. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Elizabeth Olsen entered the cloakroom, took out a brand new Bryony suit, and handed it to Martin, who followed behind. "Do you want me to go with you?" she asked. The cloakroom was spacious enough, and Martin changed into his suit in front of the dressing mirror at the door. "You are flying to Europe tomorrow to prepare for Milan Fashion Week with your sisters, so stay home tonight and have a good rest." He put on his suit jacket, and Elizabeth came to help him put on his bow tie, deliberately saying, "Are you afraid that I will join Scientology?" Martin said, "You are the saint of the Coca-Cola god. You can't be abducted by Scientology, or I will try to brainwash Katie Holmes, the wife of Tom Cruise." Elizabeth was of course joking. She dragged out a large suitcase and packed her luggage. Martin got dressed and put on a Cartier men's watch. Seeing that it was still early, he helped Elizabeth. Elizabeth said as she packed her clothes, "I will stay in Milan for a while. I forgot to tell you that I invested in my sister's fashion brand. Now I'm the third largest individual shareholder of the row and I have to work hard for the brand." Martin deliberately said, "You are still a little rich woman. Your halo is overshadowing me." Elizabeth turned back and smiled very sweetly. Because of you, my advertising endorsement fee is very expensive. Martin remembered that the Olsen sisters were doing very well in their careers and said, do your sisters still accept investment? I can lend you some money first. Elizabeth put away her smile and said seriously, I'm afraid that my sisters will fail and will not be able to pay it back in the future. Martin was very direct. It doesn't matter, you can pay it back in other ways. Elizabeth laughed again and turned around to pack her luggage. It was about time. Martin went downstairs, met Bruce and Min who came specially, drove a Cadillac, and went to Tom Cruise's house in Beverly Hills. The two sides were not far apart, and Tom Cruise's mansion occupied a small hill alone. In the night, the lights illuminated the entire hill. The Cadillac arrived at the entrance. Bruce showed the invitation letter. The security guard opened the iron gate. The car drove uphill for a few minutes before arriving at the parking lot. Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes came to greet him. Martin got out of the car accompanied by Bruce and Min. Cruise smiled and shook hands with Martin. Although it's a little late, I still want to congratulate you on winning the Cannes Best Actor award. Thank you. Martin also smiled. Tommy, thank you for your help. Both of them were speaking as Hollywood stars. Cruise formally introduced his wife Katie. Martin also introduced Bruce and Min. The two walked towards the mansion together. There were not many people at the party tonight. Tom Cruise introduced them one by one to Martin. Martin also knew some of them. John Travolta, who had dealt with the Cannes Film Festival, football star David Beckham and Victoria and his wife. Those who he didn't know were also well-known figures in the entertainment industry, such as Elvis Presley's daughter, singer Lisa Presley, young actress Elizabeth Moss, etc. They were all members of Scientology, or members that Scientology wanted to develop. Cruise walked in front and led the way, heading towards the staircase. A middle-aged man walked down the main staircase leading to the second floor. He was wearing a grey suit and had a typical Jewish big nose. The man walked down a little and stopped to stand on the third step. He was obviously taller than the others, and he looked down at the entire living room. His eyes finally fell on Martin. He seemed to be waiting for Martin to take the initiative. But Martin stopped early and looked at him slowly from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Cruise found that the atmosphere was not right and looked at Martin. Come here, I'll introduce someone to you. Martin stood still. Since he agreed to meet Cruise, Martin would of course make preparations in advance and know who the middle-aged man waiting for him to take the initiative to come forward was. At this moment, he was not a Hollywood star, but the leader of the Coca-Cola cult. Of course, Martin's thoughts were not too complicated. Isn't it just a show-off? No one is afraid of the leader with tens of millions of believers. The pan-belief of the Coca-Cola cult is also a belief. Cruise had no choice but to introduce Martin. This is David Miscavige, chairman of the board of directors of the Scientology Technology Center. Martin nodded slightly. Min stepped forward and said, I'm Min, the high priest of the Cola God cult, and this is Martin Davis, the leader of the Cola God cult. Cruise then remembered that Martin had another identity. David Miscavige was the successor of Hubbard, the founder of Scientology. He made a gesture of invitation to Martin and stepped down the steps. Martin also walked towards him. The two shook hands at the center of each other, exchanged a few polite words, and then went into the living room together and sat on 2 single sofas side by side. This was a conversation between the leaders of the cult. It was a bit like sitting and discussing. Others sat down in the seats around. This was not what David Miscavige expected. He originally wanted to absorb a large group. But the other party made it clear and told him in a practical attitude that the two had equal status and were both leaders of the same cult. David seemed to have a very good personal demeanor and temperament, as if he was a natural leader. But he spoke like a charlatan. Over the past year, my soul power has been constantly feeding me feedback that a very important Scientologist has appeared in Los Angeles. He has eliminated evil, but he has also been tainted by evil and urgently needs purification. Martin did not respond, as if he did not understand. David continued, when Tommy told me about you, I knew that Scientologist was you. After seeing you today, I'm sure that you have been tainted by evil in the process of expelling evil. If you do not purify yourself in time, your soul will become abnormal. In this theistic society, the concept of soul can be very deceiving. The CEO said, purification will stimulate your soul power, allow you to achieve sublimation, and expand your thoughts to the entire universe. The earth will be destroyed one day, and the sublimation of the soul will allow you to continue to travel the universe after the earth is destroyed. Including Tom Cruise, all the people who belong to Scientology nodded. Martin thought, is it so boastful? Then let's brag together. Scientology has developed for decades, and established a complete theory. Martin, a poor student, certainly cannot compare, so he simply borrowed it. Thank you for your kindness, there is no need for purification. He said lightly, the Coca-Cola cult has its own protection. Martin sat upright, his handsome face exuded maturity, his temperament was calm and proud. In terms of personal appearance alone, he was much better than David. He said calmly, the belief of the Coke god is that there is a large palace on the top of the universe. The owner of the palace is a great god named Chyanzan. He has 12 gods under him, each with their own magical powers. My soul traveled there, and received their recognition and help. David shook his head, the power of the world comes from the individual soul. Scientology uses science to purify and activate people's flexible power, allowing people to realize their self-worth. Tommy is one of the representatives. This is the biggest propaganda weapon of Scientology. Tom Cruise immediately responded, I suffered from severe dyslexia. After joining Scientology and receiving purification, the dyslexia healed without medical treatment, and I'm who I'm now. Martin smiled slightly. Of course, he couldn't brag halfway. Before I was 20 years old, I was just an ordinary, a good-looking poor boy in the slums of Atlanta, with nothing. He lied. One day, I dreamed of Chyanzan. He asked two of his gods to open up my talents. One was in charge of art and the other was good at fighting. From then on, I became particularly outstanding in these two aspects. David read Martin's resume. From a poor boy with no money, he became a Hollywood star and a national hero in the United States in just a few years. It was a living American dream. Why did a slum dweller with no education, no ability, and no background achieve such success? Just with this good-looking face? David subconsciously believed Martin's words a little. Martin said, I have encountered several fatal threats. The first one looked like a student, but it was actually a gangster. When I arrived in Washington, I encountered Russian spies. Last year, more than a dozen well-trained Russian spies attacked me. What was their fate? What would happen if a normal person encountered them? David blinked. Although he didn't quite believe it, he felt that Martin's words did make some sense. Martin said lightly, I have never been a soldier, and have not undergone military training. Why do I have such skills? Because my talent in physical combat has been strengthened. Tom Cruise and others also felt that what Martin said made some sense. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to do what happened to Martin. Of course, they will not shake their beliefs. But the Beckhams, who Scientology has been focusing on developing in recent years, are different. They think what Martin said is more reliable than Scientology. The heavenly God may be another incarnation of God. After Martin boasted, he told the facts. Under normal circumstances, how many years does it take for a sect to develop tens of millions of believers? It took Scientology several decades to develop millions of believers, and the Coca-Cola Church was established in less than 4 years. David suddenly realized that the party that was originally intended to attract Martin had turned into a debate, and he was completely defeated. He wanted to reverse the decline. The Coca-Cola Church is a commercial sect and a pan-belief. Martin couldn't help laughing. If I remember correctly, Tommy introduced you as a chairman of the board. Tom Cruise is a stalwart of Scientology and took the initiative to help. I have prepared a sumptuous dinner. Shall we go to the banquet hall? Martin stood up first. Just right. I'm a little hungry. Tom Cruise led everyone into the banquet hall, and Katie Holmes asked the servants to serve the meal. David Miscavige was much more stable this time, and no longer wanted to purify other people's souls at every turn. After dinner, Martin took the initiative to say goodbye. The Beckhams also said goodbye, and caught up with Martin in the parking lot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533. Not pretty enough, so rejected. Looking at Beckham and Victoria, who were walking quickly, Martin thought that he had fooled these two people with his nonsense. Had he? In his impression, Victoria was as smart as a monkey. The two of them obviously took Victoria as their main focus. She came to Martin and said, "What you said just now was very novel." Martin had never thought of becoming a leader like Scientology, and said, "I'm an actor and I'm good at improvisation." Victoria was stunned. Beckham continued, "Martin, you are an honest and reliable person. This is well known in Hollywood." Martin acted helpless. "Tommy helped me and invited me to the party. I couldn't not come, but there are some things I don't like, so I can only think of other ways. The couple came because of Tom Cruise." Victoria replied, "We don't like it either." She was a very smart woman and said directly, "Can we join your Coca-Cola church?" Martin was a little surprised and said, "Of course. The Coca-Cola church is a pan belief. It doesn't require you to listen to courses, nor does it purify the hearts and souls of its followers. It doesn't need donations. You just need to buy a commemorative edition of Coke and register on the official website to become a member of the Coca-Cola Church. Such an organization sounds more reliable than Scientology." Beckham said, "We will join the Coca-Cola Church immediately when we go back." Victoria's joining was not her purpose, so she asked Martin, "Does our Coca-Cola Church have regular gatherings?" Martin had not considered this for the time being. "Not yet. As far as I know, many people are interested in the Coca-Cola Church." Victoria wanted to make more connections through a reliable organization, which was also the main reason for her close relationship with Tom Cruise. She sincerely suggested, "Master, don't you consider establishing a mechanism for regular gatherings?" Martin thought for a while and said, "I will seriously consider this." Victoria and Beckham shook hands with Martin and his group and said goodbye, watching them get in the car and leave. After sending Mean away first, Martin and Bruce return home and asked before getting off the car, "Old Bruce, shall we set up a gathering mechanism?" Bruce always thought Martin's drunken talk was a joke. "Don't you want to dissolve the United States? Maybe this will be your first step." Martin thought for a while. It seems good to be a platform for exchanging human resources. He wrote this down and asked Thomas to communicate with Coca-Cola. At the beginning, it is definitely necessary to use the resources of Coca-Cola. Back to the villa, Elizabeth was surprised. "You are back so early?" Martin went over and hugged her. "You are leaving tomorrow. I will take more time to accompany you." The housekeeper gave Bruce a look, and the two left the villa. Martin carried Elizabeth horizontally and went upstairs. Bruce came to the fountain, took out his mobile phone, and made a call. "Hi, Cola." The other side interrupted him. "Old Bruce, are you coming over tonight? Kim is here too." Bruce said, "I'll be there right away." This was destined to be a night of continuous gunfire. The next morning, Martin went to the airport to see Elizabeth off and went to Warner Studios to meet Nolan first. The investigation of the shooting on the set has not made much progress. Tom Hardy, who fired the gun, is in trouble and still under suspicion. The LAPD has ordered him not to leave Los Angeles in the short term. Fortunately, the person's injuries are not serious, and the crew and the insurance company are discussing compensation with him. If we give up the pursuit of responsibility, there will be much more room for maneuver in the future. Nolan told Martin, "The earliest we can resume filming is next week." Fortunately, after the news was exposed, the film attracted more attention, and the crew did not suffer losses in vain. Martin said, "Chris, you have the ability to turn decay into magic, and you can always guide public opinion." Nolan said directly, "Actually, I learned it from you. I learned a lot from you, especially in publicity." Martin started from his own safety. The prop management of the crew must be strengthened. Nolan agreed. "I'm going to send Anderson over, and there must be no more accidents." This name sounded familiar. Martin thought about it and remembered that it was the screenwriter who was good at writing real tidbits. Nolan added, "Anderson may not be good at other things, but he never compromises when it comes to executing the tasks I assign." Martin fully believed this, and ordinary screenwriters would not write such wonderful recruited bits. After Martin said goodbye and left, Nalan came to the office window alone. The Moroccan incident had a great impact on him. He always felt that the shooting was related to the Jews. Near noon, Martin received a call from Thomas. Eri Emmanuel asked him to play golf at the Los Angeles Country Club. When Martin went there was a woman besides Thomas and Eri. Eri's #1 female client, Natalie Portman. She wore a white sun hat and light-colored women's golf pants, and looked very thin. She looked a bit like the rib spirit that Martin often saw in Hangdian in his previous life. Martin went over, bumped fists with Eri, and said, "You picked the sport that I'm least good at." Eri laughed and said, "Because I'm sure to beat you only in golf." He introduced, "This is Natalie. Nat, this is Martin. This should be the first time you meet." Martin gently shook the hand that Natalie extended to her. "Matilda in Leon was my childhood idol." Natalie smiled and said, "I was ignorant when I was a child, so I took such a role." Martin's words changed again. "I like Padme Amrita as well." Ali pointed to the electric car on the side. "I'll be the driver. Guys, get in the car." The equipment of the 4 people was placed on the electric car driven by Bruce in the back. Ali drove the electric car towards the flat lawn in the distance, and said as he drove, "Some people at CAA put pressure on Nalan, and it is said that the situation is not very good." Martin asked, "Why?" Ali hesitated for a moment and said, "What happened in Morocco with your crew, the 4 female kidnappers he caught personally?" He shrugged. "If Nalan was in WMA, I would put pressure on him as well." Martin remained calm on the surface, but he knew clearly in his heart that among the 4 people on the electric car, 2 were Jewish. Ali and Natalie. Think about it. Ali's brother Am is the White House Chief of Staff. The influence of Jews on this country is evident. A few years ago, Mel Gibson scolded the Jews, and Ali was one of the biggest promoters of Hollywood's ban on Mel Gibson. Martin still looked confused. "Shouldn't CAA support Nalan?" "I almost forgot. You don't know the inside story." Ali said simply, "They are Jewish." He added, "It's okay for you to know." Martin suddenly realized, "I understand. Don't worry." Ali said, "Take some time, introduce them, and I will talk to Nalan." Martin thought for a while and said, "You should have heard about the shooting on the crew. It's not appropriate now. It's best to wait until the film is finished." Ali replied, "There is no rush for this matter." The electric car stopped at this time, and the group entered the driving range. Martin's golf level was very average, and Natalie was also a novice. Thomas played okay. The 4 of them were talking about business, rather than playing golf. Natalie swung the club and hit the ball very far. She shouted happily. Martin said, "Good technique. Have you practiced before?" Natalie put down another white ball. "I played for a while when I was studying at Harvard University, and then I went to Jerusalem for further studies, and I seldom played." Martin, a super poor student, was not interested in her resume that she was vaguely showing off, and said, "I haven't practiced golf much. I'm best at shooting." Ali came over with a club at this time. "Are you guys having a good chat? Are you interested in working together? Isn't it a great idea for the company's #1 male star and #1 female star to appear in the same movie?" Martin put down the club and asked, "Do you have a suitable project?" "I don't, but you do." Ali asked Martin out today for 2 of his important clients. "Aren't you going to adapt the best-selling book Gone Girl with David Fincher?" David Fincher is publicly recruiting female leads. Martin said, "That's true." Ali walked behind Natalie and said, "Nat is also amazing. Isn't she very suitable for the amazing Amy?" Natalie continued, "The role of Amy completely attracted me. Her high education and high IQ are somewhat similar to mine." Martin heard this and understood why Natalie had just talked about her experience studying in Harvard and Jerusalem. On the other side, Thomas shook his head slightly at Martin, indicating that he didn't know about it. Martin smiled and said, "This project is a joint investment of many parties. Not only my studio, but also a director of David Fincher's level, is not something I can control." He threw the white ball in his hand and bounced it up to catch it. "I'll say hello to the crew and director Fincher. Nat will directly enter the 3rd round of auditions. The final result must be a combination of opinions from all sides." This is also what Ali wanted. The leading actress can't be given just because he wants to, unless Natalie can get a large amount of funds and bring them into the group. Natalie took the initiative to thank him. "Thank you, Martin. You're welcome. I can't guarantee that you can win." In Martin's eyes, the exquisite and beautiful Amy written by Gillian Flynn is not something Natalie can handle at all. This strict vegetarian who is famous in Hollywood has a skinny body and ordinary appearance. She can't pass David Fincher's test at all. Some time ago, David Fincher's old friend Reese Witherspoon offered herself to him, but Fincher rejected her without hesitation on the grounds that she was not beautiful enough. Ali mentioned Ridley Scott again. "Would you not consider Robin Hood?" Martin directly refused. "I can't adjust my schedule." Ali had no choice but to accept it. Martin was not very worried. Every time Ridley Scott messed up an epic film, he would find a science fiction film to restore his reputation and confidence. Then he would talk to Ridley Scott again. Chapter 534 Masked Party. After a week of suspension, the crew officially resumed filming. Martin had few scenes left, and he finished them smoothly in just one morning. It seemed that the entire crew had returned to normal. Bruce had inquired a lot privately, and had talked with every prop master privately, but like the LAPD, there was no substantial gain. According to everyone's feedback, there was no abnormality at all that day. The LAPD sent someone to follow the crew, to prevent any more accidents. Martin took off his macape, and got out of the trailer. Ellen Page had been waiting outside. When she saw Martin, she couldn't wait to share. "I just heard a piece of news," Martin said. "It seems to be good news." Ellen Page did not hide her happiness and said, "The production team said that the firefighters insurance company has decided not to provide insurance services to Tom Hardy until the conclusion of the LAPD investigation comes out." At the level of Tom Cruise or Leonardo, even if there is no insurance company to provide insurance, there will be crews who will take the risk of using them as the male lead. With Martin's business trends in the past 2 years, perhaps it can be negotiated. But a small star like Tom Hardy, who has been temporarily blacklisted by the insurance company, will undoubtedly suffer a serious setback in his career. Martin squinted his eyes. "Don't be so excited. We are not superficial people." Ellen Page nodded repeatedly. "Yes, you are right." She covered her mouth, but I just can't help laughing. At lunch, Martin and Nolan sat at the same table and talked about filming in Canada. The crew only planned 5 days for filming in Canada, all of which were snow scenes. Nolan said, "Canada is Tom Hardy's last stop for filming. Because of what happened before, LAPD temporarily restricted Tom Hardy from leaving Los Angeles. Emma and I guaranteed him to go to Canada." Martin told the truth. "This matter is weird." Nolan looked at both sides and finally couldn't help but whispered, "I always feel that it is related to the matter in Morocco." Martin understood what Nolan said and said appropriately, "Ali, WMA's #1 partner and CEO, he told me one thing, saying that the 4 female kidnappers may be related to Jewish forces." Seeing that he understood something, Nolan simply said, "It's not possible, but definitely related. I have been under a lot of pressure from Jewish forces recently, and I have to agree that the 4 female kidnappers will return to the country for trial." Martin spread his hands. "Will they be tried when they return to the country? No one will believe it." Nolan's dissatisfaction was evident, but there was nothing he could do. He could only say what was happening in front of him. "It is said that those people are particularly vengeful. I ruined their good deeds, and they turned around to make trouble for me. It makes sense." He was quite helpless. "Even CAA put pressure on me. This agency was originally founded by Jews, and all the current senior partners are Jews." Martin thought the timing was right, so he said, "Ali wants to talk to you. Anytime. It's up to you." Nolan laughed. "Want me to change jobs?" Martin said, "I've got your message. I'm not responsible for anything else." Nolan asked for Ari Emanuel's contact information. Even if he didn't change jobs, it was necessary to meet Ali. Today's CAA is quite like William Morris's dominance, and sometimes it doesn't treat customers with enough respect. Back then, Michael Office and Ron Mears started a business with 5 people. In order to attract customers, they didn't hesitate to jump onto the wine table, twist their fat butts, and do clown dances to please customers. The filming of Inception has reached the final stage. Nolan is considering a new project and specifically talked about this with Martin. Jonathan has started writing the script for the last part of the Batman trilogy. The title should be The Dark Knight Rises. I have been hesitating whether the Joker should return. Martin asked, if he is not the number one villain, there is no need to return. Nolan and Martin have always had a pleasant cooperation. He specifically said, the number one villain is Bane. Even if the Joker appears, he will not have many roles. It is really unnecessary. He also has other considerations. Once Martin's Joker appears, he may steal all the limelight from the new villain. Nolan added, I was originally planning to have Tom Hardy play Bane, but now it seems too risky to use him again. Martin thought of the movie in his previous life and asked, is it still a duel between two heroes? It's different. Nolan would not repeat himself. It's roughly like in the comics. Bane will be someone who can knock Batman down physically and physically. Seeing Nolan taking the initiative to discuss, Martin also said, if the crew and Warner continue to use Bale, maybe it would be better to use an actor who is more muscular than Bale for Bane. Nolan nodded slightly, that makes sense. Martin did not have a good impression of Tom Hardy, so it was natural for him to do things like kicking someone when he was down. After lunch, Martin temporarily left the crew. On the way back in the car, Bruce said, fortunately, we did not come forward at the time, otherwise you would have faced the pressure from the Jews. Martin said, this circle is full of too many Jewish forces. He may have limited knowledge of other industries, but the media and entertainment industries have been greatly affected. After the crew strengthened management, no more accidents occurred, and the filming of all scenes in Los Angeles was completed 4 days later. Nolan took a small group of people including Martin to Calgary, Canada, to shoot the Snow Mountain Fortress scenes in the Dream. The crew built a fortress with wooden materials in a 1:1 ratio on a ski resort here, which was specially used for real-life shooting. Unlike before, Nolan used a large number of stunt doubles for the Snow Mountain scenes, especially some difficult skiing fight scenes, because they were covered by helmets. Stunt doubles were also very convenient to use. Lewis and Buck, who Martin had worked with many times, also came to Calgary, and all dangerous scenes were completed by these two people. The filming in Canada lasted for a week. Martin basically maintained a 2-point itinerary between the set and the hotel. The temperature on the mountain was low, and even he would feel very tired after a busy day. Nolan hired a whole security team to protect the crew. In his heart, he had never dispelled his suspicion of Jewish forces. After the filming in Canada, Tom Hardy returned to Los Angeles. He still had to clear his suspicion. If he continued to stay on the insurance company's blacklist, not to mention that his acting career would be cut off, large and medium-sized Hollywood production companies would definitely not use him again. The rest of the crew went to Paris to join the crew. There were relatively few scenes in Paris, mainly the roles of Martin, Mean and Ellen Page. At the entrance of the open-air cafe, many people in the crew were busy. Next, they would use air cannons to blast the dream collapse effect around Martin and Ellen Page. The power and direction of the air explosion must be carefully calculated to avoid the two actors. Bruce put his hands in his pockets and kept staring at the props team and the stunt team. Although he didn't understand the specific principle, Bruce's presence here was a kind of supervision and reminder. Martin got off the trailer, went straight into the temporary studio, and sat at the coffee table. Ellen Page came from the other side and sat next to him. The recent shooting incident on the set made her a little nervous, and she asked, is there going to be an explosion around us in this scene? Martin said, relax, the stunt team has conducted repeated experiments. Last night, Emma Thomas and the stunt team leader sat in our position and conducted an explosion experiment. Hearing this, Ellen relaxed. After the set was set up, Nolan came over to ask a question, and the filming officially began. The script supervisor hit the board, and Martin and Ellen Page started discussing the dream. Both of them were in the right state, and the filming went very smoothly. In the last scene, as the dream collapsed, the air cannon set up on the street exploded, and countless pieces of paper flew into the sky. The most recent explosion was half a meter behind Martin and the other person. The pieces of paper fell down. Nolan called a stop. This one passed. Martin grabbed the paper and borrowed the lines of the male protagonist Cobb, saying, I never know when the dream starts, but every dream and nightmare is always very real, so real that people think it has happened and is about to happen. In Alan's eyes, Martin is an optimist and a hedonist. Hearing him say this, he was very surprised. Why do you suddenly say this? Martin smiled and said, because there is a carnival party this weekend. Many actresses in the French film industry will attend. When Alan heard about the actress, he immediately became interested. Are you going to? Martin said, Isabelle Huppert invited me. Of course I can't be absent. Menet contacted Isabelle Huppert when he came to Paris. The latter refused to have a social party with the crew because the director and producer of the crew were all annoying British. But Huppert invited Martin and Menet and other non-British actors to attend a special party she was organizing. Alan and Martin were also getting acquainted, so he asked directly, can I go? Martin was a little surprised. You want to go? Alan said, I like French actresses. You can go, Martin emphasized, but you can't steal her from me. Alan laughed, no problem. The two went to another studio in a nearby neighborhood to continue filming. During the break, Mean came over. Boss, the time is confirmed, this Saturday night. Mean had just contacted Huppert. The location is Huppert's villa in the 16th district, and the theme is a masked party. Men and women choose each other. Not only us, but also some French and Italian male stars or models will be there. Martin didn't care about men, and asked, who will attend from France? Mean said, Huppert has invited Eva Green, but she hasn't replied yet, so it's not certain whether she will attend. In addition, each participant needs to provide the latest experience report. Martin was used to this, and it was a reassuring rule. Chapter 535 The True Face Under the Mask. The crew's base was in the 16th district. It was dark on the weekend. Martin, Mean and Ellen Page got in the same car and left the hotel. Mean looked at Ellen in surprise. We are going to pick up girls. Ellen's long hair was tied into a bun, and he was wearing a fitted black suit. He said, I'm going to pick up girls too. You? Mean's eyes widened. Ellen nodded. Who said women can't pick up girls? What a waste. Waste is shameful. After getting familiar with each other, Mean spoke casually. He raised two fingers and was extremely sad. You wasted two people at once. Ellen deliberately said, which one do you like? Be careful that I will snatch it from you. Mean shook his head. It's useless. You can't snatch it away. He was very confident in this regard. Don't say you. Even the boss can't snatch it away. Ellen looked at Martin in surprise. Is he bragging? No, he's not bragging. Martin can calmly accept the side of himself that is not as good as Mean. I really can't snatch the target that Mean likes. Ellen couldn't figure it out and was full of puzzlement. Bruce drove to the villa area on the west side of the Bois de Boulogne Park and approached a large villa with a courtyard. Isabelle Huppert has been in the film industry for many years and is wealthy. The four people parked the car and came to the door of the villa. Several men in suits guarding the door read the invitation, took out 4 golden masks with exposed mouths, and motioned them to put them on. Masked parties, as the name suggests, are all about this mysterious atmosphere. A man in a suit reminded, please don't take off the mask before leaving. Martin put on the mask, but took off his suit jacket and threw it to Bruce. When he walked in, he unbuttoned a shirt button. The fitted white shirt highlighted his sturdy figure, adding a bit of wildness to his original gentlemanly temperament. In the courtyard, there were more than a dozen men and women, all wearing golden masks, and their original appearance could not be seen clearly. Ellen Page found a petite woman in a red dress and said, I'm going to act alone. Martin waved his hand and went into the villa hall with Mean. There were about 20 to 30 people in the spacious hall. Most of the women were wearing fitted dresses, and their faces were covered by masks, but everyone had a good figure. The men were fat and thin, and some looked quite old. A woman in a suspender skirt walked by nearby, and Mean turned his eyes to her and said, Boss, I'm leaving too. Go ahead. Martin was still looking for his target. Bruce followed Mean's gaze, and saw the woman in the suspender skirt, and said, do you know her? Mean said, I took a lot of photos of her exposed on the red carpet of the Cannes Film Festival, especially the exposed position. I have studied it carefully, and I will never make a mistake. He clapped his fists. Sophie Marceau, that's her. Martin also heard it. Old buddy, good luck. Bean nodded and walked over there quickly. Maybe this guy really has a special temperament that attracts older women. When Martin's eyes swept around the hall and turned to Mean again, he was already chatting enthusiastically with the woman in the suspender skirt. A woman in a black and white floral dress next to him looked carefully at the faintly protruding muscle outline under Martin's shirt, walked over quickly and invited him. Let's have a drink together. The woman spoke French, and Martin could understand simple words. A masked party is like opening a blind box. If you are not familiar with each other, no one knows whose face is under the mask. However, this blind box is a two-way choice. Martin smelled the fragrance of the woman. Channel No. 5 perfume. Leonardo and Nicholson, the two bastards, are well versed in perfume. Women who like Channel No. 5 are older and more mature. Martin politely refused. Sorry, ma'am, I don't want to drink for the time being. The mask covered his face and would not make people embarrassed. The woman did not bother to pester him and went to find the next target. Martin turned around in the hall. During this time, 4 or 5 women came up to say hello, but he politely refused them all. From the size of her chest and the color of her skin, he could tell that it was not Eva Green, the first target tonight. Hi, man. Suddenly a man came over to say hello, alone. Martin shook his head and walked away. There really were all kinds of people at Huppert's party. Martin didn't find his target in the hall, so he went to the backyard. As soon as he entered the backyard, he saw many people looking at the 3rd floor, so he turned his head to look over there. On the balcony on the 3rd floor, a man and a woman were leaning against the railing, studying horse racing. Because they were wearing the same golden masks, no one knew who they were. The mask not only covered the face, but also the embarrassment and shame of the person. Martin took advantage of the fact that everyone was attracted by the two people on the balcony and quickly scanned them, and then fixed his eyes on a woman who had just come out of the side door. This person was about 1.7 meters tall, with long brown hair behind the golden mask, and a blue long skirt that was propped up to a considerable height in front and behind. Martin walked over there, and judging from her fair and delicate skin with rich experience, she was about 25 years old. The woman's golden mask also turned to Martin. The mask covered her expression, but Martin could see from her behavior that she seemed to be interested. He recalled The Dreamers, which he had watched many times. Eva Green had brown hair, was about 1.7 meters tall, had a very large chest, and was about 26 or 27 years old. Martin took 2 glasses of wine from the tray carried by the waiter, walked over quickly, and handed over a glass. Can I buy you a drink? The daughter reached out to take the wine, clinked it with Martin's hand, and took a sip. According to the party rules, you cannot ask for the other person's name unless the other person agrees to leave with you. Martin took a sip of wine. He really didn't speak French very well, so he asked, "Can you speak English?" "Of course." The woman smiled and said, "Although I'm French, I have practiced American English." Suddenly, a strange cry rang out. Martin and the woman turned their heads at the same time. On another balcony on the 3rd floor, there was a red dress with both hands on the railing, and a golden mask was looming behind her. Perhaps stimulated, the 2 people on the balcony next to them also shouted. On the balcony between the 2, a 3rd pair appeared. The mask gave people great courage. There were seats next to the backyard swimming pool. Martin made a gesture to invite him. "Sit down and enjoy." The woman came over and naturally took his arm. "The party here is really extraordinary." The 2 came to the side of the swimming pool and found a seat for 2 to sit down. Martin stretched out his hand to try. Seeing that the woman did not refuse, he put his arm around her shoulders and watched the show together while brewing the atmosphere. The woman leaned on Martin, feeling his strong and powerful muscles. Suddenly, she reached out and touched his firm abdominal muscles. Martin also confirmed that the other party had no padding. As for whether it was artificial or natural, he could tell it with his experience. On the 3rd floor opposite, there were 3 big plays and 6 actors, and the performances were wonderful. Some people left the backyard one after another. Some people entered the villa and may have gone to the 2nd or 3rd floor. Some people left the party directly. After all, staying at the party meant that they could not take off their masks and could not ask who the other party was. There might be a face of Gordonberg on the hot body. Most people tacitly abided by the rules. Martin enjoyed the show and exclaimed, "Iris Huppert is worthy of being the first French goddess of art." The party she designed is very creative and full of artistic atmosphere. The woman leaning on him was quite confident. Maybe in a dozen years, I will surpass Iris Huppert and become the #1 French actress. Martin turned his head and could only see the confidence in the woman's eyes under the golden mask. In such an artistic environment, the two looked at each other and leaned forward, wanting to kiss. With a light bang, the bulging noses of the two masks collided. This damn mask is carefully designed, and it is not easy to kiss. Martin stretched out his hand and invited, "Let's go to another place." The woman nodded slightly, pointed to the villa, and asked, "Let's go inside, or to the balcony?" Even though Martin was wearing a mask, he didn't want to be watched, and said, "Why don't we go out and find a place?" The woman did not refuse. She stood up with him, and said as she walked out, "Do you really want to know who I am?" Martin did not answer, but asked, "Don't you want to know who I am?" The woman said, "I have some guesses, but it is not appropriate to guess here. Everyone at this party tacitly abides by the rules." Martin had an idea. "Why don't we write down our answers when we go out, and then take off our masks to see who guessed correctly? This game is very interesting." The woman said, "The person who guesses correctly will take the initiative." Martin is good at everything, front and back, left and right, and is definitely an all-round player. He said, "No problem." The two left the backyard, crossed the front yard, came to the door, and walked out of the door arm in arm. Martin saw Bruce getting into the car in the distance and preparing to drive over. He asked the security guard at the door for a pen and said, "Write your name on the palm of your hand." The woman took the pen, turned her left hand back to Martin, wrote a line of words on the palm of her hand, and gave the pen to Martin. Martin also wrote a name on the palm of his left hand. The pen was returned, and after a short wait, Bruce drove a black car and stopped at the roadside. Martin opened the car door. "Get in the car." The two got in the car one after another, and Bruce raised the fender to separate the front and back seats. Martin smiled and said, "The game begins." The woman closed her eyes, put her hands together and prayed, "I hope I'm not wrong, and I hope my dream will come true." She opened her eyes. "Ladies first, this gentleman, please take off your mask." Martin untied the mask and took it off. The moment the woman saw Martin's face clearly, the mouth and nose that were not covered by the mask, she smiled brightly. "It's you." Huppert didn't brag. She really invited Martin Davis to the masked party. She turned over her palm, and Martin's name was written on the palm of her hand. Martin pretended to be helpless. "I'm so easily seen through. Now my answer will be revealed." The woman took off her mask. Martin was somewhat familiar with the face she revealed, but he couldn't remember her name for a moment. But it was definitely not Eva Green. "Don't you know me?" The woman had a good figure, and at this moment she was even more proud, and straightened her waist. "I'm Leah Sedaux, an actress." Chapter 536 Weird Night. In the car, Martin carefully examined Leah Sedaux's face. Like many famous actors, she was very recognizable. Most European film actors who impressed Martin deeply were like Eva Green, who had made great contributions to film art. Through Leah Sedaux's face and name, Martin remembered a movie character with short blue hair. It was said that this was a French movie with a spirit of hard work. Only such artistic masterpieces can leave a deep impression on people. Martin sighed secretly. It was indeed easy to make mistakes if you didn't do it yourself and just judge people by their figure and hair color. But even though he thought so, his face didn't show it at all. Instead, he showed a sense of surprise and lifted Leah's chin with his fingers. "You are much more beautiful than Huppert." Martin hadn't forgotten the name in his hand. "More beautiful than the person I imagined." Leah took Martin's hand and turned over his palm. The name of Eva Green was written inside. Martin used actions instead of words, gently pinched her chin, and pulled her over. Without the obstruction of the mask, the two kissed each other. We arrived at the hotel and went into Martin's room together. Martin was experienced and in no hurry. He behaved very gentlemanly and asked, "Would you like a drink?" Leah replied, "Okay." Martin brought 2 wine glasses, opened a bottle of red wine, and casually asked, "Did you recognize me at the party?" I had a guess, but I didn't expect to be right. Leah raised her glass and clinked glasses with Martin, a toast to me, because I'm so lucky. Martin smiled, "Because you met me?" Leah took a sip of wine and said, "I saw you several times at the Cannes Film Festival this year. I have always remembered your figure, but it's a pity that you didn't notice me." Martin said, "It's my problem. If I had seen you at that time, maybe we would have had a beautiful encounter. Actually, I wanted to say hello to you." What the woman said at this time was similar to Martin's, mostly false. It was not convenient at the time, and I was worried about getting myself into trouble. Martin was surprised. "I'm not a difficult person, am I?" Leah found what he said interesting and deliberately teased, "I haven't tried it, so I don't know." She returned to the previous topic. "The people on my side are difficult to deal with. I followed the crew of Inglourious Bastards. The producer and director didn't seem to like you very much." Hearing the name of the movie, Martin immediately thought of Quentin and Harvey, without any change on his face, and said, "This is not a secret in Hollywood." Leia didn't seem to mean anything else. "Because of them, I can't say hello to you." Martin smiled and asked, "You starred in Inglourious Bastards?" "I've seen this movie. The important female characters in it should be Diane Kruger and another French actor." Leia shrugged playfully, "A background role, the farmer's daughter at the beginning of the film." Martin told the truth. "Sorry, I didn't notice it." Not many people would notice it. Leia Seydoux was angry when she mentioned this. "I originally talked about the role of Melanie Laurent, but after the interview with Harvey, there was only a very marginal role." Martin paid attention. "Something unpleasant happened?" Leia said, "It seems that you know something about Harvey." Martin said half seriously, "Even you know that I don't have a good relationship with him. If I don't know him a little, how can I get by in Hollywood?" Leia was silent for a moment before she made up her mind and said, "It was a very unpleasant experience. I went to Los Angeles for an audition. I had never dealt with Harvey before and didn't know his style of doing things. His female assistant said that the crew rented an entire floor of the hotel for office use and took me to his room in the hotel." Martin had heard too many things like this about Harvey and was not surprised at all. During the Cannes Film Festival, Leia heard Harvey scolding Martin more than once. She was not worried that these words would reach Harvey's ears. She was uncomfortable keeping them in her heart for a long time, so she said, "That bastard Weinstein never concealed his intentions the whole time and kept hinting to me frantically that, as long as I slept with him, he would give me a role, but I rejected him." She was able to go to Isabelle Huppert's party to hunt, and she was not a chaste woman. She said directly, "Martin, if I were like you, with a sunny and handsome appearance and an elegant and outstanding temperament, I would just take off my clothes. There's nothing to say." At this point, Leia made a vomiting expression. "I really can't face Weinstein. I will vomit, not to mention that he discriminates against me." Martin could see that she had been holding these things in her heart for a long time, and either she wouldn't say it, or she wouldn't stop once she started talking, so he immediately put on the attitude of a listener. Without Martin asking, Leah puffed out her chest, pointed at Gayoshan and said, "Can you imagine? He actually ridiculed me for being fat, and laughed at my big thing, saying that I must lose weight to have a future in Hollywood." Martin nodded. "That fat guy is not normal in the head. He always thinks of himself as God." Leah thought of those unpleasant experiences and was a little angry. "Yes, he told me that the circle was controlled by him and I couldn't escape his control if I wanted to enter Hollywood." Her smile was a little bitter. "He was too tall, too fat and too heavy. I couldn't push him when he pounced on me. Fortunately, I was extremely disgusted by him, so I vomited, which saved me." Martin said, "You are a lucky girl. I was lucky in this matter, but not in the role. Weinstein was going to kick me out." Leah said again, "My grandfather was the president of the French Pathé Film Company. He had a relationship with an investor who participated in Inglourious Bastards. Weinstein promised the other party to give me a role, and I became a background board." Martin thought for a moment and said, "We have some similar experiences. I don't know if you have heard that Harvey initially invited me to play the leading role in Inglourious Bastards, but I refused. The truth must be mixed with a lie. He threatened me that he would completely ruin my acting career. Leah had heard some rumors in the crew. Aren't you worried? Martin still mixed truth with lies. Warner Brothers is behind me. Harvey does have a huge influence in the independent production circle, but he is still a little worse than the big six. I don't work hard in the independent circle. Leah said, the reason I was able to get rid of Weinstein that day was not just because of vomiting. He was somewhat concerned about my family. With my family background, he dared to do this. You can imagine what the consequences would be for those ordinary actresses if they fell into his hands. From the moment she talked about Harvey, Martin's mind changed. The masked party and the things between men and women were temporarily put aside by him, and Harvey's matter became a serious matter. He specifically said, I've heard a lot of rumors about Harvey, and at least 80% of these rumors are true. Even the bastards in Hollywood are extremely disdainful of his actions. Lee's mind also turned to this. With so many victims, and so many people targeted by him, no one has come forward. Martin continued, Harvey is not an ordinary person. Without ironclad evidence, who can do anything? Where is their evidence? Lee suddenly asked. Martin had secretly encouraged the people of the news of the world in order to find solid evidence, but there was no specific news there. He looked at Lee and asked, do you have evidence? Lee nodded slowly and firmly. I secretly recorded it and kept it in the safe of an apartment my mother bought. Martin stared at Lee seriously. Even Nicholson's acting skills, he could see some clues. The young Lee Sedaux could not have Nicholson's acting skills. Can you tell me more about it? He asked. Leah said, after that, Weinstein didn't give up. Whenever he met me at work, he would come up to me to show his presence and threaten me. I was also very annoyed. Being stared at by a fat pig, I felt so sick that I couldn't eat. Martin encouraged, our experiences are too similar. Leah forced a smile and said, I'm not one of those little actors and poor girls who have never seen the world. I secretly prepared a recorder and recorded Harvey's voice threatening me. This year, he called many actors to Los Angeles in the name of post-production. I thought he might force me, so I found a photographer friend to modify a handbag and install a hidden camera. She sighed. Sure enough, the night I arrived in Los Angeles, he broke into my room and tried to force himself on me despite my refusal. He didn't stop until I shouted that I would call the police. Martin said, if I were there, I would definitely kill that bastard like I did with those Russian spies. This is also what attracts me most about you. Leah is a French woman. She came out hunting tonight and caught such an excellent prey. She did not hide her admiration. A real man. The halo of American national hero surrounding Martin has a real influence. Leah said, there are very few people like you in the entertainment industry. Martin, do you know what my agent and a friend said when I told this? They said these things are everywhere in the entertainment industry. Don't take it to heart. Haha. Leah laughed, and her laugh was helpless. Martin shook her hand and said, it is precisely because of these things that Harvey Weinstein can act so recklessly. Even people like me dare not stand up and say anything without solid evidence. Leah stopped laughing, stared at Martin, and asked seriously, do you really want to deal with Harvey? Martin said, there is a foot gang and a face gang in Hollywood. The two have been hostile to each other several times. The conflict between Harvey and I has never been a secret in Hollywood. If you have friends, you can ask about it. Leah was very cautious. She actually took out her mobile phone, walked to the balcony of the living room, called several friends who were developing in Hollywood, and asked about the relationship between Martin and Harvey. She was born in a French acting family and had certain connections. Since Martin grabbed Wes Craven's new project, he had many conflicts with the Foot Gang headed by Harvey, which had long been circulated in the circle. Chapter 537 Billions of dollars in business. In the morning, Bruce took a newly bought women's casual dress and delivered it to the door of Martin's suite. When he was about to knock on the door across the room suddenly opened. Mean came out, his almost washed face full of energy, as if he was only a handsome young man in his 20s. Bruce wondered, when did this guy come back? Mean just laughed, but didn't say anything. Because a woman's pleasant voice came from the door. Wait for me, let's have breakfast together, and we'll come back after breakfast. How did you train your tongue? It's so flexible that it can even tie a knot in hair. I've experienced so many things, but this is the first time I've seen it. Bruce looked at me in shock. Has she trained to this level? Isn't it too exaggerated? A middle-aged woman in her 40s turned out from the door. People who are familiar with European movies can recognize her at a glance. Sophie Marceau. Bruce secretly gave me a thumbs up. Are you Bruce, the bodyguard of Martin Davis? Sophie Marceau had seen the video of the Santa Monica Pier incident and recognized Bruce. She invited him. Where's Martin? Let's play together later. Bruce knew that Martin was not interested in her and said, Martin has something urgent and is going out. Although Sophie Marceau felt regretful, Mean was indeed very good. She took Mean's arm and said, let's go to the restaurant. Mean smiled and said, Bruce, let's go to breakfast. Sophie Marceau said as they walked, don't eat spicy food for breakfast. You are so good at it that you don't need those things. Mean said seriously, I'm a pure technical flow. Sophie Marceau praised, help me tie a knot later, and I will take a photo to commemorate it. This actress who has staged a flash on the red carpet several times is very open even among the French. When the two turned into the elevator, Bruce knocked on Martin's door and sent the ladies' casual clothes in. 10 minutes later, Martin and Leah Seydoux came out of the room and went to the restaurant for breakfast first. Leah Seydoux also saw Sophie Marceau and said, she's here. Martin said, the person next to her is called Mene, my old friend. He has a special magic that always attracts the attention of old ladies. Leah nodded gently, I know him, Huppet's little lover. I heard that he has a very good appearance and skills, and is especially popular with older ladies. It's true. Martin asked, is Mene so famous in France? It has been spread in the actress circle for a long time. Perhaps it was the romanticism of French women. Leah was thinking seriously, when you have time later, take me to meet Mene. I want to introduce him to my mother. The fork in Martin's hand was inserted off center and fell on the disc, making a crisp ding sound. He couldn't help asking, are you serious? Leah said, of course I'm serious. My parents divorced a long time ago, and my mother has never been satisfied with that aspect. Martin said vaguely, let's talk about it later. After breakfast, Bruce got in the car and drove Martin and Leah to the 7th arrondissement, where her mother had an empty apartment. The video was hidden in a hidden safe in the apartment. Although Leah Seydoux didn't say it explicitly, Martin knew without guessing that she must have made multiple copies. The public security in Paris is not very good, especially in the notorious 93rd arrondissement, which is known as the land abandoned by the French. But the 7th arrondissement, a traditional wealthy area, is relatively safe, just like the 16th arrondissement. Although no one lives in Leah's mother's apartment, it has not been visited by thieves. Leah took down a picture frame and opened a secret door on the wall, revealing the safe inside. Martin and Bruce had already gone to the balcony. The latter asked, will she do it herself? Martin looked back and said, she hasn't gone crazy yet. I promised that, when the situation is unclear, I will only find a chance to release her according to TMZ or other media. Bruce said, where's the video? Martin said, she won't give it to us for the time being, but she told me a piece of news. When the post-production of Inglourious Bastards was completed this year, she paid special attention to Harvey and knew that Harvey might harass another actress, a French-American actress who also hated Harvey, so she provided the actress with a hidden camera, and Harvey did go find that person later. Bruce has heard a lot of rumors about Harvey. With Harvey's style, I would be very shocked and surprised if he wasn't forced. This may be a special hobby developed by the boss. It's boring to be submissive. Martin also made a random guess and continued the previous topic. Leah can be sure that the actress took the video of that night, but she left Los Angeles afterwards, and the video is very likely in her hands. Bruce asked, who is she? Where does she live? I'll have someone go find her. Martin tilted his head back. I don't know yet. If I want to know this information, I may have to pay a lot today. You work harder. Bruce patted Martin on the shoulder and encouraged him. I believe that with your ability, you will definitely get it smoothly, after paying tens of billions. He suggested, why don't I go downstairs and stay here? Martin said, let's go back to the hotel room. There will be no accidents there. Bruce thought that Lee Sedaux could secretly film Harvey's video, and maybe she would install something here to film Martin. He reminded, "It's difficult for us alone." Martin said, "A while ago, Sayos Ronan called me and mentioned a project that may involve Harvey and Warner. I asked Thomas to find out." Lee's voice came over. The thing was found. Martin and Bruce returned to the living room together. Lee held a USB flash drive in her hand and handed it to Martin. Bruce opened a laptop he brought with him, asked Martin to plug in the USB flash drive, and clicked play. First there was an audio clip of Harvey Weinstein threatening people. He didn't mention Leah Sedaux's name, but he clearly expressed his intention to force her. There was also a video clip that was obviously edited. Only Harvey appeared. His vicious look was no less than that of the old black man that the 93 provinces were going to implement. Leah said, "I'm really not being pretentious. Look, which normal woman wouldn't vomit when she's with him?" Martin suddenly thought of Jonah Chapman. He had been busy with work for more than a year. The bet with Leonardo and Nicholson was due to expire at the end of the year. As long as he persisted, he would be able to win. Martin had heard the old fox Angela Lindwall talk about Jonah on the phone several times. After he introduced them to each other, the two of them, plus Carolina, often hung out together. Leah added, "These are all I have for now. The rest are not in Paris. I will bring them back when I have time and give them to you." Martin asked Bruce to pack up his things and said, "Let's go. Take me around Paris." Leah said, "No problem." The two went to see some of the most famous attractions in Paris first, and then went to the Champs-Élysées for shopping. After Martin became rich, he was never a stingy person. He spent more than 100,000 euros in one afternoon. When he returned to the hotel at night, Martin put all his energy into negotiating a big business involving billions of euros with Leah Sedaux. After Leah Sedaux swallowed billions of huge sums of money, her hatred for Weinstein went even further. She did not hesitate to give the name, address, and contact information of the French-American actor. Martin immediately forwarded it to Bruce and asked him to act quickly. Bruce contacted Ivan, who was on vacation in Long Beach. After receiving the news, he immediately rushed to San Diego. In addition, Martin had communicated with Leah Sedaux, and Leah Sedaux agreed to stand up and accuse Harvey when necessary. Of course, she was the one who took advantage of Harvey's misfortune, not the one who blew the trumpet. In fact, everyone in the industry understood that the first few people who stood up to accuse Harvey were equivalent to cutting off their own career paths as actors. Therefore, Martin never expected to open a gap with star-level actors. But once the gap is opened, people like Gwyneth Paltrow, Nicole Kidman and Meryl Streep, who had the closest relationship with Harvey Weinstein, will also be the ones who stepped on Harvey the hardest. The next morning, Leah Sedaux left the hotel early, and Martin returned to the crew to continue filming the remaining scenes in Paris. After 2 consecutive days of filming, he welcomed the last scene of the crew. Nolan deliberately put the final highlight at the end of the filming. On the set, Martin took the box delivered by Nolan himself, and when he opened it, there was the metal gyroscope inside. Nolan pointed to the table on the other side and said, "Let it spin for a while. I've thought about it, and we'll use the ending you said." Martin was preparing his emotions. "No problem." Nolan returned to the director's seat, thought about it, and felt that Martin's commercial appeal should not be wasted, so he turned his head. Assistant Anderson immediately ran over. "Director?" Nolan said, "Record the tidbits." Before shooting the last scene, director Nolan accepted Martin's suggestion and decided to use an open ending. Anderson quickly recorded it and asked, "Did the male protagonist Cobb return to reality?" This question inspired Nolan again. He continued, "In any version of the publicity, don't give an answer, let the audience guess, and let the publicity staff create topics about it. The ending is deliberately mysterious, not for any profound theme or intention, but just for publicity needs." Nolan even thought further. If this movie is successful, this ending can be dragged out to create topics when promoting The Dark Knight Rises in the future. The script supervisor came to the camera and hit the board, and the scene of Cobb's return officially started. After several consecutive scenes were successfully completed, it was time to turn the spinning top. Martin had practiced privately, and the top fell from his hand and spun non-stop like an obedient woman. Without waiting for the top to stop, director Nolan shouted, "Stop, this shot is past." Then he announced the end of the filming. All the scenes of Inception were shot, and Martin got the top as a souvenir. The crew held a party in the evening, and then went their separate ways. Menet stayed in Paris to prepare to work with Huppert. Martin first went to Milan to visit Elizabeth, who was attending Milan Fashion Week there, and then returned to Los Angeles. Chapter 538. The opportunity appears. Chula Vista, San Diego, California, near the Mexican border. A commercial event in the mall had just ended, and Anna Frank came out from the backstage, carrying a heavy backpack and dragging her tired body out. When she came out, her agent was waiting for her. He asked, "This kind of activity is meaningless. You are wasting your time." Anna stopped and said, "I need money. How can I pay my car loan and rent without money? What can your agency provide me with?" The agent said, "We pushed you into the crew of Inglorious Bastards and let you meet the real boss in the circle, Harvey Weinstein." Anna thought of that nightmare and suddenly laughed. "You asked me to discuss the script and the role, and I went. What happened? I encountered a shameful insult." The agent was very dissatisfied with the latter sentence. "I told you that this is the norm in the circle. Every female star has climbed up this way. In addition to your body, do you have other capital to impress the bosses? Okay. I accept everything he did to me." Anna gritted her teeth in hatred. "He promised to give me opportunities and roles. I want to ask, where are the opportunities and roles?" The agent could only say, wait a little longer. You told me that hard work would pay off and stop me from calling the police, but what happened?" Anna sneered. "If I wait any longer, I'll go bankrupt and have to sell myself." The agent wanted to speak. Anna spoke first. "If there is a job like this that can make money, please help me get it. I now understand that not everyone can dream of becoming a big star. Making money is the most important thing." She ignored her agent and walked into the parking lot alone. When she came to the Hyundai, she found a person waving at her from the opposite side of the car. Anna was sure she didn't know him. The man walked over quickly. "Hello, Miss Anna Frank." He took out a card he got from Jody. "I'm a news reporter for TMZ." Anna knew this website, which has been very popular in the past 2 years. "What can I do for you?" Ivan came to San Diego the day before yesterday, but he didn't rush to contact Anna in order to understand her situation and make targeted plans. He said, "I'm here to buy something." TMZ has always been generous in buying news, and it has a good reputation in the media industry and the entertainment industry. Anna had some guesses, and she was short of money. In addition, she didn't get anything in return for her efforts, so she was quite annoyed. "Let's talk somewhere else." Ivan took her to the coffee shop in the mall, and after sitting down, he said directly, "We got a secret message. I heard that you were entangled with Harvey Weinstein." Anna asked tentatively, "How dare you go after a big shot in the industry like him?" Ivan couldn't bring up Martin and Old Bull, so he could only pull up the banner of TMZ. "Aren't there enough big shots exposed by our TMZ? As long as you have news, money and follow-up matters are never a problem." Anna asked, "Really?" Ivan asked directly. "The premise is that you have videos, photos, and recordings and other evidence." "I have." After Anna came back from Los Angeles, she gave up the idea of becoming a star, and all she wanted was to make money. "How much money are you willing to give me for the video of Harvey Weinstein raping me?" Ivan said, $100,000. Anna sneered. "Too little. That's Harvey Weinstein." She weighed it slightly. $500,000, not a penny less. Ivan had communicated with Bruce before coming and first ensured that he got the video and money was not a problem. He nodded and said, $500,000 is fine, but when necessary, you need to come out and correct Harvey in person." Anna hesitated because the other party was a big boss that she couldn't afford to offend. "Come out in person?" Ivan grasped her weakness and said, "Have you forgotten the victims of Brad Pitt and Ben Affleck? In addition to this $500,000, you can also protect your rights and interests through the law and ask for reasonable economic compensation." Anna has read the relevant reports. "I remember that many direct victims received millions of dollars." Ivan said, "You have a chance, only if you take action, and you have to cooperate with us." "What kind of magic does money have? As long as enough money is thrown down, the United Nations is illegal. How can you test people in this way?" "Anna, surrender directly. Give me a deposit of $200,000, and I'll give you a video first." Ivan took out a check, pushed it in front of Anna, and said, "No problem, I've seen the video. Let's continue the transaction." Anna calculated the number on the check and quickly put it away. "Come with me." The two left Chula Vista and rushed to Anna's apartment in San Diego. At Los Angeles International Airport, Martin and Bruce got off the plane, pushed their luggage, and hurried to the exit, took out their mobile phones, and turned them on. Thomas was waiting at the exit of the terminal, stepped forward to take Martin's luggage, and got on the business car together. Martin asked directly, "I asked you to understand the progress of the Hobbit movie project. How is it going?" "The copyright issue is very complicated, similar to the situation before the filming of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Thomas has learned about the status of this project in detail in the past few days. Peter Jackson's original plan was to prepare for the Hobbit movie last year, but it had to be postponed due to copyright issues and he filmed The Lovely Bones instead." He also added, "The heroine is your student Saoirse Ronan." Martin asked, "The copyright is not entirely in the hands of Warner?" Thomas said, "The copyright of the entire Lord of the Rings series originally belonged to MGM, and later fell into the hands of Sony Columbia. It changed hands several times during this period, resulting in the dispersion of many adaptation rights. Part of the copyright of The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings trilogy fell into the hands of Harvey Weinstein." Martin nodded. He had learned something about it in recent years. Harvey was the first to prepare for the Lord of the Rings, but he only gave Peter Jackson one movie with a pitifully small budget. Peter Jackson brought in New Line Cinema, a subsidiary of Warner, and the subsequent trilogy was made. It was because of the profit distribution of this trilogy that Harvey and Warner completely broke up. Thomas said, "The copyright situation of The Hobbit is equally complicated. Warner and New Line believe that they have the priority right to adapt, but Harvey presented a complete copyright authorization. The two sides then found Tolkien's copyright management agency, which was dealt with by Warner, saying that Harvey's authorization had expired and Warner had the right to adapt." While he was drinking water, Bruce, who was driving, interrupted and said, "The interests involved in this series are too great, and no one is willing to give up." Martin said, "The commercial influence of the Lord of the Rings series is huge. If The Hobbit also shoots a trilogy, the box office alone may exceed $2.5 billion US. Bruce said, "Such a large sum is enough to kill each other." Harvey and Warner have had extremely sharp conflicts over the years, and they have had more than one quarrel. The various conflicts of interest in the Lord of the Rings series have made Warner extremely annoyed with him. Thomas said in detail, "It is said that Peter Jackson has planned a new trilogy, and the profits from the trilogy are within reach. Warner can no longer cooperate with Harvey, and has joined forces with Tolkien's copyright agency to kick Harvey out. He was sure of one thing: Warner is ready to resort to law, and wants to give Harvey a small copyright compensation through the Tolkien Copyright Agency, and then completely take back the adaptation rights, but was rejected by Harvey. Harvey wants half of the profits from the adapted movie." Martin thought for a while and said, "I remember that in Hollywood's top commercial films, box office revenue often only accounts for 1/3 of a film's total revenue." Thomas added, "For the Lord of the Rings trilogy, box office revenue only accounted for 26% of the total revenue." Bruce followed up with a sentence, "Hundreds of billions of dollars. God Jesus, with such a sum of money, you can go to Africa to hire an army and become the head of a country." Thomas already understood what Martin wanted to do. Now that he was tied to Martin, he was still a little worried. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "It's not that I want to do this, but I have to do it," Martin said roughly. "Harvey is a domineering person. At first, I stole Craven's The Hills Have Eyes and we became enemies. Not to mention so many times afterwards. There was another one at this year's Cannes Film Festival." As Bruce said, Martin sometimes couldn't help but think too much after causing too many troubles. "Nolan believes that the shooting of the crew in Los Angeles is related to the kidnapping case in Morocco. On the contrary, I think it may be related to Harvey's Foot Gang, although there is no evidence to prove that they are targeting me." What I'm worried about is that, if we can't get rid of him, the fire will spread to us. Thomas' concerns are not unreasonable. Martin said, so I have been waiting and looking for the right opportunity. Now I have found the right opportunity. Warner has a huge conflict of interest with Harvey because of The Hobbit. Harvey is holding on to the copyright. Warner may want him to be finished more than ever. Thomas thought about it carefully. As far as the current situation is concerned, this is indeed an opportunity with at least billions of dollars in visible benefits. Martin nodded slightly and asked Thomas for more details, thinking about it seriously. All the way back to his home in Beverly Hills, Bruce received a call from Ivan just after entering the villa. After chatting for a while, he came to find Martin. Ivan bought the full version of the video for $500,000. Bruce said simply, he watched it roughly, and the content is exactly what we want. In addition, the person involved, Anna Frank, agreed to stand up and correct it in order to obtain financial compensation. Martin's billions were not paid in vain, and said, Lacy Dowx's information is reliable. He urged, you go to see Ivan in person and take a copy of the things back. Ivan will proceed as planned. Bruce picked up the car keys. I'll go there now. Martin thought on the way, you mentioned before that a team of reporters from the News of the World has been tracking Harvey for a while. Go and check if they are still investigating. If you can get in touch, let Ivan try to contact them. Bruce was very concerned about the 3-person team for a while and said, it's not difficult to find them. Chapter 539 Bundling. At night, in Sherman Oaks, in a mansion on the South Hillside, Louise stood alone behind the bar, shaking the cocktail shaker in her hand quickly, and it hit the wooden bar with a bang. This sound woke up a pair of wild mandarin ducks. Martin turned his head and said, hey, honey, why are you so resentful? Kelly Gray, who was squatting against the bar, supported Martin, steadied his body, and said, I was just elected to the Georgia State Assembly. Can't you congratulate me properly? Louise unscrewed the cocktail shaker, poured 3 cocktails, and said, his girlfriend's twin sisters live next door, and I'm afraid they will knock on my door. That's perfect. Maybe after joining the political circle, her heart became darker and bolder. Kelly leaned on Martin, let them join in. Martin was a serious man. He tapped her forehead lightly and said, don't be so cynical. Kelly picked up the glass and fed it to Martin. I apologize. Is that okay? She asked, how are you going to congratulate me? Martin had already thought about it and said, let's communicate well tonight. Kelly was stunned, thinking that there was no way to congratulate people by communication. Louise understood and laughed happily, saying, she doesn't need it, just communicate with me, you guys. Kelly understood. Then don't waste time. Without good communication, how can you release your emotions? The villa became lively. After celebrating for Kelly, the 3 of them sat side by side on high chairs, drinking and chatting together. It's been a long time since we've been together like this. Louise poured wine for the other 2. In the 2 years since you first came to Los Angeles, the 3 of us often got together. Martin said, I come here often now, too. Not much more often. Louise said faintly, I actually miss the past. Kelly pinched her lightly. It means you're old. You're old. Louise pinched back with one hand and tore Kelly's mouth with the other hand. You're the old woman. Kelly was not to be outdone, so she used force under her hand, and the 2 fell to the carpet with a plop, shouting at the same time, Martin, come and help me. Martin took out his mobile phone, called up the camera interface, and pressed the shooting button. Use some strength. How can you catch it without strength? Kelly, you're at a disadvantage. Grab the hair. Grab Louise's hair quickly. Damn it, I told you to grab the hair on top. The 2 tacitly let go of their hands, grabbed Martin at the same time, and dragged him to the carpet. The noise gradually became louder, and it seemed that the ceiling was shaking. After a long time, Kelly and Louise each pulled Martin's arm and rested their head on it. Seeing that the 2 had a great time, and that it was the best time to resonate with him, Martin got to the point. Was Senator Erica elected to the Senate? The female politician who held the pink kettle high that year is a representative of the Georgia Donkey Party. Kelly half-jokingly said, it's not easy. The kettle back then laid a very good foundation for her. I want to deal with Harvey Weinstein. Martin said directly. I remember he has his roots in the donkey party. Kelly frowned. Why? Martin had been suspicious. I think the last shooting on Narland's crew was related to Harvey's gang. The real target was me, but I always paid attention to the issue of firearms, so the unlucky British guy became the one. He said, how can I be so cautious every day? If I'm a little careless, I'll be finished. When I'm finished, David's studio will be finished too. Louise propped herself up. You mean, all your projects are finished, and the two of us won't be able to make money from you, right? Martin would not overestimate the importance of communication. Just tell me, how about my vision, in selecting films and projects? Kelly and Louise stopped talking. The two have been investing in movies chosen by Martin. Not only have they made huge profits over the years, but as Martin climbs up step by step, his commercial appeal is getting stronger and stronger, and the profits in the future will only be more substantial. It's not hard to find a replacement for that thing. At most we can use a clown statue, but it's too hard to find such people and projects. Kelly chuckled. See, I told you. He has a deep mind, using that thing and interests to tie us together. He has other purposes. Louise was thinking all the time, and said, it's just the three of us. I won't do it. Not just us. I have united many people and forces. Martin exaggerated the current situation, as well as his own ideas and plans. He said, remember that Councillor Erica is based on fighting for and protecting women's rights. This is an opportunity for her. Kelly thought of the kettle back then. Martin said, if it works well, this will be 100 or even 1,000 times more prestigious than the kettle. There are also factions within the donkey party. Kelly thought about it for a while and said, we can give it a try. We don't have to rush to the front. If the situation is not right, we will give up. The influence of the Coke God cult is getting bigger and bigger. No one will ignore you. Louise continued, to be honest, Harvey's wealth may not be as rich as yours. Not to mention his influence in various states. He is better than you in years of accumulation. In another 5 or 6 years, you can deal with him yourself. Martin hugged the two people and said, there is another possibility. I can't last 5 years and he will deal with me. Kelly turned over and stood up. We have to pay a lot for you, and now it's your turn to pay. The next morning, when Martin left, his steps were a little weak. At his age, he was really a little scary. Warner TV, the new episode of The Helen Show was recorded. Helen, who is one of the 3 major female talk show hosts in North America, along with Oprah and Ellen DeGeneres, came out of the studio to remove her makeup. The assistant knocked on the door and said, boss, Damien called and wants to invite you to lunch. Helen didn't think twice. Turn it off. I don't have time to talk to him. Let the driver prepare to take me to Beverly Hills. Martin has an appointment with me. The assistant went out to make arrangements immediately. An hour and a half later, Helen came to Martin's house as agreed. Martin had asked the chef to prepare lunch. The two had experienced the Burbank Middle School incident together and were closer than ordinary friends. Martin invited Helen to the restaurant and chatted while eating. Helen asked, you said there was important news and inside information to leak to me, old friend. Just watch it. Martin picked up the remote control and turned on the TV in the restaurant. The LCD screen played the video Ivan bought. Helen saw Harvey Weinstein's chubby face and subconsciously put down her knife and fork, focusing all her attention on the screen. This was a game of coercion and deception. As the woman refused repeatedly, the tall and strong fat man pressed on with his huge body and weight, saying things like it's useless, even if you shout your throat out. Helen is a woman, strictly speaking. She is also a member of the entertainment industry. She has not only heard of the unspoken rules, but also experienced them herself. In this industry, beautiful women are not immune. The noble goddess in the eyes of fans is just one of the big bosses who actively offers her courtesy. But Hollywood has developed to the point where it is more of a transaction between the two of you. There are too many beautiful women in the entertainment industry. If you don't take the initiative, there are countless others waiting in line. You don't have to force it. But the one on the screen seems to like simple, rough and direct methods. At the end of the video, there is the temptation and warning of the fat man. It's nothing more than that. He will provide her with opportunities and roles. If she doesn't follow the arrangement, Her acting career will be completely ruined, and she will never make a name for herself. There will even be more serious consequences. After the video is played, there is a phone recording. The person on the other end of the phone claims to be Matt Damon and severely warns the victim. Helen couldn't believe it. It's really Matt Damon. He doesn't look like that kind of person. Martin said, the person who did this job before should be Ben Affleck, but Ben is no longer intimidating now. Helen nodded slightly. I haven't heard from Ben for a long time. It's the same here. After the shooting, Martin had someone check the latest news of Pete and Ben, but he couldn't find them. Los Angeles is too big. He asked, what do you think the news value is? It's so big that it can't be estimated. It will have an explosive news effect. Helen is no longer the little reporter who rushed up with a camera. Now that she has achieved success and fame, she can't take huge risks anymore. But if she doesn't do it well, she will blow herself up. Before Burbank High School, no one could stop her from reporting such news. She had to report it at all costs. Martin put himself together with her, so we can't rush to the front. Helen changed her words again. If it's appropriate, I don't want to miss such news. Martin pointed to the TV screen. How about letting her appear on your talk show? Helen said, as long as the timing is right, no problem. She thought for a while, it would be better to find more. Martin nodded slightly. We are thinking of a way. Before that, we will keep silent. Helen said, the silence now is for the future outbreak. Not long after lunch, Helen said goodbye and left. Martin received a call from the community committee, and a vice president came to visit. Mr. Davis, I'm here to ask you something. The vice president knew that the community was full of rich people, so he spoke very politely. Martin said, Mr. Brent, just tell me. Brent smiled and said, your trash can was damaged again, and we had to replace it. Martin understood. You should ask Mr. Stuart Townsend next door about this. I saw him kicking my trash can with my own eyes when I went to throw away the garbage. Him? Brent nodded. No wonder there are always problems with your two trash cans. Martin asked, he even kicks his own trash can. Brent said, we have repaired and replaced your two trash cans 5 times combined. The first one was the trash can of Ms. Theron next door that was damaged, so we took it away to repair it and replaced it with a new one. He smiled embarrassedly. I remember you had just won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor at that time. Martin said, you can communicate with Mr. Townsend. Ms. Theron and I are good friends, so it's not easy to bring up this matter. I'll visit you. Brent said goodbye immediately. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Great Sacrifice. Over the weekend, with the help of Coca-Cola's channels and resources, Martin held the first informal gathering of the Coca-Cola cult at the Los Angeles Country Club. Many well-known figures who had registered on the official website received his handwritten invitation. In addition to Leonardo and Nicholson, many heavyweights in the industry also attended, such as Charlie and Aniston, to opinion leaders of the Me Too, Robert Downey Jr. and his wife, Daniel, who has long worked with Martin and Louise, and so on. There were also many people from outside the industry, many of whom came from other places, and all the related expenses were paid by the income from Martin's portrait in the commemorative Coke. For example, Nevs of the FBI and McClane of the LAPD, etc. These people may have joined such an obviously playful organization out of curiosity, or because of Martin's relationship. But when they arrived at the scene, they found that there were owners of fashion companies and film companies, well-known critics, Hollywood stars, directors, and producers, powerful figures in the official violent organizations of the United States, liberal opinion leaders, and even state legislators, and they immediately realized that this was an excellent social platform. Some people even took the initiative to find Martin and asked him, the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, to hold more such gatherings across the United States in the future. During the period, Martin also received a call from White House Chief of Staff Rahm Emanuel. Rahm expressed his concern for this party and invited Martin to Washington to host the next gathering of the Coke cult. At the party, Martin specifically talked to two old friends, Nevs and McLean. They concocted the famous Russian spy case together and made huge profits from it. McLean is preparing to compete for the next Los Angeles police chief. The loose organization of the Coke cult has begun to platformize. After the party, Martin left Daniel from Warner Brothers to talk alone about the Inception crew and the copyright of The Hobbit. The former blamed Harvey as much as possible. The copyright of the latter is related to huge profits, and Martin doesn't need to say more. If he knows what's good for him, he should take the initiative to give up the copyright. Daniel said directly, instead of trying to grab Warner's copyright. Martin continued, unfortunately, Harvey has never been a sensible person. Daniel smiled. Not only is he not sensible, he also wants to control everything. Martin knew that it was not that he didn't know what to do, but that the interests involved were too great. If he were in another position, facing the huge copyright income from The Hobbit, could he give it up so easily? Daniel said to Martin again, Harvey has offended all the senior executives of Warner. I, the distribution producer of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, was scolded by him back then. Boromir and Alan Horn are not to be mentioned. If killing is not illegal, Harvey has been killed by them 100 times. Martin said directly, Harvey has been smooth sailing for many years, but he is too domineering, and there will always be a day when he falls. Daniel understood what Martin meant. He'd better fall down quickly and never get up again. Believe me, Martin, the fast-moving car of Warner will definitely run over him. Before he left, he said to Martin again, I forgot to tell you that Warner plans to adapt The Hobbit into a trilogy, and I will still be the distribution producer. Martin knew this a long time ago, so he found Daniel and said, congratulations. Daniel said, if the copyright cannot be resolved, it is possible that all the preparations will be in vain. Martin said, there is always a way to solve it. Outside a hotel in New York, Lukaku sat in a car, pressed the monitoring button, and recorded at the same time. Courtois asked, is there any big news? Lukaku shook his head slowly. Sienna Miller invited a group of female models to a party. There is no big news. They mentioned Martin Davis. It seems that Angela Lindwall said that there is a test that must be completed if you want to join the fashion supermodel group. The car door was opened from the outside, and Hazard got in with a hamburger and asked, what are the conditions? Lukaku said, the only condition to join the fashion supermodel group is to sleep with Martin Davis. This is what Carolina said. Everyone else agrees. This group of sluts opened a handicap and bet on whether Georgina Chapman can meet this condition this year. Courtois was disappointed. Why is their condition not to sleep with me? It's easy for me to sleep with him. Hazard stuffed a burger into his hand and said, isn't Georgina Chapman the wife of Harvey Weinstein whom we investigated some time ago? Yes, it's her. Lukaku said again, she is also a fashion brand designer. According to Sienna Miller and Angela Lindwall, it seems that Martin introduced her to the American fashion circle. Courtois said, I remember Xavi and Martin were at odds, and Xavi's wife had a good relationship with Martin. The entertainment and fashion circles are really messed up. Hazard ate his burger with big mouthfuls. Think about the information we collected. Compared with what Xavi did, these are nothing. The car door was suddenly knocked from outside. Courtois looked up and found that it was a strange man. He lowered the window and asked, what's the matter? Ivan handed him a business card. I'm a reporter from TMZ. I want to buy something from you. The other party wanted to close the window, and Ivan put the check in his other hand halfway into the window. The money ability was activated, and the three people immediately invited him into the car. Ivan said directly, I got the news from your newspaper. You investigated Harvey Weinstein and have explosive news about him. Seeing the money, as I said, you can find out such secret information. TMZ is really amazing. We did find out a lot of things. The editor-in-chief wanted to publish it, but a Jewish guy at the headquarters suppressed it and all the explosive news was deleted. Ivan said, you didn't keep a backup? Asa shrugged and spread his hands again. Ivan took out another check and put it on his lap. Seeing the number on the check, Courtois wanted to speak, but Hazard said first, really not. Ivan nodded and took out the check again. You keep it in your hand. Don't you want to sell it for a good price? The three people looked at each other and reached a tacit understanding through their eyes. Hazard put down the hamburger in his hand and said, "The price will be doubled. Not only will there be various videos and recordings of explosive materials, we will also provide you with the phone numbers and contact information of several victims who are willing to come forward." Ivan stretched out his hand. "Okay." Hazard shook hands with him. "Deal." The three reporters were very professional. Even if Hazard was negotiating with others, Lukaku still sat in his seat and continued to eavesdrop and record Sienna Miller's party. He heard Georgina Chapman say, "I'm going to return to Los Angeles and hold a fashion party and invite Martin to attend." Lukaku couldn't help but sigh. Martin is in danger. Just after Ivan bought their information and returned to Los Angeles, Bruce, who was notified, called Jody. The two met in Bruce's car as they did in the past. Jody put on delicate makeup and looked very pretty. If you ignore the fact that she was a little flat, she could be called a beauty. "You haven't come to see me for a long time, old Bruce." She had an inexplicable resentment. "You have become rich. Have you forgotten me, your old friend?" Bruce said, "How could that be? I always remembered you. I came to see you immediately because there was big news." Jody took over a lot of news and business from Bruce and said, "You are going to start hyping it up again." "No hype this time." Bruce handed her a USB flash drive. "Old friend, I have given you a good opportunity to win the Pulitzer Prize." Jody said, "It may also be a big bit." Bruce pointed to the USB flash drive. "Take a look first." Jody turned on the laptop she brought with her and played the video in the USB flash drive. It was a self-narration of an unknown actress describing how Harvey Weinstein violated her. Her face became serious. "That's it? Pulitzer Prize? Old Bruce, are you kidding me?" Bruce reminded, "Watch it to the end." Jody opened the next video, which was less than 2 minutes long, but it was a video of Harvey Weinstein raping a girl. The process made her, a woman, feel very uncomfortable. Then there was another recording, and the voice sounded very much like Harvey. After listening to it, Jody asked, "Is that all?" Bruce held up a little finger. "These are just a small part." Jody was brave and daring for the news. Her first reaction was to rush forward to expose it, but her reason told her that things were not that simple. She said, "That's Harvey Weinstein. I might end my career." Bruce said, "If your career is ruined, I will give you a lot of money so that you don't have to work hard in the future and you can live a rich life." This dispelled some of Jody's doubts. Many problems are ultimately about money. Think about it. The Pulitzer Prize is the highest honor for a journalist. With your current career development, you will never be able to win this award in your lifetime. Bruce knew Jody. She was a woman who dared to take huge risks. It is true that Harvey Weinstein is very powerful, but precisely because of this, once his true face is revealed, the rewards will be extremely rich. The risks are proportional to the rewards. He mentioned one person in particular. "I saw with my own eyes how Helen of Warner TV succeeded. Even with bullets flying, she kept following Martin and me." Jody still had doubts. TMZ may suppress it. Bruce had already seen that Jody didn't want to refuse at all. "If your boss Harvey Levin doesn't want to report it, I will sell it to other people. There is one more thing. I bribed the paparazzi of the News of the World to get these. The Sun is headquartered in the UK. If no one reports it for a long time, they will also expose it. Do you think they care about Weinstein?" Jody closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, give me everything. I'm the deputy editor-in-chief now, and have the power to independently publish news and pin it on the TMZ homepage. But I won't publish it immediately. This matter is too crazy. I want to watch the video and meet the person involved in person to ensure that I kill him with one blow." Bruce said, "No problem. I have one more condition." Jody stared at Bruce. "Old Bruce, you have to stay with me for one night. For the future." Martin and old Bruce both made great physical sacrifices. Chapter 541 Hope is Born. As soon as the sun turned to the west, Ben Affleck came out of the apartment door and carefully helped Tony walk down the stairs, more attentive than he had been to Jennifer Garner, who was about to give birth. He held her hand and said, slow down, don't rush." Tony held Ben with one hand and touched her belly with the other. "Maybe I'm in labor. My stomach hurts a little. Hold on. We'll be at the hospital in 10 minutes at most." Ben helped her into the back seat, got into the driver's seat, and drove to the nearby obstetrics and gynecology hospital. While waiting for the traffic light, he called Cassie Affleck and asked Cassie to quickly send the delivery bag to the hospital. More than half an hour later, the person was sent to the hospital. Ben had completed various procedures and was slightly relieved. Cassie ran in from outside. Ben took the delivery bag from his hand and brought it into the ward, but was soon driven out by the nurse. Tony was about to give birth. Cassie sat on the bench at the door and asked, "What should we do next?" Ben knew that he alone was not enough, so he said, "I contacted Pete and Harvey. Harvey is arguing with Tolkien's copyright agency in London and will be back in a few days." Cassie thought of how miserable she was and couldn't wait any longer. "We have to wait a little longer." Ben's cell phone rang, and when he saw it was Harvey calling, he walked to the end of the empty corridor and answered the call. "Harvey, I sent the woman who is pregnant with Martin's child to the hospital. She may give birth today." In London, Harvey Weinstein, who had just returned to the hotel after a round of wrangling with Tolkien's copyright agency, finally heard some good news. "Ben, you did a great job. You must make sure that the child is born and that the child is discharged safely." Ben promised. "Harvey, don't worry, I will stay in the hospital." Harvey thought of Inglourious Bastards, which had already been released, and he became angry. This is one of the few big investments he has made in recent years. It did not receive the blessing of the heavyweight awards at the Cannes Film Festival, nor did it have the commercial effect of first-line stars. After its release in North America, the box office performance was average, with a box office of just over $20 million in the first week. In the end, it still has to go the old way, recovering costs through offline markets such as DVD and TV rights, and then relying on time to generate profits. Harvey didn't have to go this way. Inglourious Bastards increased investment and even set a record for the investment in a single film by Weinstein Films. It also took the initiative to invite a first-line star with market appeal like Martin to play the leading role. Isn't it just to make a difference in the theaters? Doesn't he want to make a profit just through the box office? Harvey felt heartbroken. The unplanned twists and turns of this project caused him to lose tens of millions of dollars. In the final analysis, all of this was caused by Martin Davis. Harvey had a clear account. Maybe Martin messed with Pitt, which caused the project to have the first setback. Then Martin rejected his invitation, which caused the second setback. Then at the Cannes Film Festival, he snatched the Best Actor, making the film lose a major attraction for fans. Needless to say, poaching Wes Craven caused his Dimension Films to lose its biggest support in the horror genre. Harvey made a decision quickly and said to the phone, "Ben, wait until that woman and the child are discharged from the hospital. Find a suitable opportunity in a public place. With the more media the better. Let them meet Martin Davis and recognize their relatives on the spot." "Good idea." Big Ben laughed. "There will be a good show then. Whether Martin recognizes it or not, it will ruin his reputation." Harvey thought more. No, an illegitimate child will only affect Martin's reputation and will not cause a fatal blow to Martin. Based on my understanding of that bastard Martin and the example set by Nicholson, the leader of the trio, Martin will not recognize this child. He asked, "Does that woman have videos and recordings of the relationship?" Big Ben said with regret, "I have tried several times, but she was only enjoying herself at the time and didn't think about it at all." Harvey shook his head. What a pity. He just felt a little sorry and said, "Martin will definitely refuse this kind of thing. You have a good relationship with that woman, understand?" This is what Big Ben thought. "I know what to do." Harvey hung up the phone quickly. Just as he was about to go downstairs for dinner, his wife Georgina Chapman called him via video. The video was connected, and his wife, who was removing her makeup, appeared on the screen. Harvey waved. "Hi, honey, are you still in New York?" Georgina tied up her long hair and said, "I'm going back to Los Angeles today. Some of my friends in the fashion circle want to go with me. I'm going to hold another fashion party." Harvey understood. "How much does it cost?" "Just sign the bill. I'll go to Los Angeles to settle the bill later." Georgina was very happy. "Thank you, honey, you are the best husband in the world." It was so exciting to spend her husband's money and prepare to have an affair with another man. Georgina couldn't wait to go back to Los Angeles. Harvey said, "Okay, let's stop here. I'll go back to Los Angeles in a few days." The video call was hung up and someone came over. The assistant held the phone and said, "Boss, Warner Brothers called just now and wanted to discuss the copyright of The Hobbit. They offered a condition and wanted us to give up the copyright for $5 million. $5 million? The people at Warner Brothers are dreaming." Harvey knew the market value of this series very well. If it was well managed, it would bring billions of dollars in revenue. He put on his usual tough attitude. "Go call Warner Brothers back and tell them that the copyright is not negotiable." The assistant hurried to call back. Harvey was upset again. They had been busy for 30 years, and the scale of their film company was not even as good as the six majors, let alone the half-dead DreamWorks. In terms of revenue, it was not even as good as the subsidiaries of the six majors. Fortunately, he always had a way to win the Oscars, which was why he had such a huge influence today. Harvey sat on the sofa and thought about more things, especially Martin. Dealing with Martin was not just to vent his anger, but also related to actual profits. Harvey remembered very clearly that Martin's Davis Film and Television Studio had bought the adaptation rights of several literary works, and some of them had already entered the adaptation stage. Judging from Martin's vision in recent years, the potential value of these adaptations was extremely high. If we can get rid of Martin and win these projects. Even with Harvey's state of mind, a chrysanthemum-like smile bloomed on his fat face. Under the night sky of Los Angeles, many people were busy. Jody got a series of explosive copies, checked the information of relevant personnel one by one, called one of them, and took a red-eye flight to the other party's city overnight. As a senior entertainment reporter who has continuously reported on Brad Pitt's nanny scandal and Ben Affleck's teaching scandal, Jody knew very well how to handle this matter. There may be few reporters in the United States who are more experienced than her. Jody knew very well that, if she couldn't get rid of Harvey Weinstein, she would be in great trouble. A car rushed into the hospital in Burbank, and Brad Pitt, wearing a boonie hat, got out of the car and hurriedly ran towards the ward building. Before he ran to the door of the building, he saw Cassie Affleck smoking outside. He quickened his pace and asked, "What's going on?" Cassie said, "She's giving birth. Ben is standing guard at the door. He asked me to wait for you here." Pete licked his dry lips and said, "Hope is finally coming." Cassie led the way. "This way." The two went upstairs together and turned into a corridor. They saw Ben walking around anxiously, even more uneasy than when his wife gave birth. Pete didn't have any children and had never experienced this before. He said, "Keep calm." Ben nodded, looked around, and saw that there was no one else. He said, "I just contacted Harvey. Harvey will come to Los Angeles soon. He asked us to push ahead and find public places where Martin appears, especially places where there are more media reporters." Hearing this, Pete said, "I still have some connections in the circle. You should also pay attention to the relevant media. The Curious Case of Benjamin Button starring Martin Davis will be released soon." Speaking of this movie, Pete felt inexplicably uncomfortable and almost couldn't breathe. He was originally chosen to play the leading role in this movie. He paused for a moment and continued, "He will definitely attend some publicity activities, and then we will deal with him together." Ben talked about the operation of not recognizing the child. Pete nodded. "What happened to us? Let him taste it too." He inferred from himself that Martin, who was also a bastard, if there is one such thing, there will be a second and a third. As long as the first one comes out, the rest will also jump out. Ben had experienced it and agreed, "That's right, I don't believe there will be no second Martin." Suddenly, the door next to him opened, and a nurse came out and said, "Who is Tony Feldman's family?" Ben and the other two went over immediately. The nurse said, "Boy, mother, and child are safe." Pete made a cross on his chest. God bless. Davis Manor was unusually quiet at night. In the living room of the villa, when Martin finished the video call with Elizabeth Olsen, Bruce walked over and said, "Jody left overnight." Martin said, "She is experienced in this area and is our best choice." Bruce scratched his head and said, "She is just too thin and doesn't have much meat on her body." Martin was surprised. "How do you know so much?" Bruce didn't want to continue this topic. He handed an invitation letter in his hand to Martin and couldn't help saying, "It's so fucking weird." We were going to deal with Harvey Weinstein, but his wife teamed up with your many supermodel mistresses. Martin corrected, not really, it's just mutual stamp collecting. Bruce didn't dwell on it and said, Georgina Chapman invites you to Malibu to attend a fashion party. Martin took the invitation and found that in addition to Georgina, there were also Angela Lindwall and Big KK in the signature column. Not only Bruce, but also he felt that how could things develop so strangely? So, he contacted Angela, Georgina and others, and he was in charge of the party decoration and venue. Chapter 542 The Only Test. On the coastal highway in Malibu, a very ordinary Volkswagen sedan was parked on the side of the road. Bruce, who was in the driver's seat, answered the phone and drove to the holiday villa area in the north. He said while driving, Jody dealt with the first victim on the list, Angela Roy. After the misfortune, this actress did not get a role or opportunity, but returned to her hometown after being threatened. She once reported this situation to many media. According to her, after Ben and Damon contacted those media, there was no news from them. Martin was not surprised at all. In the reports he had read in his previous life, these two people had done similar things more than once. Bruce added, she is on her way to another victim, Emma O'Connor. She has already spoken to someone on the phone. Emma O'Connor has reported a very interesting situation and mentioned a victim that will definitely surprise you. Even Meryl Streep is not clear with him. Martin was very calm. Does Harvey dare to mess with Shirley Lansing or Kathleen Kennedy? The latter is the first female producer in Hollywood, and the former is the boss of Paramount Pictures. It is said that Tom Cruise seems to have had an affair with her. Bruce said, Emma O'Connor was assaulted in the early 21st century. Once she saw a woman running out of Harvey's room crying, with a palm print on her face. The woman's name was Jennifer Siebel Newsom. I've heard of this name. Martin was sure of this, and then he remembered that Louise mentioned this woman when she talked about the representative of the California Donkey Party. His face became quite interesting, the wife of the current San Francisco Mayor Gavin Newsom. Bruce nodded, that's her. Before she married Gavin Newsom, she was an actress in Hollywood. Martin said slowly, Gavin Newsom is an important figure in the California Donkey Party. Many people think that he will run for governor in the next few years. This incident touched him greatly. Being beautiful is also a kind of capital. Maybe you can turn your life around with good luck. Harvey forced and semi-forced so many women, and finally one of them really jumped on the branch. Old Bruce. Fortunately, we all pay attention to mutual consent when doing things. Many times, we are still the ones who are forced. Looking back, how correct the 3 no principles are. Bruce deeply agrees. It's really difficult for the two of us. Martin has a feeling that this level tonight will not be easy to pass. If he is not careful, he will be hidden by a group of people. He has heard that the Angel supermodels headed by AA, KK and Angela Lindwall have formed a fashion supermodel group. The conditions for joining are relatively strict and not easy to achieve. Bruce and Martin talked about Sybil again. They would not be stupid enough to look for her, but it would be better for her to see it first after the incident. The Volkswagen drove directly into a holiday villa. A few years ago, Martin had held a role-playing party here and got Wes Craven. Strictly speaking, it was also the starting point of all his conflicts with Harvey. Georgina wanted to hold a party. Although KK and Old Fox signed the party, Martin still said that he would hold the party. The shooting incident in Inception seemed to have nothing to do with him, but it still made Martin extremely alert and even aggravated his sequelae of causing trouble. Martin took a good look inside and outside the villa. The decoration was very good. The person in charge of the party company came over, Mr. Davis. Okay. Martin nodded and said to Bruce, pay it. Bruce took out a check and paid the initial fee. The person in charge left here immediately, and Bruce checked it carefully. The sun sank into the sea, and a very ordinary business car drove into the villa yard. As the tall and strict iron gate closed, the South African honey Candace who was driving got out first. Big KK, Old Fox, and Sienna got off the car one after another. Angela turned around and led the last person down from the car, Georgina Chapman, who wanted to join the fashion supermodel group. This British model and fashion designer was dressed up, and her figure and appearance were quite outstanding. The 4 supermodels came forward one by one to hug Martin. Georgina came last, and after hugging Martin, she stretched out her arms and said, "Welcome to Georgina Chapman's special fashion party." After that, she opened her handbag, took out a check, and put it on the table. Martin didn't understand what she meant. Georgina said, "You arrange the party, but I have to pay for it." She didn't give Martin a chance to refuse. "You must accept it." This was money from Harvey. If Martin didn't accept it, Georgina would lack a strange pleasure. She was not stupid, and she knew a lot of the bad things her husband did. Georgina had no psychological burden to join the fashion supermodel group. Angela Lindwall, the head of the fashion supermodel group, came to the long table where food was placed, picked up the red wine and the ice bucket, poured 6 glasses of wine, and motioned everyone to pick up the wine. She raised her glass and said, "Today is a special moment. Georgina Chapman will be tested by the fashion supermodel group. If she passes the test, she can join the fashion supermodel group. If she fails, she can apply for the test again after half a year." Everyone raised their glasses and drank together. Big KK said at this time, 4 members of the fashion supermodel group are here. She suddenly took 2 steps forward and looked at Martin carefully. "The only test for joining the group is normal and in accordance with the procedures." Candace moved her chair over and placed it behind Martin, saying, "Please sit down." Martin insisted on his principles and sat on the chair. Sienna opened the trunk of the business car and took out 2 large boxes, which were full of colorful clothes. Georgina brought Martin another glass of red wine and said, "These are the clothes I designed specifically for the party. The 5 of us will be on the catwalk in a while. You should enjoy them." Martin nodded, sipped the wine, and admired the fashion show. Georgina's designs are very individual. The various clothes are mainly lines and dots, highlighting the natural beauty of people. The 5 of them walked along the edge of the swimming pool. When they changed into the last set of clothes, they all came to Martin. 5 against 1. That one became a vulnerable group and became the object of coercion. Just like what old Boo said, Martin was really too difficult. Georgina shouted excitedly. Tonight, she withstood the test and met the only condition for joining the fashion supermodel group. She became a person of the same root as the supermodel group members who tested her. Angela Lindwall announced, "Georgina Chapman has gone through the only test and now officially joins the fashion supermodel group. We are a sister organization and a mutual assistance platform. Within the scope of our respective capabilities, we will work together to help each other and fight for the future." The only applause sounded, which seemed a bit monotonous. The applause came from Martin. When everyone looked over, this shameless man said, "You set me as the only test and condition for joining the fashion supermodel group without my consent. This is bullying." Kiralina came over to comfort Martin. "This is what we thought. You have very high vision, strong fighting ability, and you are also a national hero of the United States. Ordinary people can't get in touch with you, and you won't look at people who are not charming enough. In the end, those who can pass your test must be excellent talents. We absorb them to strengthen the strength of the fashion supermodel group." Candace continued. "Angela said that, if it weren't for my coincidence, and I had attended AA's singles party together, it would not be so easy to join the supermodel group. Martin is very encouraging. Tang Tang, you are very good. Looking at all African women, you are second only to Cheryl Theron." Angela Lindwall shouted, "Okay, let's not talk about this. Tonight is still a long night. Let's celebrate Georgina's official joining together." The holiday villa became chaotic. Around 11 p.m., Georgina's cell phone suddenly rang. The number displayed was from the UK. She quickly raised her finger and gestured to everyone to keep quiet. Angela and KK were still making trouble, but Martin, a good man, stopped them and asked them to be a little more quiet. Harvey asked, "Honey, aren't you going to have a party tonight?" "Not at home." Georgina was not panicked at all. She smiled and said, "I rented a beach villa in Malibu and held it here. The party was not large. I only invited friends in the fashion circle." In London, Harvey stood on the balcony of the hotel and said, "Oh, don't stay too late. It's not good for your skin. We will rest soon. I will have someone clean up this place tomorrow morning and then go back." Harvey said a few more words and hung up the phone, feeling that something was wrong. In the past year, although Georgina did not show it, her sense of alienation became more and more obvious. Especially for Georgina's fashion design career, the number of times she asked him for help has obviously decreased, and she has truly entered the fashion and modeling circles in the United States. This also made Harvey a little uneasy. After thinking for a while, he had no clue, so Harvey's thoughts turned to Martin Davis. He turned on his mobile phone and called Ben Affleck. "It's me, Ben. The baby has been born for a few days. How is your plan going? Is there any new progress?" In Burbank, Big Ben walked to the end of the corridor with Woods and said, "He can be discharged tomorrow morning. Pete and I have been following Martin's dynamics. Martin will attend a public event of Leonardo's environmental protection organization in a few days. There will be many media reporters. I plan to take Tony and the baby there." Harvey said, "Very good. After you launch the campaign, I will call some media friends to stir up public opinion." Big Ben said a few more words and hung up the phone. When he came back, Pete happened to bring supper. Ben said, "Let's do it at Leonardo's charity event." "Okay." Pete still had a doubt. "We have to prepare for the worst. What if Martin admits it on the spot?" Ben had already thought about it. "As long as I go with Tony, Martin will definitely deny it." It was not difficult for Pete to figure out the key point and said, "That makes sense." Chapter 543 Illegitimate Child. In the small square in front of the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills, hundreds of environmentalists and members of the Coca-Cola cult gathered, and the media seats were packed with reporters. The charity event held by Leonardo's environmental organization Earth Alliance attracted the attention of many media because it attracted big stars such as Martin Nicholson and Kate Winslet. The enthusiasm of environmental organizations is even greater than that of movie fans. In a hotel lounge not far away, the three bastards who had just changed their clothes met here. Martin asked Bruce for the briefcase, his face extremely serious. Nicholson, who came to join in the fun, asked curiously, "What happened? Did your girlfriend break up with you?" "Absolutely not." Leonardo came over and said, "My girlfriend broke up with Martin," and Martin laughed happier than anyone else. Martin looked sad. "I lost." Nicholson didn't quite understand. "What did you lose?" Martin didn't explain, opened his bag, and took out money, took out 2 stacks of cash, and gave them to Leonardo and Nicholson respectively. "I'm a good person. I admit defeat." Leonardo took the money and tried to recall the bet with Martin. Nicholson remembered it and said while counting the money, "You really had an affair with Harvey Weinstein's wife." Martin was helpless. "I was forced. There were too many of them. 5 against 1 of me. I resisted, but it was useless." He recalled that time. "It was really horrible. I didn't want to lose the bet, but what could I do?" Leonardo wanted to punch this scumbag in the face. How could he say such shameless words? He picked up the banknotes, threw them in his hands, and revealed Martin's true face. "You don't take the initiative, you don't promise, you don't refuse, and you specifically target other people's wives or fiancés. I think I see your true colors. You like to hook up with other people's wives. If Jack and I have wives, we will never be friends with you." Nicholson took the money and asked, "I know Harvey Weinstein specializes in hooking up with other people's women. How did you get his wife?" "I was completely passive." "Okay." Martin was really innocent. KK and the Old Fox have set up a fashion supermodel group, which is a mutual aid organization similar to a sisterhood. The only test for joining is to hook up with me. Only if you can hook up with me can you join the fashion supermodel group. Leonardo was indignant. "Are you kidding me? Why did they choose you, a scumbag? Why not me?" Martin immediately fought back. "They didn't look for you because they were kind and didn't want to embarrass you. Some things only need to be understood by the parties involved. You will lose face if you tell them out." Nicholson immediately changed his stance. "Martin is kind-hearted. This fence sitter leaned to the other side again. You didn't even call me. Do you still consider me a brother?" Martin always cared about his brothers and patted Nicholson on the shoulder. "They are so many. I'm afraid you will die suddenly." Leonardo and Nicholson both stayed away from him. Really didn't want to stay with this jerk. It was about time, and the three of them left the hotel together. Someone had already been waiting at the door of the hotel with a bicycle. The three of them each chose one and rode to the Hilton Hotel. Environmental protection activities. At least they should show their attitude. Martin was the first to go down the hotel passage, and reporters immediately followed and kept taking pictures. At the intersection on the side of the Hilton Hotel, a black business car slowly drove over. In the car, Toni, holding the child, bit her lip, her eyes trembling slightly, and asked uneasily, "Ben, is this okay? Is it too much?" Ben Affleck pointed to a poster nearby, which showed Nicholson. His illegitimate children were quietly sent away and still have no father. Do you want little John to be like them, forever without a father, and being laughed at by everyone? Toni fell silent, because she wanted her child to have a father, and live a rich life. Ben continued, "I believe you, and Martin had a wonderful experience, but this is Hollywood, a gathering place for our souls. I'm now the godfather of John Jr., and must prepare for the worst for my godson. What if Martin Davis doesn't recognize you or John Jr.?" He didn't need Toni to answer. There are enough media, enough reporters, and enough fans here. They will definitely let Martin Davis give you an explanation. Toni was not friendly either, and asked directly, "What about the worst outcome?" Ben thought of the usual way of dealing with the matter in the circle. "Martin will give you a compensation, so that you will never talk about this matter again for the rest of your life." Toni thought this result was not bad. Several $1,000,000 was enough to live comfortably in the second half of her life. But Ben didn't want to. He gently stroked the sleeping child and emphasized, "Little John needs a father, so we will do our best to get the best result, so that little John can grow up in the best environment." Toni really wanted her son to live the life of a rich second generation, and nodded, "I'll listen to you." Ben patted the driver's seat and asked, "Change your clothes, and get ready to go." Casey Affleck took off his coat, put on a red Coca-Cola t-shirt, and put on a commemorative hat. Ben did the same, dressing up as a Coca-Cola believer that is more common on the streets of the United States. He also wore a hat, plus a full beard. At first glance, people who are not familiar with him may not recognize him as Ben Affleck. Toni was also dressed like a Coca-Cola believer, and even the swaddling clothes that wrapped the child had a full-length portrait of Martin printed on it. Ben put the portable loudspeaker on Toni and tested the sound. The effect was good. He spent a lot of money to get this. Ben opened the car door and got out of the car, accompanying Toni to the front of the Hilton Hotel. There were many fans here, many of them wearing red t-shirts. Compared to Ben, Cassie was a stranger. He walked and said, "Can you make way?" This mother is a diehard supporter of Martin. She brought her child to see Martin right after he was born and left the hospital. Many people looked over and saw Toni wearing the same clothes and a swaddling cloth with Martin's image, and gradually separated into a path. Mothers and babies are always treated with many preferential treatments. Some people even automatically block the crowded crowd to open up a safe passage for Toni. "Thank you," Toni said as she walked. "Thank you." She came to the front of the red carpet and looked at the end of the red carpet. No one had come yet. Toni looked at the front of the hotel again. The media area was full of reporters. Ben and Cassie also took the opportunity to squeeze over. They had experienced many red carpets like this. There were sparse movable guardrails in front of the isolation belt, and there were not many security personnel guarding on both sides. There were only 2 security personnel close to them. Ben whispered to Cassie, who nodded, "No problem." The fans and environmental supporters on both sides of the red carpet became agitated, and some shouted, "Martin, I love you. Forever Coke God." Toni stretched her neck to look over there, and 3 people, old, middle-aged, and young, rode 3 bicycles over, stopped at the end of the red carpet, and walked over together. The one walking on her side was Martin Davis. Toni was ready to move. The person was still a little far away, so Ben quickly reminded him, "Be calm." Toni lowered her head and kissed the child, unwrapped his swaddling clothes, and soon exposed him to the media cameras. As for flashlights and the like, they were not within her consideration at the moment. As the person gradually approached, Ben nodded to Cassie. Cassie raised her foot and stepped hard on the foot of a person next to her, and the two immediately had an argument and pushed each other. The 2 security guards nearby went over immediately to stop them from messing around, to prevent a bigger conflict and affect the event. Ben turned on the portable loudspeaker, stepped on the isolation belt, dragged the movable guardrail in front of him, and said, "Go quickly." Tony rushed out with the child in her arms. Martin was 5 or 6 meters away. Bruce saw someone suddenly running out and immediately stepped forward to block Martin and put his hand into his coat. But he soon saw that it was a woman rushing over with a child in her arms. Bruce shouted loudly, "Stop her." The security personnel nearby hurried over. "It's me, Martin. I brought our child to see you." Tony picked up the child and asked him to face Martin, shouting loudly, "Look, this is your son. Your son." The baby was disturbed and started crying. Tony didn't care about this at all and continued to shout, "You said you loved me in New York. You gave me the most precious gift, and now I'm here to see you with my child." These voices were transmitted through the portable loudspeaker, and the scene was immediately in an uproar. Especially the media reporters. The reporters who followed Martin and the trio turned their cameras to Tony and took pictures regardless of anything. Hundreds of reporters in the media area couldn't stay any longer and ran over here like crazy. They knew very well what kind of character Hollywood stars were. Martin Davis' reputation as a playboy was no less than Leonardo's, so it was normal for him to have an illegitimate child. Even Leonardo and Nicholson turned their heads and stared at Martin, thinking that this bastard was usually very careful. How could he even have an illegitimate child? They were not ready to be the godfather yet. Big Ben was worried that Martin would recognize the child on the spot. Although an illegitimate child was troublesome, it was not a fatal injury to Hollywood's first-line stars. So, he took off his hat and red t-shirt, and the white sweater was particularly eye-catching among the crowd of red. Reporters surrounded him and took pictures crazily. The crowd around him was surging. Tony was still talking loudly, exposing the child to the flash without any scruples. Martin did not panic. He said something to Bruce, and under the protection of security personnel, he and Leonardo and Nicholson wanted to bypass and leave here first. Just as he turned his head to look at Tony again, he saw a flash of white in the crowd behind her. Ben Affleck was smiling at him. Martin seemed not to see it, turned his head, and continued walking forward. But in his heart, he was convinced that this matter was related to Ben Affleck. As for the woman holding the child, Martin remembered her when she just appeared. She was the head of the group of female fans who often danced behind them. Bruce first comforted her. "Madam, let's talk somewhere else. This is not a place to talk." But Tony shouted, "Martin wants to talk to me privately. He wants to recognize us mother and son." Bruce glanced at the child in the other's eyes. In front of the media and the public, this was a talisman. He did nothing and continued to invite the other party to leave first and discuss privately. Chapter 544 Blackmail. It is not a big news that Hollywood's top stars have illegitimate children, because there have been too many such cases in the past. For example, Jack Nicholson did not dare to do a DNA test and settled the matter out of court. But Martin is not only a Hollywood star, but also an American hero. The media reporters surrounded the red carpet on both sides, and the security personnel of the organizers were watching him eagerly, ready to pounce at any time. Bruce knew very well that he should get rid of the people first, before saying anything else. "You can talk to Martin in person." Tony still had fantasies about Martin holding the child. She followed Bruce to the hotel, in trance with a firm look. Halfway through, she looked back. Ben nodded at Tony. These days, he has been pondering various possible developments based on the situation Tony told him, the usual environment in the circle, and Martin Davis's tough personality. Ben has been a screenwriter and director. The former has won an Oscar, and the latter is also talented. Based on the facts Tony said, it is not difficult for him to further deduce, and he also made various psychological assumptions for Tony. Tony told him that Martin had sex with her and had a child. Ben thought of this and suddenly laughed. Martin Davis would definitely refuse. It would be interesting after he refused. In some aspects, it was exactly as he expected. Facing the so-called illegitimate child who suddenly came to his door, Martin could not admit it, because it was definitely not his. After entering the hotel, the experienced Nicholson reminded Martin, "If it was you who did it, or you are not sure, give him some money, and get rid of him quickly. The longer you delay, the more trouble you will have." Leonardo did not think it was a big deal, and gloated, "By the way, think about how to explain it to your girlfriend. It has nothing to do with me." Martin said seriously first, and then patted Leonardo on the shoulder. "Sorry, I messed up your activities." Leonardo shook his head. "There is no need to talk nonsense between us. Deal with it quickly. Call me in Jack if you need anything." Nicholson asked, "Do you want me to accompany you? I have a lot of experience in dealing with illegitimate children who come to the door." Martin said, "You should stay with Leo. I will call for help when I need it." Leonardo and Nicholson continued to participate in their activities. Martin asked someone to ask for a lounge in the hotel and waited patiently. Not long after, Bruce and Thomas, who came in a hurry, took Tony into the lounge. Martin looked at the baby she was holding. The child had stopped crying and blinked his eyes to observe the world curiously. Tony came forward and said, "John, look, this is your father." Martin took a step back unconsciously, thinking that this woman was crazy. But he was not crazy. Seeing Bruce nodded slightly, he said, "I remember you. At the book signing event in Times Square in New York, you came to me in a wedding dress for a book signing." "Yes, I'm Tony. I left you a card with contact information at that time." Tony said these words to Ben many times, and she might have believed them to be true. "You contacted me after a while, and not long after that I had John." She opened her eyes wide, her eyes full of expectation. "John has your blood flowing in his body. Look quickly, he looks very much like you." Thomas's face darkened and warned, "Madam, please be careful about what you say. You are slandering Martin's reputation, and will be held legally responsible." Tony said, "Everything I said is true. If you think there is a problem, I can take John to do a DNA test." This made Thomas' heart skip a beat, and he couldn't help turning his head to look at Martin, thinking, is it true? After all, Martin's reputation as a playboy was known all over the United States, and it was not uncommon for him to accidentally commit a murder. Martin calculated the time, and it was impossible, and he remembered very clearly that he had never had any relationship with this woman. The only time they faced each other was at a book signing event in Times Square, New York. Martin smiled and said in a kind tone, "Tony, you are a good girl. I don't know what the entanglement between you and Ben Affleck is, but I have some personal conflicts with Ben. You and your child should not become tools in her hands." Tony hugged the child tightly. "Ben is right. You can only find excuses not to admit it." In the past few months, Ben and Tony have been getting along very well. Under the subtle influence, Martin can't persuade her with just a few words. Martin smiled and shook his head. "You have nothing to do with me, and this child has nothing to do with me." Tony found that what Ben said was absolutely right. These Hollywood stars are two-faced and will never admit to having illegitimate children. She said, "Martin, I have put in countless efforts for this child. If you don't admit it, we can only meet in court." Martin deliberately asked, "What if I don't want to meet in court?" Tony patted the child gently. "Admit that he is your son." Martin guided her imperceptibly. "I have nothing to do with your son. What if I want to ask you to leave?" Tony's first reaction was that Martin wanted to pay, like many Hollywood stars did. Ben had told her more than once not to talk about money first. But Tony did all this for money. Tony was a woman and had her own ideas. The magic of money was better than everything. She said, "For $10 million US, I will sign an agreement with you to take John away from Los Angeles and never come back." Martin said righteously, "I don't accept your threats." Tony was also a little angry. A father has assets of 70 to 80 million US, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Is it too much to give $10 million US to his son and his mother? She said, "Martin, I will call the police and sue you in court." Martin asked, "How much?" I didn't hear clearly. $10 million. Tony emphasized again, "Just give me $10 million and I will immediately take John away." It is impossible to get rid of such a person who comes for money with words alone. Martin is very self-aware. He is definitely not as attractive as the US dollar. Martin stood up and felt that there was no need to talk anymore because he would not give a dime. "Please go ahead." Tony looked at the child in her hand. Her disappointment turned into despair at the ruthlessness of the child's father. She said, "I will apply to the court for a paternity test." Martin did not say anything else and went straight out of the lounge. Thomas was very worried and quickly caught up with her from behind and asked, "Are you sure?" Martin said directly, "Does my brother know better than me whether he has done it?" The three of them went into another room. Martin said, "I saw Ben Affleck next to this woman named Tony, and it seemed that Cassie Affleck was not far away. They are very likely involved in this." Thomas was confused. This woman, Bruce said, was your former female fan. Bruce said, they first appeared in the Cotty community in Sherman Oaks. At that time, media reporters blocked the door. A dozen women came out to dance topless. Later, they attended a book signing in New York wearing wedding dresses, claiming to be Martin's wife. If I remember correctly, Tony was the leader. Martin couldn't figure it out. She took the initiative to apply for a DNA test. Is she bluffing? Or is she sure? Bruce asked, did a slut secretly take your genetic material and run away, and then share it with her? No, there is absolutely no such possibility. Martin said, every time, I watch them swallow it all, not to mention that I didn't use condoms last year. At this point, he and Bruce remembered, these women have rummaged through our trash cans. Martin looked at Bruce, could it be yours? Don't talk nonsense, it's definitely not mine. Bruce also paid attention, all of mine was used on Kim and Chloe. Thomas knew who Kim and Chloe were, and looked at Bruce in surprise. This guy was really playing a horse. Martin frowned, that's strange. He quickly made a decision, find the best private detective to check Tony's whereabouts and occupation since last year, and see how she got together with Ben. Bruce nodded, I have a comrade in the Pinkerton Detective Agency. As long as the commission is enough, these are small problems. Martin asked, did you record it just now? Bruce took out a recorder and pressed the external speaker button. When Tony said $10 million, he pressed pause. Although I don't know where the problem is, I can be sure that the child has nothing to do with me. Martin, a deeply persecuted paranoid patient, still has this confidence. Those who have had sex in the past 2 years cannot let his things leak out. If Kate, Jolly, Aniston, Daddario, Elizabeth and others hold the child and say it is his, it may be true, but Tony is absolutely impossible. Martin said again, we have always done things in an upright manner. Since Tony threatened me for $10 million, call the police. I'm being blackmailed. Thomas confirmed again, it's not yours? Seeing Martin nod firmly, he said, okay, call the police. Martin took out his cell phone and said to Thomas, go find Leo. He is the organizer of this event. Tell him about the matter. I want to borrow his venue to hold a temporary press conference. Thomas nodded and immediately went to find Leonardo. Martin pressed 911 and called the police. When the call was connected, he said, I'm Martin Davis. Yes, Martin Davis, an honorary citizen of Los Angeles. I was blackmailed by a woman at the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel. The other party threatened me and extorted a huge sum of $10 million from me. There is a special list on the 911 side in Los Angeles, and Martin is one of them. After the operator answered the phone, he quickly reported the situation. Martin found McClane's phone number and said directly, I was blackmailed for $10 million. McClane said without further ado that he would come over in person soon. Almost at the same time, Leonardo announced at the event that there would be a simple press conference afterwards. Chapter 545 You call the police, I call the police too. When Tony came out of the main entrance of the Hilton Hotel, she was immediately surrounded by a group of reporters. All kinds of questions came to her. The inexperienced woman was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. After a long time, she reacted, remembered Ben Affleck's instructions, and cried loudly while holding her child. Tony cried, and the child cried too. The mother and child crying can easily arouse people's sympathy. A reporter asked loudly, excuse me, what did Martin do to you? I didn't expect that he didn't even recognize his own child. Tony was a little nervous at first and stuttered, but she was a woman who could take off her clothes in front of the camera after all, and she quickly adjusted her mentality. She held the crying child in one hand and wiped her tears with the other hand, but the more she wiped her tears, the more she cried. When the DVD of The Dark Knight was released, I went to the scene in my wedding dress and left a card with contact information for Martin. Later, when I returned to Los Angeles, he called me and we enjoyed a sweet and romantic night. Tony knew very well that she might get nothing by talking about the condom she found in the trash. Not long after that night, I had little John. Another reporter asked, when did that night happen? Tony said, the days when Martin won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. As long as the paternity DNA match, everything she said is true. Tony is confident about this. The reporter asked a few more questions, and Tony's answers became smoother and smoother. The child in her arms cried so hard that she took the opportunity to say goodbye and left the contact information of several reporters. Tony got on a taxi and finally got rid of the paparazzi who were following her. In an underground parking lot, she met with Ben and Cassie. Cassie drove out of the underground parking lot. While feeding the child, Tony told the details of what had just happened. Ben's face was heavy. The situation is almost what we expected. Martin does not recognize little John. That bastard does not want to take responsibility for you and the child at all. Yes, he is so ruthless that it makes people desperate. Tony no longer has any illusions about Martin. Ben said, we only have one choice left. Tony, call the police. Martin Davis used your admiration for him to deceive and force you, causing you to get pregnant and give birth to a child. The law will punish him and give you and little John the compensation you deserve. Tony was unsure and had doubts. Will this really work? Ben made a special effort to understand. You are a single mother in breastfeeding with a child less than a month old. Public opinion and the court will favor you. As long as the paternity test DNA matches, all Martin Davis's rebuttals are lies. I listen to you. Tony took out her mobile phone and pressed the 3 numbers 911. Listening to Tony's words about being deceived and forced to the police, Ben thought of him and Pete. He knew very well what Hollywood male stars were like. Only the first victim jumped out to make a profit, and there would be more victims in the future. Although there is no evidence, Ben always believes that the person who screwed him must be Martin. Now, he uses the same method to screw him back. In the press room of the Hilton Hotel, hundreds of media reporters and onlookers are waiting anxiously. Just now, Leonardo announced that Martin would borrow a few minutes to clarify what happened on the red carpet. Although Hollywood stars' illegitimate children are endless, it is also a big news to happen to Martin. Isn't it really Martin who did it? I don't think so. If there really is an illegitimate child, shouldn't Charlie and Aniston be given priority? Nicholson has a lot of illegitimate children. Martin follows his boss and makes a few of them. It's not uncommon. The identity of the woman just now has been verified. Martin is the leader of a female fan club. Hiss, that's probably true. Are the stars now crazy? They like to stir fry noodles. The press room was like a pot boiling, and all kinds of discussions kept popping up from the mouths of the onlookers. Martin, who always likes to eat melons, became the object of eating melons this time. Martin accepted the LAPD's questioning, changed into a Brioni suit jacket, and prepared to go on stage. Leonardo held him back and asked again, are you sure you didn't make it? Don't mess it up. Nicholson chuckled. What will you do if it becomes real? Don't worry. Martin had carefully recalled it at this time and was sure that there was no problem. He said, the Foot Gang has declared war on me. I will respond with the strongest attitude and dignity. Maybe bad people can't stand bad people. Thinking of the bad guys in the Foot Gang, Nicholson said, I'm the boss of the Face Gang. If the Foot Gang dares to go to war with our Face Gang, these two people like to make trouble the most, and they are afraid that everything will be calm. Leonardo automatically took over the conversation. No problem, get them. McClane and several LAPD police officers came over at this time. The former looked at Martin, and Martin nodded confidently. One of the detectives said to Martin, we have listened to the recordings and watched the surveillance video. The other party is indeed suspected of extortion. We will summon her later. Martin shook hands with them and said, thank you. The fairness and credibility of LPAD are the cornerstones of Los Angeles. The police have accepted the case. The amount involved is as high as $10 million, which is directly under the jurisdiction of the Detective Bureau. In recent years, Martin has maintained an excellent relationship with LAPD. In addition to maintaining a tacit understanding on certain things, he has donated to the Los Angeles Police Foundation many times during this period. McClane is also a member of the Coke God cult. He attended a gathering some time ago. After completing the routine procedures at the detective bureau, he came over and said, "As long as you are sure that the baby has nothing to do with you, everything else will be easy to handle." Martin said, "You can rest assured about this." McClane nodded slightly. "If the woman's extortion is established, the people who instigated her behind the scenes will also be held accountable." Thomas came over, joined Martin, and said, "Go on stage." Martin said something to McClane, and the two of them walked out of the backstage. As soon as they walked onto the podium, they heard an uproar. Thomas picked up the microphone, pressed his hands down, waited until it was quieter, and said, "Just now, there was a little accident on the red carpet. I believe everyone is concerned. Martin will explain it." Martin picked up another microphone and said with a smile, "The lady who appeared on the red carpet is one of my supporters. She often brings people to dance at my events or does other things to express her support for me. I have also taken photos with her and signed autographs. When I was in New York, her team also left me a card with contact information." The reporter in the front shouted, "Then you made an appointment with her?" "No, because I'm too busy. I have too many appointments in Hollywood to count." Martin's expression was very relaxed. "I believe everyone knows this." The scene suddenly broke out into laughter. Not to mention the reporters who cover entertainment news. Even the reporters who cover social and current affairs news have heard of Martin's nickname. Which man can make the mortal enemies jolly and honest and become friends and often appear in the same hotel? Martin added, "I remember her. Her name is Tony. I haven't seen her since the book signing event for The Dark Knight in New York until today when she showed up on the red carpet holding a child and told me that the child was mine." He had a terrified expression. "God Jesus, how is this possible?" A person who had been arranged in advance shouted at this time, "I saw the LAPD car. You called the police. Why?" "Good question." Martin's smile faded. His expression was extremely serious. "Tony used to be my supporter, so I asked old Bush to invite her into the lounge and wanted to know the details. Out of a sense of responsibility and sympathy, I showed up in person. Do you know what happened? He was angry. She asked me for $10 million US. She threatened that if I didn't give me $10 million US, she would call the police and sue me. If she has difficulties, I can help her solve it. After all, she has supported me, but she used a lovely child, who is not my child, as a threat to ask me for $10 million US. Faced with such illegal behavior, I will never compromise, so I called the police." The reporters in the audience were a little stunned. When Hollywood stars face illegitimate children, they can't wait to pay and quietly get rid of them. Martin didn't play by the rules and actually called the police. Could it be that the child really wasn't his? Martin said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "In order to prove the truth of what I said, I hereby propose to do a paternity test and let the facts speak for themselves." He stretched out his hand to the audience and made an invitation. "In order to ensure fairness and justice, I hope you can witness the whole process. If possible, live broadcast on TV or the internet is also okay." The reporters fell silent because Martin was so confident. Martin said, "Let the law and facts speak for themselves next. If the other party wants to do a paternity test, please contact me." Thomas took over. "Reporter friends can help pass these to them." Martin put down the microphone, stepped down from the stage, and turned back to the lounge at the back. McClane was on the phone. After saying a few words, he put away his phone and quickly came to Martin. "I received a notification that Tony Fairman has just called the police, accusing you of seduction and rape." Hearing this, Martin thought of Big Ben's face. He controlled his anger, kept a calm mind, and asked, "What evidence did she provide?" McClane whispered, "She finished the statement and said that, because it was too long ago, all the evidence was thrown away, but her child is the best evidence. She applied for a paternity test." "Good, very good." Martin laughed instead. "Mike, thank you for the news." McClane said directly, "You are my friend and a friend of the LAPD." Martin shook hands with him. "You know me, I won't say much to thank you. Let's keep in touch." The Martin that McClane knew was a generous, magnanimous, and sensible person. Chapter 546, Working Together to Face the Shocking news. Hollywood star, American national hero, and outstanding Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient Martin Davis is suspected of rape, and the victim Tony Feldman has officially called the police. Our national hero is actually a rapist. In the mansion in Beverly Hills, Stuart Townsend looked at the report in the entertainment tabloids, happily picked up the milk glass, and drank the milk in the glass in one gulp. The bastard neighbor next door is finally going to be unlucky. Once a Hollywood star reveals such a thing, 99% of it is true, and there are almost no exceptions. Stuart took out a bottle of champagne from the cupboard and prepared to have a drink to celebrate. He hasn't been as happy as today for a long time. Footsteps sounded. Charlize Theron entered the restaurant, and when she saw Stuart drinking early in the morning, she couldn't help but frown. "Didn't you drink enough last night? Do you want to be drunk all day?" "I saw something happy and couldn't help but have a drink to celebrate." Because of the quarrel after the Cannes Film Festival, the two had slept in separate rooms. Stuart hated Martin even more and said, "Your good friend and good neighbor is now a rapist. Stay away from him. Don't let people think that we like to be friends with rapists." Charlize didn't understand, so she picked up the newspaper on the dining table and read the news. But under the news, she found another piece of news. Martin had called the LAPD before the victim called the police, saying that he was blackmailed by the other party. The newspaper in her hand was American News, a famous tabloid. Charlize put it down and changed it to Los Angeles Times. The front page headline of the newspaper was divided into two parts. The left half was the news that Martin called the police and announced at the press conference that he was willing to conduct a paternity test on this matter, and the right half was the news that Tony Feldman, who was in opposition, called the police and said that she was deceived and forced. Stuart opened the champagne before the halftime, drank a glass, and the bottle fell heavily on the table. He said he forced someone to give birth to a child, but he dared not recognize it. Don't associate with a coward like Martin Davis in the future. The matter has not been concluded yet. Charlize put down the newspaper, too lazy to respond to Stuart's words, and ate breakfast slowly. In the manor next door, the atmosphere seemed a little tense. The servants became cautious and did everything lightly. Martin, as the person involved, was relaxed. He was listening to Bruce's latest investigation of the private detective. Shortly after the Oscar night this year, Tony left the sister group and lived alone in Burbank. Although it was not long, he still found out a lot. One very interesting thing is that around the Oscar night, Tony served on our community committee. Martin was not surprised. After all, when he was in the Coty community, he saw Tony leading people to search for garbage. Bruce continued, "She and a girl named Aisha were successfully hired by a supervisor of the community committee, but after Oscar night, they both resigned from the community. After Tony disappeared, Aisha is now the leader of the sister group." Martin reacted quickly, "Send someone to find that Aisha." Bruce said, "I have sent Ivan. It shouldn't be difficult to find her." He speculated based on the current information. When they were in the Coty community, they rummaged through our trash cans more than once. It was because of their crazy behavior that you paid special attention to this and reminded me about the condoms. According to McLean's feedback, Tony has agreed to a DNA paternity test. This is what Martin is most puzzled about. She is either a complete idiot or very confident, but I don't think she is too stupid. Why is she confident? Bruce said, "She found those things in our trash can." Impossible. Martin said, "There are only two men in this house, you and me. If it's not yours and mine, then whose else could it be?" Bruce asked, "It happened near Oscar night. Did you call Leonardo and Nicholson at that time?" "It's not them." Martin was sure of this and said thoughtfully, "Around the Oscar night, I remember something seemed to have happened." He recalled for a moment and remembered. Brent from the community committee came to visit a few days ago and said that during the days when I won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, the community took away Charlize Theron's trash can next door for repairs. Our trash can is right next to the one next door. Could the trash from the neighboring house during those days be thrown into ours? Bruce asked, "Aren't you on good terms with Charlize?" Martin took the phone and called Charlize. After the call was connected, he said, "Hi, Sally, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. It will be resolved soon." He asked, "I have something to trouble you." Around the Oscars this year, your trash can was taken away by the community for repairs. Was your trash thrown into my trash can at that time? It's okay. The community has reported this matter. I'll find out, so I can reply. Charlize next door said, I was filming outside those days, and don't know much about it. Wait a moment, I'll go ask. She hung up the phone temporarily, found Stuart, and asked about it. Stuart remembered the incident of kicking the trash can very clearly, and said, yes, the trash can was damaged, and was taken away by the community. I temporarily threw the garbage into the trash can next door. He was quite disdainful of this. The bastard next door came to trouble us because of this? Is he crazy? I just borrowed his trash can for a few days. Charlize didn't want to argue with Stuart, so she left the room and called Martin back. Stuart did throw the garbage from his home into your trash can those days. Martin, I'm sorry about this. Martin said, it's just a small matter, don't take it to heart. The two exchanged a few more polite words and hung up the phone. Bruce listened to the conversation between the two. Could it be the gigolo next door? These were just guesses. Martin thought for a while and said, you can ask the people in the community quietly if there were any women who went to see Stuart during those days. Bruce said, let Lily go. She is very familiar with several women in the community, and women are easy to gossip with women. Martin nodded. Bruce's phone rang at this time. He answered the call and talked for a while, then hung up and said to Martin, Jody has dealt with the last victim and is rushing back to Los Angeles from another place. Martin tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Wait until the paternity test results come out and the media reports it widely, then let her publish it. Is it feasible? Bruce hesitated slightly and made up his mind. I will convince her. Even if Martin is innocent, there will be rumors in the future. Although he doesn't care, once the Harvey Weinstein incident breaks out, no one will pay attention to him for a long time. The best way to cover up a hot spot is to create a hotter one. The sound of a car engine came from outside, followed by the sound of dense footsteps. Elizabeth rushed into the villa, stopped at the entrance, and looked at Martin with a slightly complicated look. Martin stood up from the sofa and explained, some people slandered me, and some bastards wanted to mess with me. Elizabeth came quickly, stretched out her arms to hug Martin, and said, no matter what happens, I will face it with you. Martin hugged her tightly. I agree to take a paternity test and make it public. I saw it. Elizabeth felt a little complicated, but she knew that it was the wisest choice to stand with Martin at this moment. I will accompany you then. Lily came in from outside and looked at Elizabeth with interest. Some idiots, when faced with such a situation, would make trouble with their own family first, instead of working together to solve the crisis. Soon, Thomas also came over and told Martin that he had contacted some media and would follow and film the whole process. Also in Beverly Hills, in a mansion not far away, Harvey Weinstein, who had just returned from the UK, convened members of the Foot Gang to discuss things. Quentin and Robert Rodriguez are relatively pure film directors and did not come. There were 4 people who came: Brad Pitt, Ben Affleck, Cassie Affleck and Matt Damon. Although the latter was pulled here by Ben, he came over after hearing that Martin could be embarrassed. The current situation is that Martin has agreed to a paternity test. Ben couldn't figure it out. He seems to be very sure that the child has nothing to do with him. Brad Pitt said, as far as I know, Martin has a close relationship with the LAPD. Will he want to tamper with the test results? I will contact the media I'm familiar with and let them keep a close eye on the whole process. Harvey didn't ask anything else, but instead vigorously promoted this matter. Even if there is a problem, it is the problem of Pitt and the Affleck brothers, and has nothing to do with him. If there is no problem, then Martin will face huge trouble. This is what Harvey wants to see. Ben and his team have come to this point, and there is no retreat. He said, we have to build momentum. The paternity test confirms the bad things Martin has done, and he will never have a chance to raise his head again. Matt Damon said, as long as the evidence is conclusive, I will also mobilize my network of relationships. Ben nodded to him and said, wait for our good news. This may be the most watched paternity test in the United States since the beginning of the new century. On the internet, voices criticizing and supporting Martin have been clamoring Tabloids are frantically publishing news such as Martin is suspected of being forced because this is the most eye-catching. The reports of major newspapers have not yet been biased, and they are all waiting for the results of the appraisal. Martin's many brand partners are also paying attention to the development of the incident and have not yet made a statement. Companies like Warner Brothers have also remained silent. Many people have called Martin, and Martin asked them not to rush to make a statement and wait patiently for a few days. Similarly, in order to prevent the other party from tampering with the appraisal, Martin has also made many preparations, and many media will broadcast the entire process live. Martin seems to be keeping a low profile and silent, but he has done the work in advance. Ivan found Elsa, and in the face of money, Elsa raised her hands in surrender. Thomas has contacted familiar media reporters, and a press conference will be held immediately after the appraisal results are released. 3 updates today. Wait for the last 2 chapters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Completely Mismatched. Dear netizens, this is Jody from TMZ reporting from the paternity test site. In the living room, Harvey sat on the sofa, watching the screen on the projection screen, and lit a cigar. In the live broadcast, Martin Davis walked into the test center, and the camera was facing him. Jody's voiceover sounded again. Now you can see that Martin, one of the parties involved, has come over. He refused to be interviewed, and said that the test results will prove everything. Georgina came down the stairs, and stood on the last step, watching the live broadcast quietly. Harvey heard the movement behind him, and turned around and waved. Dear, come and watch the show together. Georgina had just been tested by Martin a few days ago and originally planned to do it again in the next few days. Unexpectedly, Harvey came back early and Martin encountered such a thing. Harvey saw the mother and son on the screen. The woman was very beautiful. According to the usual practice in the Hollywood circle, few people would refuse this person who took the initiative to deliver to the door. What's more, Martin is a man known for his lust. Suddenly, he thought of something. His wife had been in contact with Martin before, so he asked, "Are you still in contact with Martin?" Georgina thought to herself that you were still in contact with so many women. She was not panicked at all. She sat on a single sofa and said, "I just want to use him to open the door to the American fashion circle." Harvey said, "Stay away from him in the future." Georgina nodded casually, secretly calculating that, if Martin was finished today, the fashion supermodel group would completely abandon him in a few days. At least a dozen cameras were shooting at Martin. Martin was calm, and collected 2 samples, oral swabs and hair, in cooperation with a staff member. Some photographers continued to follow Martin, while others followed him throughout the process, to take pictures of the samples. All of this was transmitted to the eyes of the people watching the live broadcast through the live camera. A white coat came over and said to Martin, "Mr. Davis, please wait in the lounge." Martin smiled slightly, "Thank you." He walked back, and Elizabeth came from behind and asked, "Would you like some water?" Martin said, "No, we'll wait a while." The 2 entered the lounge. Bruce called back and nodded to Martin. Martin understood that everything was ready. Some reporters' cameras were still on Martin through the large glass windows of the lounge. Since she chose to believe and support Martin, Elizabeth did not hold back and held Martin's hand tightly with her 5 fingers on her right hand. Then, she saw the woman who slandered Martin. Tony came to the sampling site with a child in her arms, and a lawyer accompanied her. She also enjoyed the same treatment as Martin, with the live camera following her throughout the whole process. Thomas came over and whispered, "That man is Ben Affleck's lawyer. I have met him before." Martin said, "The private detective's investigation is correct." Thomas said again, "I have submitted the information to the LAPD through legal channels." Elizabeth also heard it, and she had no good feelings for these bastards. "We must not let them go." Leonardo and Nicholson came in from the door with footsteps, and the 2 guys came to cheer Martin on the spot. I had prepared a lot of jokes, but when I saw Elizabeth was there, I didn't say them. I can't say happy breakup in front of them. Leonardo bumped fists with Martin. I got the news that many of the media reporters following this woman were contacted by Harvey. Martin asked, is he back from England? Nicholson said, the leader of the Foot Gang came to Los Angeles to take charge. Martin said, I'm ready to go to war with the Foot Gang. Nicholson laughed. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Let's make trouble. Let's make trouble together. Leonardo said, I feel uncomfortable if I don't make trouble for a week following you two. Martin said, this time it is very difficult. Harvey is not an ordinary person. Leonardo smiled. You, me and Jack are ordinary people. Outside, Tony finished the sample while holding her son. The lawyer and several photographers left with the sample. The representative sent by the LAPD will also supervise the whole process. Tony looked through the glass window at Martin, especially Elizabeth who was sitting next to him. Once, she also fantasized about sitting next to Martin like this. Now that the fantasy is shattered, Tony will leave Los Angeles for only $10 million. The results of the DNA paternity test will be announced at the press conference later, and now all she needs to do is wait. Not only Martin and Tony were waiting, but also Ben, Cassie and Pete in a nearby hotel room. Pete saw that Martin was calm and composed and had a bad feeling, so he asked, will there be any accidents? No, Tony is not promiscuous. Ben was absolutely sure of this. She won't make a mistake about who her genetic material came from. Pete whispered, God bless. Cassie interrupted, I don't believe that a sexy and beautiful person like Tony would take off her clothes and stand in front of Martin, and he would be excited. In the perception of Pete and Ben, no Hollywood man could do that unless he was gay. Even the famous love maniac Johnny Depp would be confused. Ben added, the lawyer I brought this time has experienced similar cases before and is very familiar with paternity testing. He will supervise the whole process and will not give Martin Davis any chance to do anything. Pitt felt relieved. Charlie and Aniston abandoned and betrayed me in the past. When the test results come out, they will also abandon and betray Martin. The beta they represent will give Martin Davis a fatal blow. At the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills, Charlie and Aniston sat on the sofa in the same room. On the live TV broadcast opposite, the camera left Martin and Tony and turned to the laboratory. The results will be out soon. Charlie asked, if Martin really did it, what would you do? Aniston thought for a while and said, I don't know. I'll tell you when the results come out. She asked back, aren't you Martin's student? Shouldn't you always support your teacher? Charlie played with the collar badge in her hand. It was a fist with red nails and a tightly clenched fist. She specially asked someone to design the Me Too logo. Aniston also had one in her hand. Julie knew Martin earlier than Aniston and understood Martin. She said, Martin is not that stupid. She put away her fist badge. This thing can't be used on him. Aniston laughed. In fact, the two of us are not firm enough. Julie has a very clear self-awareness, so we are just running friends who occasionally play three-person friendly games with him, and the one sitting next to him is a silly and innocent girl. Silly and innocent girl? Do you really think so? Aniston shook her head. A real silly and innocent girl would have made a big fuss by now. Julie said again, my description is not accurate enough. It's a girl who looks like a silly and innocent girl. Time passed by bit. Elizabeth wanted to keep her mentality stable, but her palms couldn't help sweating. She believed in Martin and told herself that she must believe in Martin, but she still couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart. Thomas answered a phone call and said to Martin, go over. Martin got up and walked out the door. Elizabeth followed, still holding hands with Martin. Lily, Bruce and Thomas followed behind. Leonardo and Nicholson had been waiting in the hall. There were several rows of benches in the hall, and nearly 100 reporters were sitting here waiting for the results. The cameras used for live broadcast alone belonged to 4 different media. Thomas left here and went into the lounge next to him. Lily stood against the wall with one hand on her chest, and her right hand, which was in the pocket of her windbreaker, was always holding her favorite carving knife. Opposite her, Jessica and Emily were accompanying 3 girls. One of them was Elsa. Thomas stood at the door and said, listen to my instructions later. You don't have to lie, just tell the truth. Elsa picked up the newspaper in her hand and said hatefully, Tony actually betrayed us sisters and ate alone. It's unforgivable. The other two girls all agreed. We believed in her so much and supported her so much, but she betrayed us. She didn't treat us as sisters at all. They clearly made an appointment together, but what happened? Lily tilted her head and looked out the window. A woman holding a child appeared in the hall. She subconsciously tightened her carving knife. Regardless of whether the child was Martin's or not, this woman deserved to die. She actually slandered Martin for forcing her. Two notaries walked into the hall with a middle-aged man in a white coat. Several cameras followed them. Tony lowered her head and whispered in the child's ear, "John, you are about to have a father." Countless cameras turned to Martin, wanting to see his reaction. Martin was relaxed and did not change at all. The middle-aged man in the white coat went on stage and stood in front of the microphone. He took the sealed identification report from a notary and tore open the seal. He said, after 3 comparisons, the DNA of Martin Davis, the owner of specimen number 1, and John Feldman, the owner of specimen number 2, do not match at all. Before he finished speaking, Leonardo and Nicholson cheered loudly and applauded Martin. Elizabeth's heart was immediately relieved. She turned her head and kissed Martin hard. Martin kissed her back and said, "I'm sorry to have worried you." Elizabeth smiled sweetly. "I will always stand with you." The notary also finished the notary at this time. The media reporters had a keen sense of smell. Since there was no problem with Martin, the problem must be that woman. All the cameras and eyes were focused on Tony. This seemed to scare the child, and little John burst into tears. The crying irritated Tony, who had never thought about this result, and kept saying, "Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." She suddenly opened her voice and shouted heartbreakingly, "Your identification results are invalid. Invalid. You must have tampered with it. Yes, you tampered with it." The door of the lounge next to them opened at this time, and Elsa and 2 members of the sister group walked out. Elsa shouted, "Bitch, do you still remember me?" Chapter 548. The pot comes from the sky. When the result of DNA mismatch was announced, Julie and Aniston in the hotel relaxed at the same time, hugged each other and laughed. Julie pinched Aniston and said, "Martin, this bastard always makes us swallow it up. How could he just give it to an inexplicable woman?" Aniston said, "Let me think of a way to make that woman look good. Yes, we can't let her go. She almost made me make a wrong decision." Julie's words popped up, and she quickly stopped and said, "With Martin's style of doing things, she won't let her have an easy time." Martin had no problem with this matter, and Aniston's mind was on another matter. "And I seem to have heard you say that you were bullied by Harvey Weinstein when you were a teenager." Julie was reminded of extremely bad memories. "Yes, I have always wanted to get justice. The opportunity has come," Aniston whispered. In Beverly Hills, Stuart, who was eating melons with relish, was stunned. How could it have nothing to do with Martin? Because it was related to friends and neighbors. Charlize was also watching the live broadcast. Seeing this, she couldn't help but smile and shook her head. These girls are crazy about money. The live broadcast ruined his good mood. Seeing Charlize's happy smile, Stuart got angry and said, "There is something fishy about this appraisal. There is definitely something fishy." He was a little furious. Martin Davis must have bribed these people. Charlize sighed secretly and suddenly couldn't figure out why she fell in love with him in the first place. And why did she stick to him for so many years? She got up and left the room and came to the quiet courtyard alone to think alone. After Martin made the call, Charlize asked the people in the social committee. The damage to the trash can was all man-made. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be Stuart who kicked it. Not only did he kick his own trash can, but he also kicked Martin's trash can next door. It was really embarrassing for the neighbors. In another hotel, Ben Affleck, Cassie Affleck and Brad Pitt looked at each other. How could this happen? Pitt couldn't believe it. Cassie shouted, "Martin must have done something." Ben shook his head. Something must have gone wrong. Martin has always had a good relationship with the LAPD. He has at least tens of millions of dollars in assets. It's too easy for him to bribe people. Pete said, "We'll think of a way later." He stopped talking before he finished, because a major incident happened at the live broadcast. In the hall, Elsa rushed to Tony and shouted, "We agreed that sisters will never betray each other. How did you do it?" The fast-talking girl wanted to tear Tony's mouth apart. You left and didn't even answer the phone. We have been worried about you and even sent sisters to your hometown to find you. In the end, what did you do? What did you do? The security personnel on the scene hurried over to maintain order. A reporter asked loudly, "What happened between you? Excuse me, do you know who the father of the child is? What is your relationship with Tony?" The scene fell into chaos, but Martin was prepared. To be precise, it was Bruce who was prepared. With his fearless dedication, he successfully convinced Jody. Jody grabbed the microphone from a staff member and shouted loudly, "Quiet, quiet." The scene quickly quieted down. Jody said again, "It's too chaotic. No one can ask this lady, can you tell us about your relationship with Tony and why you say she betrayed me?" Someone ran over and handed a microphone to Aisha. Tony's heart skipped a beat and she quickly shouted, "Aisha, we are good sisters. The closest sisters." The first time she saw Tony holding her child to find Martin on the news, Aisha didn't recognize Tony as a sister. Last year, because we liked Martin and the clown, we formed a sister group together and often appeared at Martin's various activities. Martin was so charming that we dreamed of marrying Martin and even having a child for Martin. Aisha talked about the outrageous things the sister group did in Los Angeles and New York, and gradually got to the point. We joined the community committee in the north of Sunset Boulevard and kept staring at Martin's trash can, but we never found what we were looking for. The reporters were a little stunned. Even though they were well informed, they were also stunned by the coquettish actions of these women. "Can you still play like this?" Elizabeth was very lucky. Fortunately, she digested all of Martin's words. If she really threw them into the trash can, it would be very troublesome. "Enough. Enough." Tony yelled, "Stop it. I told you to stop." From her almost crazy attitude, it was not difficult for the reporter to judge that what Elsa said was all true, and it also hit a sore spot. How deep the sisterhood was back then, how much hatred for betrayal now. Aisha didn't care about Tony at all and continued, "It was Tony. She said that Martin would have a party after winning the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, so she switched shifts with someone and took me to Martin's trash can the morning after Oscar night, and sure enough, we found a condom inside, and there was also genetic material inside." She spoke too quickly, coughed twice, and continued, "We took it back to the rented apartment and injected it into my body, but I failed." Tony said she wanted to go back to her hometown at the time, and I believed her, but she hid it after she succeeded. The other two girls shouted loudly, "Bitch. You said you would share it with us." Then, they scolded Aisha, "You are also a bitch. You actually did this behind our backs." The stuff came from Martin's trash can. A reporter reacted very quickly, "Since it's not Martin's, it must be from someone in Martin's family." This reminded many people around, and their eyes shifted and fell on Bruce. Tony's eyes lit up again. "It doesn't matter if it's not Martin's, it's also good if it's Bruce's." Bruce, the bastard, was well prepared. He took out an identification and shouted, "Just now, I also did a comparison, and it doesn't match at all." A notary replied, "Indeed. Things were developing too strangely. Leonardo and Nicholson were originally happily eating melons, but now they quickly hid behind the crowd to avoid becoming suspects. Although they were sure it wasn't them, it would be troublesome to be involved at this time." The scene was completely messed up, and even Tony was confused. "Who is the father of my son? Did a homeless person use it and throw it in?" The North District of Sunset Boulevard is a gated community, and homeless people can't get in. I suspect someone is having sex there. No matter who the father of the child is, it is now certain that it is not Martin. "Tony, what do you say to all this?" The reporters pressed forward step by step, and Tony kept retreating, unable to answer for a while. But then she remembered the amulet, and she raised the child in her hand. "I want to feed the child. I want to feed the child." Seeing the child raised by the woman, the reporters automatically stepped aside. Tony quickly ran into the lounge on the side. Before she could catch her breath, the door on the other side of the lounge opened, and a girl in a short windbreaker walked in. The girl was very beautiful, but her eyes were as fierce as a hungry wolf. Two LAPD officers were guarding the door leading to the lobby of the lounge, not letting anyone else in. Tony was extremely guilty now. "Who are you? What do you want to do? Lily said, I want to talk to you about something. You go out and publicly admit that you slandered Martin, apologize to Martin, and then tell the Los Angeles police who is instigating you. I can tell you who the father of the child is. Tony herself couldn't be sure and didn't believe it at all. How do you know? Not only do I know, I can also be sure that he is also a star. Lily whispered, don't you want money? Don't you want to live an upper class life? He can satisfy you in all aspects. She sneered, of course, you also have other choices. You extorted $10 million, which is a felony. You extorted an honorary citizen of Los Angeles and a national hero of the United States. Do you know how serious the consequences are? You are directly slapping the face of the Los Angeles city government and the Washington authorities. Tony had never thought about this and was stunned for a moment. But she quickly reacted. $10 million in extortion? Did I do it? Got. Lily continued, you will go to jail and your child will be sent to foster care. Do you know how miserable the children in foster care are? Tony looked down at her son and asked, what if I do what you say? Lily said, you are a fan of Martin. Martin has always been tolerant of his fans. He knows that you were instigated by others. You did all this because of them, right? This was very simple, and Tony understood it. Thinking of Ben and Cassie, she felt a little bit reluctant. Little John started crying again at this time. It is not difficult for a mother to make a choice between her son and her friends. Tony gritted her teeth and said, how can I trust you? I can tell you the clue of the child's father first. Lily was as evil as a fallen angel from hell. Yesterday, she heard a lot of news about Stuart from the community committee. She knew that women often went to Cheryl Theron's house to find him. Combined with the situation found out by Martin, it is not difficult to make a guess that may be close to the truth. Tony had no choice. After hesitating for a while, she said, okay, I promise you. Lily said, his name is Stuart Townsend, Martin's neighbor and Cheryl Theron's fiancé. He is also a star in Hollywood. Tony worked on the community committee. Is it him? The garbage bag you are looking for was thrown in by him. Lily finally said, think about it carefully. Now that you are in prison, all this is meaningless. Tony fed little John and left the lounge without staying for long. The media reporters had not dispersed yet and were all blocked here. Tony's hands were shaking, but she turned to face Martin, bowed deeply, and said with all her strength, I'm sorry. Martin, you are a good person. I shouldn't have framed you. She looked at the child in her arms, straightened up, and said, little John has nothing to do with you. I did this because I was instigated and oppressed by others. This was not my intention. The person involved admitted to framing Martin, and there was no suspense about the matter. A nearby reporter asked loudly, do you know who the father of the child is? I guessed at the time that it should be Martin's neighbor. Tony didn't want to go to jail, didn't want to lose her son, and wanted to live a rich life. Just like being pushed by Ben, she was easily pushed forward by Lily. She gave the answer, his name is Stuart Townsend. Stuart Townsend, who was watching the live broadcast at home, was dumbfounded. People sit at home, and the pot comes from the sky. 3 more updates are sent. Please vote for the monthly ticket! Exclamation mark. Chapter 549 The Real Murderer Behind the Scenes. After the press conference, Martin and his group got on the same business car and left first. In the car, Leonardo shook his head and said with regret, we came to see your good show, to see you get screwed, and this is the result. The matter was basically resolved, and Nicholson became a fence sitter again, standing on the opposite side of Martin. Can you switch next time, so that Leo and I can go to the front? The last time he screwed Ben, he had a great time, feeling that everything was under control. This time, he didn't feel like participating, just watching the show the whole time. People like Elizabeth and Lily are already immune to the stupidity of the Face Gang. Martin said, the people behind Tony are Ben Affleck, Cassie Affleck and Brad Pitt. Nicholson pushed up his sunglasses. It turns out to be a loser alliance. Leonardo continued, they are the core members of the Foot Gang. Martin nodded slightly. You also said that many media today were invited by Harvey Weinstein. He said directly, next, I'm going to go to war with the Foot Gang directly, and the target is directly Harvey. Nicholson was most afraid of having nothing to do, and continued, others are worried that messing with him will affect their future, but I'm never afraid. At worst, I will just retire. He was no different from retiring. Leonardo still said the same thing. Harvey is not simple, and the three of us are not ordinary people. There are more than three of us. Martin said briefly, and then said, it's just right, taking advantage of this blackmail case. Start with Big Ben, Pitt and Cassie. The progress of the press conference was weird and extremely newsworthy, and the reporters rushed back to finish their manuscripts. Some also rushed to Beverly Hills to interview the famous potman Stuart Townsend. Some reporters who had contact with Charlize Theron herself or her agent started to contact people as soon as possible. Toni, who was holding her child, was relatively ignored. Aisha and others became stars in the eyes of the media. Toni held her child and stood in the hall waiting patiently. Several detectives from the police department came over at this time, showed her the relevant documents, and said, Ms. Toni Fairman, you are suspected of blackmailing Martin Davis. Please come with us. After hearing the other party's routine words, Toni said, I will go with you. Two female police officers accompanied her out of the hall on the left and right. The reporters who had not left took pictures. The group soon arrived at the police department. The paternity test results did not match Martin at all. No matter how stupid Toni was, she could think that her behavior of asking for $10 million had become a huge trouble. Just like Lily said, it involved a crime. This kind of woman only thinks about herself. At this moment, she doesn't care about the life and death of others. Toni didn't hesitate at all and pushed all the responsibilities onto the Affleck brothers and Pitt. She even provided several phone and video recordings. Toni secretly recorded what Ben and others taught her. It was originally for teaching purposes, to remind herself at all times what to do when facing Martin. All of these are now useful. In the past, the detective bureau might have some reservations when facing the Affleck brothers and Brad Pitt, but now they are facing a loser alliance. The person in charge of this case immediately applied for an emergency arrest warrant from the local prosecutor. A $10 million extortion case. The victim is also an honorary citizen of Los Angeles and a national hero of the United States. This is the credit that comes to your lips. In the hotel room, Ben, Cassie and Pitt are packing up. The latter complained, is this what you called a fatal blow? Damn it, Ben, you don't even know the biological father of the child. Big Ben grabbed his hair hard. How could I have thought that a pregnant woman would make up such a lie? Jennifer Garner was a fool when she was pregnant, and her IQ dropped by at least 50 points. I have asked Toni many times, and she always said the same thing about what she and Martin did in the room. Pete cursed, you are a waste and an idiot. You have wasted so much of my time and money in vain. Do I want this? Do you think I want this? Seeing that he threw the pot on himself, Big Ben became impolite. You have also heard what she said and helped her with advice. Did you notice it? Pete retorted, because I fucking believe you. Cassie quickly stood between the two and said, stop arguing. I think crazy fans like Toni may have fallen into some crazy fantasies and regarded the fantasies as reality. They even think they are real, so we didn't notice it. Ben Affleck was not a good-tempered person. He said, where is that idiot? I'm going to kill her. Make her regret it. Pete suddenly remembered that Martin Davis had called the police because Toni was blackmailing him. The DNA match of the paternity test was successful, so the so-called police call was a joke. The problem was that John Jr.'s DNA did not match Martin's at all, and Toni's former sister revealed the truth on the spot. Pete was a little uneasy at first, and now he realized that trouble was coming. He didn't care about arguing with the Affleck brothers anymore, and took his mobile phone and bag. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. I'll contact you later. He opened the door and turned into the corridor. As soon as he turned into the elevator, he was confronted by a large group of people in plainclothes and police uniforms. Pete turned around and ran back through his bag and touched his mobile phone, trying to call for help. LAPD. Let me see your hands. Someone shouted from behind. Stop. Let me see your hands. Pete looked back and saw several people with their hands on their holsters. He quickly stopped, raised his hands, and said, don't do it. I'll cooperate with you. Two strong agents came over and twisted Pete's hands behind his back and handcuffed him. At the same time, the accompanying waiter knocked on the door of the room where Ben and Cassie were. Seeing that it was a strange face and there were more than one person, Cassie subconsciously touched the bat behind the door. "Don't move. LAPD, let me see your hands." A strong man rushed up first and knocked Cassie down directly. Another black strong man weighing more than 200 pounds rushed to Ben like a professional football running back and knocked him to the ground. His knees and calves, like iron pillars, pressed on Ben's back and neck. Ben wanted to speak, but he felt difficulty breathing when he opened his mouth and coughed continuously. Before he could finish his words, his hands were twisted behind his back and a pair of shiny silver bracelets were put on. Immediately, other LAPD officers came to search the room and took away all the belongings of Ben, Cassie and Pete. The three were also taken into the elevator. Ivan had been waiting at the door of the hotel and kindly called to inform many colleagues in the industry to come. "Is there any other news that can compare to the illegitimate child incident?" Someone said. "Many people go to Beverly Hills and want to interview Stuart Townsend." Another person said, "We can't get into the north side of Sunset Boulevard." Ivan pointed to the door of the hotel. "Look, someone is coming out." Several people raised their cameras and video cameras and gathered around. 3 police cars drove over at this time. 2 strong men in LAPD uniforms led the way and were the first to go out of the hotel door. Then, 3 people in handcuffs were escorted out one after another. The flash went off, and the reporter who pressed the shutter was quite surprised and said, "Ben Affleck, Cassie Affleck, and Brad Pitt? Yes, that's them." Another person asked, "Ivan, why did the LAPD arrest them?" Ivan said while filming, "How should I know?" The 3 people passed in front of the camera. Pitt was slightly better, but his hand was twisted behind his back. Ben and Cassie had bruises on their faces and looked very embarrassed. The reporter holding the camera asked loudly, "Officer, why are you arresting them?" The leading police officer stopped and answered, "The 3 suspects are suspected of a serious extortion case of up to $10 million US. The reporter blinked, and he felt that the number of $10 million US was particularly familiar. The leading police officer waved his hand, escorted the suspects into the police car, and quickly left the scene. The reporter reacted, "Did Tony Fairman blackmail Martin for $10 million? Another reporter also remembered, "Yes, it is $10 million. Many people in the circle and those covering entertainment news have heard about the rumors about Martin and Pitt." The reporter said, "Could it be that the Affleck brothers and Brad Pitt are the masterminds behind Tony's incident?" Another reporter ran towards his motorcycle. "This is a big news that can sell for a lot of money." Others also reacted and got in their cars and left. Ivan got in the car and drove a short distance away. He found a place to stop and called Bruce, saying, "Those 3 bastards were just arrested by the LAPD. I took a video. When you have time, I will go over and give it to you." "Wait a minute, there is no rush." Bruce hung up the phone and said to Martin. Martin stood on the 3rd floor terrace, the highest floor of his home, looking at the neighbor's house on one side, and said, "Why is there no movement?" Elizabeth was quite helpless with him. "Your thoughts are too bad, and you always like these bad tastes." Martin defended, "I saw Stuart kick our trash can with my own eyes, and it was even deformed. You watch from here." Elizabeth went downstairs. "I'll ask the kitchen to prepare dinner. Leo and Jack should stay for dinner." Thomas went upstairs at this time and said, "Bryony, Cadillac, Nokia and Cartier Men's Watch have called one after another to express their support for you." Bruce laughed. "Wait until the results are confirmed before supporting us. It's normal." Martin was open-minded. "After all, it's just a business partnership, not as deeply tied to us as Coca-Cola." Coca-Cola expressed its support for him at the beginning. Thomas said again, "Ali also called, and the agency will fully support you." These were all kept silent before, but now that the dust has settled, Martin is surrounded by good people again. After watching for a while, Martin's mobile phone suddenly rang. The person who called was Cheryl Theron. Chapter 550, The Choice of Long and Short. In the moving car, Cheryl Theron hung up the phone with Martin, and then called a female manager familiar with the community committee. Her already cold appearance became even colder, like an iceberg across the sea from South Africa. The car arrived near the entrance of the community, where at least dozens of paparazzi and entertainment reporters gathered. Many of them knew Cheryliz's car, and some saw Cherylize through the windshield, and crowded on both sides of the road. Regardless of Cheryliz's lack of car windows, these people asked questions almost crazily. Ms. Theron, did you know that your fiancé had an illegitimate child? We specifically checked. You were not in Los Angeles during that time, but the condoms used by your fiancé appeared in the trash can of your neighbor Martin's house. Did he cheat? Will you break up with Stuart Townsend? Or will you swallow your anger like before? This question seemed to hit Cheryliz's vital point. She subconsciously released the accelerator and stepped on the brake. The car stopped, and the reporters surrounded it even more crazily. Cherylize pressed the horn hard, and the horn alarmed the community security personnel, who hurried out to disperse the reporters and let the owner's car drive in. The reporters looked at these lackeys of the rich, and their teeth ached. What a good news material, but it was a pity that they couldn't shoot it. When Cherylize returned home, she saw Stuart sitting at the door in a daze. He murmured, "Impossible, impossible." Cherylize forced herself to stay calm and said, "Let's break up. I'll give you 2 days to move out of here." Stuart looked up and said, "Because of that woman's nonsense, you want to break up with me?" Cherylize said, "Before and after Oscar night, whether there were other women here, you know better than me." Stuart was a little panicked. He hadn't had a high income for a long time. When Peter Jackson kicked him out of the Lord of the Rings crew and replaced him with Viggo Mortensen to play Aragorn, he started to have bad luck since then. No matter what movie or role he played, it was extremely unsuccessful. Fortunately, he still had an Oscar-winning girlfriend. Charlize Theron's film salary alone doesn't make her a first-tier star, but she is a favorite in the eyes of advertisers and has a very high sponsorship income. After living a luxurious life for many years, wouldn't it be a death sentence for Stuart to go back to the life of an ordinary actor? Charlize said softly, "Let's part ways amicably. We are all responsible for this." Stuart stood up and said, "Okay, even if what that woman said is true, she found my used condoms in Martin's trash can, but I didn't use them with women. Can't I use them together when I masturbate?" Charlize just looked at him coldly. Stuart was a little guilty, but he didn't dare to show it. He straightened his neck and said, "I have been with you for so many years, and spent so much youth. You just break up with me?" Charlize held back her anger and said, "I will give you a compensation, provided that you have not cheated. It is very simple to verify. You can do a paternity test with that woman's child." Stuart didn't dare to go. In the live broadcast just now, the woman named Elsa said that the incident happened on Oscar night. On Oscar night, he did throw the used condom into the trash can next door. Thinking of the trash can next door, Stuart thought of Martin again and yelled, "It was you who cheated first. You were hooking up with Martin Davis next door, and you slept in the same bed a long time ago, right? You cheated first. You must compensate me." Charlize was so angry that she almost exploded. She turned her head and looked at the next door. She and Martin were just friends and had no other relationship, but she was repeatedly slandered. At this moment, the hysterical Stuart formed a sharp contrast with the calm Martin in the previous live broadcast in Charlize's eyes. The former showed the ugly side of man vividly. The latter let her see how good a man can be. Listening to Stuart constantly throwing dirty water, Charlize had an impulse to immediately go to Martin to clear the slander and injustice. As for how to clear it, it was too simple. Charlize resisted the urge and didn't want to argue anymore. "I'll give you 2 days to move out. Otherwise wait for my lawyer's letter. If you want compensation, go get a paternity test with that woman. If it's not me, I'll naturally give you compensation." Stuart wanted to say more, but Charlize was too lazy to pay attention to him and drove away directly. In another mansion not far away, Matt Damon hurried into the living room. Harvey had just turned off the live broadcast that had ended long ago and asked, "What's going on?" Matt Damon glanced at Georgina and didn't say anything. Georgina said, "I'm going to go out for a walk. You guys can chat." When she went out, she took her mobile phone with her, intending to call Martin when she was a little further away to express her support and comfort and see if he had time to test her again. In the living room, Matt Damon said, "Something happened. I saw it. Harvey pointed to the projection screen that was being rolled up and said, "The whole United States has seen this farce. Ben and Pete are so disappointing. This is helping Martin Davis become famous." Matt Damon moved closer and said, "Not only that, the lawyer who accompanied Tony to the paternity test later received a call from the detective bureau. LAPD formally arrested Ben, Cassie and Pete." Harvey was quite surprised. "What?" he asked. "What exactly happened?" "Tony was arrested by LAPD for extortion. She accused Ben, Cassie and Pete of instigating her." Matt Damon quickly recounted what he knew. "She said she was only an accomplice, and the main culprits were Ben and the other two." Later, the detective bureau applied for an emergency arrest warrant and arrested Ben and the other two in a hotel. After he asked clearly, he rushed over. The detective bureau has solid evidence, and with Tony as a witness, Ben and Pete are in great trouble and cannot be released on bail for the time being. Harvey had never dealt with Tony directly and was not involved in it. He frowned and said, "I asked them if they could be sure, and they told me they were 100% sure." "What happened, huh?" Matt Damon did not expect such a big change. He wanted to bring Martin down, but the three men got themselves into trouble. Harvey asked, "What do you want to do by coming to me?" Matt Damon said directly, "Let's think of a way to get them out first. This case involves a huge sum of $10 million US. Once it is confirmed, they will definitely go to jail." Harvey wanted to refuse, but as the real boss of the Foot Gang, he could not refuse in front of Matt Damon. If he refused directly, the Foot Gang would lose their morale. He asked, "What does the lawyer say?" Matt Damon said, "It's not easy. The lawyer's suggestion is that we talk to the client and start from his side. Martin Davis." Harvey considered. Given his relationship with Martin, it was not easy to ask him to talk. Harvey suddenly thought of someone. Georgina had been in contact with Martin because of her relationship with Kate Winslet in the fashion circle. Maybe she could ask Martin to come out and talk. Outside, Georgina was still on the phone with Martin. Between ugly and short, handsome and tall, this woman decisively chose the latter. Matt Damon came over just now. "They didn't want me to hear it, but I can guess that there must be something wrong with Damon's brothers." Georgina sold the situation on Harvey's side to Martin without asking for a penny. After listening to Martin's words, she said, "Combining what you said and my understanding of Harvey, he won't give up those three idiots so quickly. He will definitely talk to you. Do you want to know the latest situation of Harvey?" "Haha. The last test was very interesting. I want you to test me alone. Don't you think that when Harvey is in Los Angeles, the test is the real test?" Georgina looked at the main house and thought of Martin on the other side of the phone. She felt very excited. At this time, she saw Harvey coming out of the door and waving at this side. Georgina not only did not hang up the phone, but also walked over there while talking and laughing with Martin until Harvey's voice sounded, "What are you doing? I can't get through to you. Dear, bye." Georgina hung up the phone, put away her phone, and replied casually, "I'm calling a friend in the fashion circle. The only test to join the fashion supermodel group is naturally to be a member of the fashion circle." Harvey came over and said, "There is something I need your help with." Georgina smiled. "What is it? Just tell me. I will do it immediately if I can help." Harvey said, "I remember you have been in contact with Martin." Georgina licked her lips slightly and said, "Actually, I don't see him very often. Kate introduced me to him. We had a deep chat a few times." Harvey thought the words were a bit strange, but he didn't think much about it. After all, in Hollywood, only Harvey can play with other women who dares to mess with his woman. Harvey said again, "Please ask Martin out for me. I want to talk to him in person." Georgina seemed to know nothing. What happened? Harvey didn't want to answer at first. There were too many things that could not be seen in public, and he didn't want his wife to know, but this time was different. He could only say, Big Ben, Cassie and Pete were arrested by LAPD and were involved in the so-called extortion case. It was just a small matter, but Martin was so serious. I want to talk to him. I can call him. Georgina took out her mobile phone, but my relationship with him is just average. Compared with KK and the old fox, it was far worse. After all, she only had one chance. It may not be possible to make an appointment with him. Matt Damon also came out of the main house. Harvey looked back and said, "You call Martin and tell him that I want to meet him as soon as possible." Georgina pretended to look through the phone book. It took a while to find the phone number, dialed it, and talked to the other end. Not long after, she hung up the phone. Martin agreed to meet at the Los Angeles Angels Club. Harvey turned his head and looked at Damon. "You go with me." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.